When they grow up, they will become 7 dark-minded, strong, and tragic villains because of their tragic childhood experiences. Han Fei didn't just travel through time, he traveled through a book. He now possessed 7 Calabash brothers? Oh no, 7 villainous bosses. Grandpa! The little girl shouted, her face full of joy and excitement, and she grabbed the corner of Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei was startled by her. Little friend, you recognized the wrong person. The little girl spoke in a loud and powerful voice, I didn't admit my mistake. Han Fei was confused. Is it popular to claim random grandfathers now? If I were a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions, there would definitely be many people who would be willing to kneel down and call me grandpa, but now, I am just an old man who picks up garbage. Is he serious when he calls me grandpa? Chapter 1, died young and became an old man who picks up garbage. Han Fei was dragging a sack and holding the cans he had just picked up. He was limping and walking with great difficulty. He looked depressed and dejected. It's so unlucky. When others traveled through time, they were either domineering CEOs or second-generation rich people, but he became a garbage collector. Others regained their youth, but he died young and traveled through time and space to become an old man. This body is 50 years old and is a cripple. He was a gambler when he was young and his pockets are cleaner than his face. Seeing a chubby 5-year-old boy in front of him about to throw away the empty bottle in his hand, he rushed over with his limp leg. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw an old hand that was faster than his. Han Fei, old man Su, with a wrinkled face, gave Han Fei a smug smile. Thank you, old Han. Han Fei had just started his job as a garbage collector today, and he was not very good at it. He could not compete with the other old men and women on the street, so after a whole day, he only had a few empty bottles in the sack, and he could not even afford a decent lunch. Han Fei heard the little boy's childish voice behind him. Old lady, let me help you. It was the little boy who threw away the empty bottle. He was standing in front of a big tree. Next to the tree was an old woman sitting in a wheelchair. One of the wheels of the wheelchair was stuck in the soil and could not move. Thank you, little friend, you were such a kind and enthusiastic child. The old woman smiled kindly. The little boy felt embarrassed by the praise. Okay. The old woman controlled the wheelchair manually, and it was shaking as if it would fall into the pit at any time. The little boy anxiously held onto the wheelchair handle and asked, Old lady, where are you going? Go home, my home is in the front neighborhood. Then I'll help you push the wheelchair. Han Fei, who was watching, couldn't help but frown. There was something wrong with the old lady in the wheelchair. Her shoes were too dirty. How can the shoes of an elderly person in a wheelchair get dirty if his feet don't touch the ground? Old man Su lowered his voice and said to Han Fei, when I saw that old woman this morning, she was jumping and running, with a cigarette in her mouth. I could tell she was not a good person. I'll go and take a look. Han Fei was anxious. Could it be that this child had encountered human traffickers? Don't meddle in our business. We're all old men half buried in the ground, and we can barely protect ourselves. How can you help us if you go over there? Han Fei didn't listen and chased after him with his limping leg. Old Su, wait here for me. If I don't come back in an hour, please call the police for me. Hey! The old man called out twice, but when he saw he couldn't get anyone to come, he sighed, shook his head, and spread his hands. I don't have a cell phone, how can I call the police? The little boy pushed the old man into the residential complex, which was under construction. Because it was an old-fashioned complex without an elevator, they needed to install one. Recently, there were many outsiders in the community, and the security guard had no time to monitor them. He took a quick look and saw that they were a strange pair of grandparents and grandchildren. He didn't ask any questions and thought they were visiting relatives and friends. The building at the very back is where they're installing an elevator. The old woman pointed the way. When they got to the bottom of the building, there was no ramp for wheelchairs to go up and down the stairs. The little boy was a little confused. I can't go up. I can't lift the wheelchair. I called my family to come and pick me up. After the old woman finished her call, the little boy waved his hand and prepared to leave. He had sneaked out to play, and his brothers and sisters would get worried if he stayed out too long. Don't leave yet. Thank you for sending me here. Come to my house and have something to eat before you go back. No thanks. The little boy straightened his chest and waved his hands. It's just a small favor. Seeing that he was determined to leave, the old woman changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Do you like puppies?" The little boy's eyes lit up. "I like it. I want to give you a puppy as a thank you gift." "No, no. My big dog has 6 puppies, and I'm worried about what to do with them. It just so happens that you like puppies." Thinking that his second sister loved puppies the most and her birthday was in a few days, he felt tempted if he could give her a puppy. She would definitely be very happy. The old woman smiled and took out her phone to find a photo of the puppy. "Look, isn't it cute? There is a big white dog on the phone screen, and 6 soft little puppies are lying around it. Some are pure white, some are black and white, and some are pure black. Which one do you like?" The little boy came closer to look carefully choosing the puppy he liked. The old woman looked up at the stairs and saw 3 men walking out. They were wearing black vests and their exposed arms were covered with dense tattoos. They were burly and strong with well-developed muscles, giving people a sense of oppression. The little boy's feet suddenly flew off the ground and he was lifted up by one of the men. Just as he was about to scream, the other man covered his mouth and nose with thick gauze. The child struggled desperately, kicking wildly, but the man felt no pain at all and laughed heartily. "This little guy is quite strong." The old woman smiled and said, "It's good to have strength, you can sell it for a good price." As she spoke, she stood up, and the wheelchair was useless. The little boy opened his eyes wide, and only then did he realize that he had been cheated. "This batch of goods is good. I can offer a high price tomorrow." The group went upstairs, and Han Fei waited until their figures disappeared before walking out from the dark corner where the bicycle was parked at the stairs. He guessed that something was wrong with the old woman and she was indeed a human trafficker. If this body wasn't too old and weak, he would have rushed out long ago. Judging from their conversation, this is a den and there should be several children upstairs. The original owner was so poor that he didn't even have a cell phone. He went back to find Old Man Su and urged him, "Call the police." Old Man Su spread his hands and said, "No cell phone." Han Fei slapped his forehead, forgetting that this old guy was as poor as himself. Han Fei asked anxiously, "Where is the telephone booth?" "There are very few telephone booths nowadays, and you can hardly see any. But I am very familiar with this area, so you have asked the right person." Old Man Su was very proud and his eyebrows were beaming. Han Fei was annoyed. "It's already this late, and you're still showing off. Hurry up and lead the way." Old Man Su took Han Fei and turned left and right until they came to a dilapidated alley. They saw a red telephone booth. It had not been used for a long time and looked a bit old, but fortunately the phone was still working properly. With Han Fei leading the way, the police quickly caught the criminals and rescued the 8 children safely. After being untied, the chubby little boy rushed to one of the 8 or 9-year-old girls, crying, "Second sister, why were you arrested too?" The girl said with a bitter face, "I saw a wounded puppy. It ran forward and I was chasing it. Suddenly, someone rushed out and pulled me into the door." Han Xingguo knew that his second sister liked puppies, but he didn't expect that puppies could also deceive people and actually tricked his second sister into coming to the door of a bad guy's house. Han Ro asked her 5th brother, "What about you? How did you end up in their hands?" "The bad old woman's wheelchair got stuck, so I was kind enough to help her push it, and then I was caught by her accomplices." Han Xingwu was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Humph! I'm not willing to help anyone anymore." The police comforted the children, invited a psychologist to provide counseling, and contacted the children's parents. Other children were picked up one after another, but no one came to pick up the little boy and his second sister. At this time, Han Fei, who had cooperated with the police investigation and finished taking the statement, came out and walked to the little girl. "Grandpa!" The little girl shouted, her face full of joy and excitement, and she grabbed the corner of Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei was startled by her. "Little friend, you recognized the wrong person." The light in the little girl's eyes gradually dimmed. She lowered her head in grievance and loosened her little hands. At this time, a young man with a backpack came hurriedly from outside, followed by 4 little kids. The little boy rushed over, hugged the boy's thighs, tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother, you finally came to pick us up. My second sister and I were almost sold." Chapter 2, Is it trendy to claim random grandfathers now? 7 future powerful and tragic villains. The police officer walked over and looked at the boy, frowning and saying in a heavy tone, "I told you, you are just a child yourself, you don't have the ability to take care of them." "I can take care of it." The boy's eyes were firm. "But it turns out that you can't. If it weren't for this old man reporting the case and saving these children, your brother and sister would have been sold abroad tomorrow. If it weren't for your negligence, they wouldn't have been abducted. I was disobedient and sneaked out to play. The little boy angrily pushed the policeman away, staring at him fiercely with tearful eyes. Don't blame Big Brother. The police officer muttered quietly, you have no relatives anymore. It would be great if you could go to an orphanage. You might meet kind people who are willing to adopt you. We are not orphans. We have relatives. Han Chengda's eyes were stubborn. He could take care of his younger brothers and sisters, and none of the 7 of them could be left behind. He will definitely find Grandpa. Grandma said that Grandpa was kicked out of the village and didn't abandon her on purpose. Grandpa said that he would definitely come back to the village to find her when he became successful. It's not that they have no relatives, they still have Grandpa. As long as they find Grandpa, they are no longer orphans and don't have to go to the orphanage. Suddenly, Han Ro leaned over to her eldest brother and whispered in his ear, Brother, look at that Grandpa, is he the Grandpa we are looking for? Han Chengda looked in the direction his second sister pointed and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Grandfather, the facial features are the same as in the photo, except that he is a little thinner and a little older. Han Chengda pointed at Han Fei and said loudly, he is our grandfather. Han Ro shouted to Han Fei again, Grandpa. The little girl spoke in a loud and powerful voice, I didn't admit my mistake. Han Fei was confused. Is it popular to claim random grandfathers now? If I were a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions, there would definitely be many people who would be willing to kneel down and call me grandpa, but now, I am just an old man who picks up garbage. Is he serious when he calls me grandpa? I have a photo of you and grandma. Han Chengda took out a round silver necklace from his school bag, opened the clasp, and inside was an old photo of the time is a bit long, and the person in the photo was very young, but it is not difficult to see from the facial features that they are basically the same as Han Fei. Han Fei took the necklace, his eyes fell on the woman's face in the photo, and he tried hard to recall the original owner's memory. The original owner's family arranged a marriage for him, and the woman was the original owner's fiancée. However, because the original owner was a good-for-nothing and a gambler, he lost all the family property, and the fiancé's parents regretted the engagement. Although his fiancé's parents did not agree with the marriage, he and his fiancée had a good relationship and planned to elope. On the day of their elopement, the fiancée was captured by her parents and the original owner was driven out of the village. Before leaving, the original owner swore to his fiancée that he would make a name for himself and come back to marry her. However, he had no knowledge and no skills, so he could only move bricks at a construction site. Later, his leg was broken because of gambling, and even the construction site didn't want him anymore, so he had to make a living by picking up garbage. For so many years, he had left his hometown and was too embarrassed to return. Occasionally, when he dreamed of his fiancée, he could only drink to numb himself, telling himself that she might have already married and wouldn't wait for him. He shouldn't feel guilty or think about her. The original owner could be heartless, but Han Fei could not. Now that this body was his, the debt owed by the original owner could only be counted on him. Han Fei's eyes fell on the faces of the 7 children. He looked at Xiaowu carefully. The more he looked, the more similar they were. Judging from their eyebrows, eyes and nose, they were definitely grandfather and grandson. Are you all born to the same parents? My dad is the eldest. The older brother pulled his sister and brother over and said, the second and third children have the same parents as me. The fourth and fifth children are from my second uncle's family. The sixth and seventh children are from my third uncle's family. My father and my second and third uncles are triplets. As if afraid that Han Fei wouldn't believe him, Han Chengda emphasized, my father, second uncle, and third uncle look almost exactly the same. My father has a mole at the corner of his eye, my second uncle has a mole on the tip of his nose, and my third uncle has a mole on his chin. They look a lot like you in the photo when you were young. As he said this, he pushed Xiaowu and pushed him in front of Han Fei. Xiaowu looked confused. Brother, why are you pushing me? Han Cheng ordered, put your face closer so Grandpa can take a good look. Han Chenggu puffed up his cheeks, but still moved closer obediently, saying in a baby voice, Grandpa, look, I look most like you in the photo. Han Shengshan also came over and said with a playful smile, Grandpa, although I am not the most like you, I am the second most like you. So, the original owner had 3 sons. If the original owner could make a name for himself and return home in glory, would he be surprised to find 3 identical miniature versions of himself? Han Fei patted Xiaowu's head and smiled gently, your father will come to pick you up. Then I want to see if you really look like me. Han Shengwu pursed his lips, tears welling up in his eyes. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the other 6 children. As they looked at each of them, their eyes were red. The police officer sighed. There was a sudden flash flood and a landslide on the top of the mountain. Everyone in the village was killed. These 7 children were on their way to town to attend their teacher's wedding, so they escaped. Han Fei met a pair of big eyes that were peeking at him. They were the youngest girl. Xiaoqi has a pair of big, watery eyes as big as grapes. At the moment, tears are flowing, and the tip of her little nose is red from crying. It is heartbreaking to see her. Han Fei noticed that the little girl had a red birthmark on her forehead, the size of a thumb and shaped like a small red 5-petal flower. Rumble, a thunderclap in my head, what a coincidence, so similar. The book says, a mountain flood caused disaster in the village, and all the relatives of the 7 children died in the disaster. As the eldest child, Han Shengde tried hard to prove that he was capable of taking care of his 6 younger brothers and sisters, and was unwilling to live in an orphanage with his brothers and sisters. The 7 children threatened to commit suicide, and the police were helpless and could only temporarily place them in a shelter and wait for a while for the children to get over the shadow of their loved one's death. Later, the 2nd and 5th children disappeared. The police did not dare to let the children stay in the shelter and forcibly sent them to an orphanage. The remaining 5 children were forced into an orphanage and were adopted one after another. Because it is a novel, the villains are all beautiful, strong, and tragic, so due to the needs of the plot, the adoptive parents they meet are not good people. Among them, 3-year-old Xiaoqi was taken abroad by her adoptive parents. Due to poor business and financial constraints, her adoptive father actually used the 3-year-old girl as a tool to recruit customers and make money unscrupulously. The book describes that the little girl is very beautiful, perhaps too beautiful, so God left a birthmark on her forehead. However, this birthmark did not destroy her beauty, but made her more charming and more seductive when she grew up. Everything was too coincidental: the mountain torrent, the 7 children, and the birthmark on Xiaoqi's forehead. The 2nd and 5th children in the book disappeared, probably because they were abducted this time. If he hadn't saved them by chance, the fate of the other children would have been to be forcibly sent to an orphanage, and then adopted one after another and forced to separate. When they grow up, because of their tragic childhood experiences, they will become 7 dark-minded people, beautiful, strong, tragic villains. I didn't just travel through time, I traveled through a book. Chapter 3. Although they are all paupers, some of them own a building. The police accompanied him to do a paternity test, and after the report came out, it was confirmed that Han Fei was the biological grandfather. When the 7 little guys called him Grandpa in unison, Han Fei had the illusion of watching the Calabash brothers. Grandpa, look. The policeman hesitated, avoiding the child's sharp gaze. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Han Fei's ear. If you can't raise the child, you can apply for a subsidy. If you really can't raise the child, you can give up custody. Although it was not nice for a policeman like him to say this, he was really doing it for the good of his 7 children. They had already investigated the old man's affairs. He had no savings, no property, and was a scavenger. How could he possibly raise 7 children under such conditions? Before Han Fei could answer, the angry Han Shengde rushed forward, grabbed Han Fei's hand and left. Grandpa, we're going home with you. Brothers and sisters, follow us, we're going home with Grandpa, no one can separate us. Han Fei smiled apologetically at the policeman and was squeezed out of the police station by 7 children. The clever Han Shengshan turned around and stuck out his tongue at the policeman, shouting, "No matter how poor or hard it is, Grandpa can support us and will never give up on us." Han Shengwu snorted loudly, "Bad police, you actually want to break us up, Grandpa won't listen to you." Han Shi turned around and spat at the policeman, saying in a childish voice, "Bad guy. Police. Oh well. I meant well but ended up with bad results. These little brats are holding a grudge against me." Han Fei picked up Xiaoqi, worried that her short legs wouldn't be able to keep up. He looked into the child's clear, big eyes and felt a headache. "Who taught you to spit at people?" Xiaoqi blinked her big eyes and pointed with her little hand. The culprit, Han Shengshan, hid behind his second sister and muffled his voice, saying, "It's none of my business. She followed me to watch the fun. She saw the old ladies at the village entrance arguing, and then she learned the old lady's dirty trick of spitting at people." Han Fei felt that educating children was a difficult problem, especially for this adorable, pretty and cute little girl. He couldn't hit her or scold her, for fear that if he spoke too harshly, the little girl would be scared and cry. Han Fei racked his brains and sighed, "Don't spit at people in the future. It's very rude." "Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa. Xiaoqi responded in a baby voice with a sweet smile. Looking obedient and cute, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the child was not too difficult to teach. He was quite obedient, wasn't he? Following the route home in his memory, Han Fei stood in front of the bicycle parking lot. Han Fei knew that the environment was poor, but he didn't expect it to be so dirty and messy when he saw it firsthand. The original owner had nowhere to go, so a relative of a co-worker let him stay in the management office of the bicycle parking lot. It was a small room of about 7 square meters. He didn't have to pay rent during the week, but just slept there at night and watched over the bicycles. The guard fee counted as rent, and he could also rest and store his belongings there during the day. He treated this place as his own home. The small 7 square meters was filled with a worn-out mattress and there was no place to step. It was filled with waste cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. Han, she screamed. Han Ro rushed over and kicked hard. One cockroach was not very strong and died under the sole of the little girl's shoe. Han Ro smiled at her sister. Xiaoqi, don't be afraid, sister has already eliminated it. Han Shengwu trembled and hid behind Han Shengxi, lowering his voice. Second sister is not gentle at all, so cruel. Han Shengxi laughed and said, I'm going to tell my second sister that you said bad things about her. Han Shengda silently stepped forward and began to organize the cardboard boxes. Han Ro immediately went to help. Han Shangshan dragged Xiao Si and Xiao Wu forward to help. Xiao Wu protested and shouted, I'm scared. What if a cockroach runs out? Seeing that he was in the way, Han Shangshan pushed him to Han Qi's side and said, you stay here to comfort Xiao Qi. Han Xingwu had a confident look on his face, as if to say, leave it to me. He smiled at Xiao Qi, who had tears in her eyes, and said, don't be afraid, sister. Cockroaches are very nutritious. People in some places even eat them. They're delicious. Han Qi, woo wow. The cute little baby, who had not cried at first, suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying loudly. Han Fei sold all the accumulated waste at a low price, but the place was really not suitable for 7 children to live in. The pile of scraps barely fetched 32 yuan. After collecting the money, Han Fei planned to find a place to live with his children. Then he saw a little old man across the street waving at him frantically. Old Han. Han Fei stopped to wait for him. Old man Su came running over with a sack in his hand. He said with a grin, Old Han, you're so kind. I was just accompanying you to show the police the way. Why are you giving me so much money? 3 of the criminals arrested by the police this time were bounty-bearing criminals, so Han Fei received a reward of 20,000 yuan. He then gave 10,000 yuan to Old Man Su, who accompanied him and showed him the way. Although Han Fei was short of money, he believed that without Old Man Su leading the way and keeping watch, he would not be able to complete this task independently. You deserve the money. Ha! Who are these 7 little kids? My grandchildren. Old Man Su's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Aren't you unmarried and childless? Where did this eldest grandson come from? And 7 of them all at once? Could it be? Old Man Su looked left and right, lowering his voice. Did you pick up some gourd seeds? Planted them in the ground, and 7 gourd babies grew overnight? Don't talk nonsense. Han Fei curled his lips. It's a mistake I made when I was young. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I need to find a place to live with the children. Are you going to sell scrap? I was going to sell the scrap, but now I don't want to. Old Man Su smiled and said, looking for a place to live? Han Fei looked at him suspiciously. How about going to my house? Han Fei questioned, can your house accommodate so many of us? Old Man Su smiled mysteriously, you'll know when you get there. Han Fei was very skeptical. After all, the other party was a poor guy like himself who didn't even have a cell phone. Old Man Su waved to the 7 children and said, my dear children, your grandfather and I are brothers in need and friends in life and death. Hey, why don't you call me Grandpa Su? Who is your brother in need and life and death friend? Get out of here. Han Fei pushed him away angrily. If he had been a step later, the old man's dirty hands would have touched Xiao Qi's head. Old Man Su rubbed the back of his hand, which was hurt from the beating, and said angrily, that gang of human traffickers has a murder case on their hands. I heard from the police that someone caught them tricking a child into stopping them and was beaten to death by them. Tell me, are we brothers in need and friends in life and death? Okay, I'll consider you my brother. Han Fei smiled and shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Arriving at Old Man Su's residence, Han Fei felt a little pain on his face. Even though Old Man Su has no money, he has a 3-story house he built himself. Old Man Su laughed at himself. If it weren't for the fact that the homestead couldn't be sold, I probably wouldn't be able to keep this place. It's too remote to rent out, so there are plenty of rooms. Just pick the one you like and live in it. Old Su, it seems you are also a man with a story. Han Fei looked up at the 3-story building and sighed. He tilted his head and was shocked to see that Old Su's face was full of tears. It's a long story. The reason why Old Man Su ended up in this situation is because he made a fortune by speculating in stocks and playing with women, which caused his wife and children to leave him. Later, during the financial crisis, the stock market plummeted and his mistress stole all his belongings, which is why he is reduced to the point where he has to pick up garbage to make a living. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief now that he had a place to live. But just as he lay down to sleep, there was a knock on the door. The little brother was standing alone in front of the door. The first thing he said was, "I know you don't want to support us." Chapter 4, The Naughty Kid Shou. I don't want to eat rotten hawthorn. I will not fail to support you. You are all my grandchildren. Han Fei wanted to go up and rub the head of this child who looked so serious like an old man at such a young age. Han Chengda dodged with a dark face, staring at Han Fei with a pair of heavy eyes. I will make money to support my younger brothers and sisters. Han Fei found it funny. Leave the money making to Grandpa. If you could make money, you would have returned to the village long ago. Grandma has been waiting for you. Han Fei was speechless. As long as you don't give up our custody, I will earn money to support my younger siblings, and I will also provide for your retirement. Don't worry, Grandpa won't give up custody. I won't go to school tomorrow. I'll go pick up trash with you. Stop it. Before Han Fei could continue to persuade him, the stubborn boy turned and left. Han Fei sighed on the spot. It seemed that he could not sleep anymore. He had to think of a way to make money. Even though I have 10,000 yuan, it is not enough to raise a child, let alone 7. Han Fei arrived in the yard and saw Old Man Su there. Under the hawthorn tree, the two old men looked at each other, both smiling bitterly. Can't sleep? Han Fei asked. Old Man Su nodded. Seeing your grandchildren reminds me of my son. My son didn't invite me to his wedding last year. He doesn't recognize me as his father anymore. When I was picking up trash a few days ago, I saw him and his wife from a distance. My daughter-in-law's belly is getting bigger, so she must be giving birth soon. I'm going to be a grandfather soon, and Han Fei patted Old Man Su on the shoulder and said, it should be okay for you to see your grandson. If he doesn't let you see him, you can go to the hospital and see him secretly. I'm too embarrassed to go. I'm just a poor scavenger. My son will think I'm coming to him for retirement support and will kick me out. Then make more money and save your face. Let your son know that you're not looking for him to support you in your old age, but that you sincerely want to atone for your sins. Me? I'm almost 60. How much can I earn? Han Fei looked up at the hawthorn tree in the yard and suddenly smiled. I will help you make money. Take me with you to pick up trash? Old Man Su waved his hand. Your hand speed is not even as fast as mine. No, look up. Old Man Su looked up and followed Han Fei's gaze. What's the matter? Old Han, are you craving hawthorn? I'm not craving hawthorn, but many people are. Is your calabash brother craving for hawthorns? What I mean is, we pick these hawthorns, make them into candied haws, and sell them at the entrances of primary schools with lots of children. This can make money? Growing hawthorns from the trees costs nothing, the most it takes is some sugar and time. If they sell well, you can make a lot of money in a day. But I don't know how to make candied haws. I can. In his previous life, Han Fei couldn't get used to eating white people's food abroad, but he did become a good cook. When he was craving for candied haws, he made them himself and shared them with his friends during Christmas, which received unanimous praise. Okay. Then I'll follow you. Old Man Su took out 10,000 yuan and stuffed it into Han Fei's hand. I'll give you this money. I'll take care of any profit or loss. Han Fei and Old Man Su are both men of action. For the elderly, the remaining years are not many, so they have to do what they think of, because no one knows whether illness will suddenly strike tomorrow. The two old bones had plucked all the hawthorns from the tree. Looking at the two baskets full of hawthorns on the ground, Old Man Su sighed. When my son was little, he loved eating candied haws the most. When you're done, send him 2 skewers. Old Man Su smiled bitterly. He won't accept it. Anyway, his wife has never seen you and doesn't know you, so just pretend to be an old delivery man and deliver it to him. Okay, I'll listen to you. The sweet smell of sugar spread late at night, and the whole building was filled with the sweet smell. Xiao Qi woke up from his dream, blinked his big eyes with distinct black and white, licked his lips, and followed the smell. Halfway, he met Han Xingwu, who was rubbing his eyes and looking dazed. Brother Xiaowu, is that the smell of sugar? Han Xingwu made a hushing gesture to Xiaoqi and waved to her. The two children stuck their butts out and peeked inside through the crack in the door. They saw 2 old men with clear division of labor. One was removing the seeds from the hawthorns, and the other was making syrup. What are you doing? Ah! Han Ro's shout startled the 2 children, who rushed forward and fell into the door. Han Fei paused while making candy, looked up and saw Han Ro standing at the door. 2 little cubs had fallen to the ground. What else could he not understand? They must be 3 greedy little cats attracted by the smell of candy. Han Fei waved towards the 3 children and handed the 2 strings of candied haws he had just finished to Han Ro. You 3 go and divide them among yourselves. Han Ro nodded obediently. Okay, Grandpa. Han Fei looked at the gentle and lovely little girl at the moment and couldn't believe that she would become a big sister in the future, carrying a gun and grabbing territory everywhere. Ha! Why is this string flat? Han Xingwu asked, pointing at one of the 2 strings of candied haws that had turned into a candied haws. Han Ro whispered, Don't expose Grandpa, this string must have been made by Grandpa. Then you have misunderstood your grandfather. This flat candied haws is much more delicious than the other one. How is that possible? Han Xingwu said in disbelief, This is like a rotten hawthorn that has been stepped on and crushed. How can it be more delicious than this bunch of plump hawthorns? Old Man Su smiled and said, Don't believe me? Then try it and you'll know. This is your grandfather's exclusive recipe. It will definitely sell like hotcakes. Han Xingwu shook his head with a look of disgust. I don't want to eat rotten hawthorns. Xiaoqi said in a baby voice, I believe in Grandpa. Grandpa will never let us eat spoiled food. Han Fei was somewhat touched. This little girl was too trusting. Although he was indeed their grandfather, they had only just met him today. The little girl opened her mouth with a fearless look on her face, and with a small, babyish sound of a whoa, she bit off a large piece of flat hawthorn. Her eyes lit up and her cheeks puffed out. That's great, is this true? Han Xingwu saw his sister eating with relish, slurped his saliva, and leaned forward to take a bite, but Xiaoqi suddenly withdrew her hand and hid the flat candied haws behind her. Xiaoqi, just give 5th brother a bite? Han Xingwu coaxed, just a small bite, as small as the tip of your little finger. Xiaoqi looked at him, then looked at the flat candied haws, and finally the little girl who was protecting the food shook her head decisively. No. Han Ro asked, Is it really that delicious? Xiaoqi put the flat candied haws to Han Ro's mouth and said in a baby voice, Second sister, eat. Han Xingwu looked incredulous. Xiaoqi, you treat me differently. Han Ro took a small bite and her eyes lit up. It's easy to chew, and the flat candied haws are softer, more sticky and sweeter. How could this be? She took a bite of the round candied haws. This one is a bit more sour and hard. Han Fei smiled and explained, because it's boiled, the sourness of the hawthorn has been blanched, and it's easier to chew after being flattened. That's why flattened candied haws are more suitable for the elderly and children with weak teeth. Han Xingwu was so greedy that he coaxed his sister for a long time but couldn't get even a bite. He could only dawdle to Han Fei's legs, tugged at the corner of Han Fei's clothes with his little hands, and said pitifully, Grandpa, give me a bite of flat candied haws, I want to eat it so much. Old Man Su on the side teased, I don't know who it is. He just said with a look of disgust, I don't want to eat rotten hawthorns. Han Xingwu's chubby little face turned red instantly. After stammering for a long time, He suddenly burst into tears with a wow. The crying woke up the other children and they rushed to the kitchen. Han Shengda saw Xiao Wu standing beside Han Fei and crying loudly. He pushed Han Fei away without thinking, and protected Han Shengwu behind him. He stared at Han Fei fiercely like a wolf. If you don't want to support us, I will take my brothers and sisters away immediately. You are not allowed to bully them. Chapter 5, the school bully Shan Gu takes an arrogant step without recognizing any relatives. Brother, please don't be mean to me. If you do, I won't let you eat the candied haws. The chubby little brother who was protecting Han Shengda from behind was the first to stab him in the back. He pushed him away and ran to Han Fei happily. He stood in front of Han Fei with his little body, arms spread out, and acted like an eagle protecting its chicks. The atmosphere was weird, and Old Man Su wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Han Fei had mixed feelings. Honestly, he was angry when Han Shengda acted like a wolf cub. After all, he genuinely wanted to be good to his 7 children, but the child kept questioning him, which made anyone else unhappy. But when the fat boy stepped in front of him, he felt relieved. It wasn't as if he didn't remember his kindness. Xiao Qi staggered to Han Fei, obviously in a hurry. The little girl panted and said anxiously in her baby voice, "Don't be mean to Grandpa." Xiao Qi puffed out his cheeks, holding a half-eaten flat candied haws in his hand. He looked fierce and aggressive, as if he was holding a gourd knife and was ready to kill anyone who dared to come forward. Being protected by Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, Han Fei felt warm in his heart and was deeply moved. In sharp contrast is Han Shengda, whose face is stiff at the moment. He wanted to protect Xiao Wu and vent Xiao Wu's anger, but who knew that Xiao Wu would be the first to backstab him, and now Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi even regard him as an enemy. Han Ro whispered into Han Shengda's ear, "Brother," he made Xiao Wu cry, "it has nothing to do with Grandpa." Following Han Ro's finger, Han Shengda's eyes met Old Man Su's. Old Man Su shrank his neck and said, "Who knew he was such a crybaby? It's so unfair. I just made a joke, but who would have thought that the little fat boy would burst into tears? I'm not a crybaby, you bad old man." Han Shengwu waved his fist in the air to protest against Old Man Su. The naughty kid was quite intimidating when he showed his teeth and glared at people when he got angry. Old Man Su said with a sad face, "Old Han, you need to take care of them. Both big and small hate me." It would have been fine if he had just faced Han Shengda's wolf-like gaze, but now the younger one was glaring at him, and Old Man Su was a little scared. Han Fei reached out and touched Han Shengwu's head. The little boy, who was still glaring at Han Shengwu a second ago, raised his head and looked at Han Fei with a smile on his face. He said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, I want to eat flat candied haws." "Okay." Han Fei felt a chill run down his spine. "Boy, stop acting like a spoiled brat." Xiao Wu got even more excited. He reached out and grabbed Han Fei's sleeve, shaking it. He imitated his sister's usual behavior of begging for candy, and said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, my good grandpa, give me a flat candied haws, please." Han Fei turned and left. "This trick doesn't work? But every time my sister asks for candy and acts coquettishly, Grandma will give it to her." Xiao Wu lowered his head in disappointment, thinking to himself, "Grandpa must hate me, so he doesn't give me any." Just as Xiao Wu was feeling lost, Han Fei came back with a freshly flattened candied haws in his hand. "Here, eat it, little brat. Stop acting like a spoiled brat in the future. Boys should be masculine." "Okay, my dear grandpa, I love you, moi." Han Shengwu took the candied haws and acted cute again. "I knew grandpa loved me the most." Han Fei, he held his forehead and once again felt the difficulty of educating children. Han Shengda stood aside in silence. He knew he had misunderstood his new grandfather, but he couldn't apologize. He felt in his heart that this grandfather couldn't be good to them. Even if he was good now, he would abandon them when he ran out of money. After all, he had abandoned his grandmother before, letting her grow old in the endless waiting. Disappointed and desperate, such a person is not trustworthy. Han Shengda silently clenched his fists, thinking about not going to school tomorrow and going out to find a job. He vowed to earn money to support his younger brothers and sisters and would never let anyone separate them. Grandma, mom, dad, uncles, and aunts are all gone. He is the oldest one. The eldest brother is like a father. He is the head of his younger brothers and sisters and must support this family. Han Shengwu was happily eating candied haws when suddenly a hand snatched his candied haws away. Turning around, he saw that it was his third brother who loved to snatch his things the most. Han Shengwu dared not say anything and just glared at his third brother angrily. Han Shangshan took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. "It tastes good." Han Xingwu reached out to take it back, but Han Shengshan took another big bite and bit off 2 candied haws. Han Xingwu was so angry that he turned his back and stuffed his mouth full like a little hamster, afraid that if he was a step slower, his third brother would come to snatch it away again. Han Fei made several candied haws for the children to share. When the glutton Han Xingwu was about to eat the third one, Han Chengda grabbed the back of the collar of his traitorous brother and dragged him away, scolding him all the way. "You eat so many candied haws so late at night, don't you want your teeth anymore?" Han Ro coaxed Xiao Qi, "Good sister, don't eat anymore. Wait until tomorrow, okay? If you eat anymore, your teeth will turn black and become very ugly." Hearing that she would become ugly, the beauty-loving Xiaoqi finally put down the candied haws. The little girl came to Han Fei's feet and stretched out her arms for a hug. Han Fei wiped his hands clean and picked up Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, are you going to sleep?" Xiaoqi yawned coquettishly, nodded, and moved closer to Han Fei, giving him a light kiss on the cheek. "Grandpa, good night." Han Fei was so moved by the sweet and soft little granddaughter and the sweet kiss that he would buy a big house for the little adorable girl no matter how hard it was. Han Fei handed the sleepy Xiaoqi to Han Ro, told the children to go to bed, and turned to Old Man Su and said, "Old Su, work hard." Immediately afterwards, Han Fei was like a chicken with blood injected, full of fighting power, and strung 300 strings of candied haws in 2 hours. Old Man Su was so tired from pressing candied haws that his hands became numb. He sat down with a sad face and took a break. "This job is not suitable for the elderly. Think about your soon-to-be-born grandson. What right do you have to be lazy?" Old Man Su jumped up as soon as he sat down and pressed the candied haws even harder. The next morning, Han Fei and Old Man Su went to the entrance of the primary school to set up a stall to sell candied haws. The primary school students passing by the stall blinked their eyes, very curious about why the candied haws here were flat. "Is this candied haws spoiled?" "I don't know. Do you want to try it? It smells delicious." "Don't buy it." "Why?" "A few days ago I saw these 2 old men picking up trash. Maybe these candied haws are the bad ones they found, so they are flat." "Ugh, so disgusting. The candied haws made by the garbage collector must be very dirty. I don't want to eat them. My mom told me the food at the stalls was unhygienic." Turns out she wasn't lying. The students were talking quite loudly. They might have thought they were talking quietly, but their childish chatter still reached the ears of Han Fei and Old Man Su. Old Man Su was extremely anxious. "Old Han, what should we do? We can't sell any of this." Han Fei frowned. He hadn't expected that he and Old Man Su had become household names as garbage collectors. Just as he was feeling a headache, he saw a familiar little figure striding towards him. Han Shengshan walked around with his school bag on his back, and he had the arrogance of a big brother who didn't care about anyone since he was a child. Of the elementary school students who passed by him would shout, "Brother Shan! Brother Shan, this is your breakfast. Brother Shan, this is the sesame paste my mother made for me. It's delicious. I'm giving it to you. Brother Shan, a glass of Ovaltine, here. Brother Shan, wow, it's Brother Shan." Old Man Su bumped into Han Fei and suppressed a laugh. "Is your third grandson a famous figure in the school?" Chapter 6, Little Old Three's original story. Can't sell a single one? They're being snatched away like crazy. Is this a celebrity? If he was a top student with excellent academic performance and everyone's admiration, it would be fine, but this is definitely a bad boy and a rogue. Han Fei's face turned black. "Hi, Grandpa." Han Shengshan saw him and greeted him casually. "Setting up a stall? Give me some candied haws." Han Fei knocked away the hand of the third child who was reaching out to ask for the candied haws. Remembering what happened to the third child in the book, Han Fei endured it and did not teach the brat a lesson. This is a bad boy and he needs to be taught a lesson. Beating him is useless and will only make him more rebellious. The child was adopted by a Southeast Asian couple. When he arrived at his new school, someone called him the sick man of East Asia, and then pressed his head into the toilet, almost killing him. The couple was called by the school teacher and beat him in front of everyone, which made him lose face. The next day, they went even further and beat the boy who had provoked him and dared to complain into a pig's head and broke his leg. The couple felt that the child was too violent and was afraid that he would grow up to be unfilial, so they drove their car and lied to the child that they were going on a road trip, but ended up abandoning the child in an uninhabited area in the wilderness. The third child began a life of wandering and never thought of going back to find the couple. Instead, he chose to rob passing drivers in an attempt to steal enough money for a plane ticket to return home to find his eldest brother and others, but before he could save enough money, he met a powerful enemy, was captured, taken to a dark place and trained, and became a cold-blooded killer. Xiao Lao San received a mission to kill a popular movie star. After completing the mission, he found out that the person he killed was Xiao Wu. He was heartbroken and could not commit self-harm, so he could only kill his employer to relieve his guilt and sadness. He was hunted by a killer organization and was saved by the heroine when he was seriously injured. Then he seemed to have lost his intelligence and turned into a love-brained idiot. He dug out the heroine's kidneys and eyes. He was physically and mentally disabled. It was not until the eldest brother found him that the third brother came to his senses a little. However, when he encountered anything related to the heroine, he would fall ill again. Han Shengshan made a bitter face and lowered his voice. "Grandpa, these are all my younger brothers. Can you give them some face in front of my younger brothers? Get away." Han Fei said coldly. Han Shengshan touched his nose and said, "Okay, okay." Han Shengshan called on his brothers to retreat. "Brother Shan, that old man doesn't give you face, let's go and report his stall for being unclean." "Yes, they are old men who pick up trash. The things are dirty to begin with, so they should be reported." "Brother Shan, why are you so gloomy? Are you angry?" Han Shengshan asked gloomily. "Who told you that they were old men who picked up trash?" "Ah. Do I need someone to tell me this? Aren't they always picking up junk near our school?" "Brother Shan, you forgot, one time when we were halfway through drinking a drink, one of the old men came to ask for an empty bottle, and you scolded him away." Han Shengshan was stunned and asked in a low voice, "Which one? The tall one or the short one?" It's over, it's over. How unfilial. Has he ever scolded his own grandfather before? Why doesn't he remember it? It's the short old man. Oh, that's good. Han Shengshan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't scold his grandfather. Han Fei and Old Man Su didn't sell a single candied haws that whole morning. When Old Man Su was packing up his stall, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "I remember now. I've seen your third grandson before." Han Fei paused to clean up and then continued to work. Seeing Han Fei's sullen face, Old Man Su laughed and deliberately added fuel to the fire. Before the holidays, some children who were tired of studying would throw away their books. At that time, I was picking up trash around here, hoping to pick up a lot of books. I happened to see your third grandson drinking soda with a group of children. Some of the children had finished, so I went to collect the bottles. Your third grandson was almost done, so I wanted to ask him for the bottle, but he scolded me. He was so young, but he cursed fluently and used very dirty words. Han Fei stopped and stared at him intently, adding fuel to the fire. "Huh?" Exposed, Old Man Su smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just telling you the story, even though I have a little selfish motive. After all, he scolded me back then, and I thought that if you go back and teach him a lesson, it would be considered as revenge for me. Since you've spoken frankly, I'll be frank with you too. The child didn't finish his drink until halfway through. You saw he was just a child and was easy to bully. You shamelessly went up to him and asked for the bottle. You deserved to be scolded. If it were an adult, would you dare to ask for it?" Old Man Su's face flushed red. "Yes, I was shameless in this matter, but that kid was really swearing too badly. He even cursed my 18 generations of ancestors." Han Fei, Old Man Su sighed. "He also called me a rotten old man who stole a widow's underwear and hid it under her pillow." Han Fei, Old Man Su sighed. "He even called me a stinky old dung picker." Han Fei, Old Man Su sighed, "And still calling me stupid, hard, silly." Han Fei coughed dryly and said, "Yes, the curses were quite dirty." "That's right. You have to take good care of him. It's a good thing he met me. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to death. A child will not become a useful person if he is not beaten. A filial son is born under the stick." Han Fei listened in one ear and let it out the other. "This tactic depends on the person, and his 7 gourd brothers and grandchildren are not suitable for this. They are all people who will grow up to be villains. They are rebellious by nature. If they are hit hard, what they will do is unpredictable. No one can take the risk. He has his merits, after all. You were the one who made the mistake first. Let's not talk about it anymore. What happened is over. Besides, if he didn't recognize you, it means he's long forgotten about scolding you. There's no need to bring it up again, and there's no need to embarrass him about it. Old Man Su was furious. You don't stand up for your brother. You're not loyal enough. Han Fei glanced at him. Are you going through menopause? Are you going to argue with a child? Right now, we need to solve the problem of these candied haws not selling, not dwell on trivial matters. Let's go to another elementary school. Maybe they won't recognize us. Old Man Su looked at the more than 300 strings of candied haws and his face fell. Around here, who doesn't know we're garbage collectors? Not to mention elementary school, middle school, and high school, everyone knows me. It seems like I'll never be able to sell any. Han Fei's mouth twitched. Have you checked your face at every school? It's not just me, you're the same. Every time I go to pick up students' discarded books, you're there too, and you even try to snatch them from me. Old Man Su laughed cheerfully, but you're not as fast as me. Then go back. If you can't sell it, then don't sell it. Since the business was originally a no-cost venture, Han Fei didn't feel frustrated, as he hadn't expected it to be a huge success from the start. Old Man Su, on the other hand, was very disappointed, as he had high hopes for the business and had always believed that his exclusive flat hawthorn would sell like hotcakes. You can't sell them anyway, so take some more to deliver. Han Fei couldn't bear to see the old man about to cry, so he took a handful of candied haws and gave them to him, saying something meaningful. Old Man Su remembered that he had to pretend to be an old delivery man to deliver candied haws to his son and daughter-in-law. He immediately turned from sadness to joy and happily took the candied haws. This can be considered as candied haws made by me. My son has never tasted anything I make. Just as they were about to leave, the school gate opened. Some children went home for lunch at noon, so this was also free time for the children to enter and exit the school freely. You don't go. Candied haws, grandpas, don't go. I want candied haws. How much is a candied haws? I want one too. I want one too. I want one too. Han Fei and Old Man Su were surrounded by a group of children rushing out of the school gate. Chapter 7. Grandpa, I want candied haws. I want them. I want them too. Old Man Su laughed so hard that his teeth showed. Slow down, don't rush, come on, you're 1, you're 2, 5 you want a string, 10 you want for you, come on, you're 1. And Old Man Su and Han Fei were busy for a while, and all the more than 300 strings of flat candied haws were sold out. The purchasing power of children should not be underestimated. Most of them buy 2 or 3 strings. More than 300 strings can be snapped up by just over 100 children, which is not enough for 3 classes. Han Fei looked apologetically at the remaining children who hadn't bought any candied haws and said, they're all sold out. You can go back. No more? Is that all? Ah, I thought it was dirty and unpalatable, but the little dumpling just gave me a bite, and it was delicious. I also tried a bite of the candied haws from my tablemate's meal. It was really delicious. I've never tasted such delicious candied haws. I lost my teeth and can't even chew other people's candied haws. I can only eat the candied haws sold by the old man. I want more. I'm most afraid of sour things. Even if there's sugar on the outside of the candied haws, I still feel it's sour. But the candied haws from Grandpa's house aren't sour. I want to eat them, I want to eat more. I can never get enough. My grandma also lost her teeth. She loved eating candied haws, but now that she has lost her teeth, she can't eat them. But she will definitely be able to eat this candied haws. I want to buy it for my grandma. Grandpa, I want candied haws. I want candied haws too. Please give us candied haws, please. Grandpa, go home and make some candied haws. I'll be waiting for you here. Grandpa, wait until I get out of school, then you can come back and set up a stall to sell candied haws. Okay, wow. Grandpa, I want to eat candied haws. Ah. Oh. One person's cry brings about a whole group of people's ups and downs. Han Fei and Old Man Su were once again surrounded by children, still a group of crying little pitiful things. Old Man Su was sweating profusely. He wiped his sweat and asked in embarrassment, "Old Han, what should we do?" Han Fei coaxed the primary school student who was crying the loudest and the first one to cry, and finally coaxed him to stop crying. "What else can I do? I'll buy some hawthorns and make some, then sell them to them after school." "But what if they stop buying it after school? Won't the candied haws just rot in our hands?" Old Man Su was afraid of these children's changing their minds. They had previously scolded them for picking up the candied haws from the garbage dump and refused to eat them even if they were beaten to death. But now they were scrambling for them and crying and shouting for them. "What if I buy hawthorns now and they don't want them after school? Wouldn't I be at a huge loss?" Before, the hawthorns were picked in the yard, with no cost, and if they couldn't be sold, they couldn't be sold. But this time, I have to spend a lot of money to buy hawthorns, and if I can't sell them, I will suffer a big loss. I believe they will come back to buy. Before, they didn't buy it because they thought our candied haws were dirty. That's because they had never eaten flat candied haws and were averse to fresh food, so naturally they had some misunderstandings about our candied haws. Now that they've tried it and recognized our quality, they will definitely come back. After school, even if they want to buy something, they may not be able to. When their parents pick them up from school, they will stop them from eating at street vendors. They're crying like this, and you're the child's parent, can you stop them? Old Man Su shook his head decisively, can't stop it. If his future grandson cried in front of him and just asked for a candied haws, how could he bear to refuse? Han Fei counted the money he had earned and said, "Even if I can't sell it, I won't lose anything. Let's go." In the classroom, Han Shengshan was sitting in the last row, sleeping on the table, when suddenly a group of younger brothers rushed over. "Brother Shan, this is bad. Those guys are not listening at all and didn't give us the candied haws." Han Shengshan sat up, still drowsy, and asked lazily, "What's going on? Brother Shan, isn't that stall owned by our grandfather? He's here on our territory, so we can't let him go back empty-handed." So we went to the classes of our younger classmates and asked them to buy at least one candied haws. Those who could afford it could buy 2 more. Even if they didn't eat it, they couldn't throw it in the nearby trash can. After all, our grandfather has a part-time job picking up trash. If he saw the trash can was full of candied haws, how sad would he be? Just in case, we told them to hand over all the candied haws they bought to us. We will destroy the bodies without leaving any traces, and we will never let our grandfather see them, so as not to make him sad. But those guys were disobedient and refused to hand over the candied haws. What should we do? What if they throw them into the nearby trash can? If our grandfather sees them, all the candied haws that we worked so hard to make will be wasted. Wouldn't he be sad? Han Shengshan rubbed his temples. "If you can't even do this little thing, how are you going to hang out with me after you graduate?" Okay, I have to do it myself." Han Shengshan flexed his arms, looking like he was ready to go out for a fight. The younger brothers all stopped him. "Brother Shan, you can't hit anyone again. You've already received 3 punishments. If you receive another one, you will be expelled." Han Shengshan put down his hand silently. The eldest brother said that 9 years of compulsory education is free, and he must get a junior high school diploma no matter what, otherwise he will not recognize him as his third brother. Xiaoqi also said that if he had a third brother who had not even graduated from junior high school, he would be very embarrassed and would not recognize him. He is already in the 4th grade of elementary school and can graduate in 1 more year. He cannot be expelled at such a critical moment. It would be too unprofitable. Come on, I'll ask you something, I won't hit you. Han Shengshan took the lead and walked into the classroom of 1st grade children. The children who were usually noisy and happy during lunch break were as quiet as chickens. They sat in their seats, not daring to move, with their hands flat on their knees, not even daring to look up at the older brothers in the grades. You. Han Shengshan pointed at a fat boy in the first row and said, "Come here." The little fat boy stood in front of Han Shengshan, lowering his head as if he wanted to disappear into the crack of the ground. "Tell me, did you buy any candied haws?" Buy. The little fat man's voice trembled. Han Shengshan stretched out his hand, "Hand it over." The little fat boy looked at Han Shengshan's hand, then looked at his bulging belly, and whispered, "It's gone." Han Shengshan was furious and yelled, "Throw it away? Didn't I tell you not to throw it away?" The little fat boy had tears in his eyes and said timidly, "No. I didn't throw it away." "What about the candied haws?" Han Shangshan saw that he was about to cry, and for fear of attracting the teacher, he tried hard to suppress his temper and slow down his voice. The little fat boy blinked his big eyes, looking innocent and pitiful, and pointed at his round belly. "In my belly." Han Shangshan was stunned, and so were the younger brothers behind him. Han Shangshan looked at the other children. The first-grade students lowered their heads one by one, as if silently answering Han Shangshan, their big eyes looking at their own round bellies. "You all ate it?" Han Shangshan was surprised. The children nodded one after another. As if they had recalled the delicious taste of candied haws, they forgot their fear of the older brothers. The children rushed to say, "It's delicious. It's the best candied haws I've ever had. I have lost my teeth and can't chew other candied haws, but I can eat the one sold by the old man. It's delicious, not sour or astringent at all. It's seedless and delicious. Candy is delicious too, so crunchy. I want to eat more." "Me too, but there are none left. They were all gone. I only managed to get one. It would be great if Grandpa could set up a stall to sell candied haws after school. Then I'll definitely buy 2. I want to buy 3 and bring them to my mother. I want to buy 4. My grandma likes them too. I want to buy 10. I want to buy 10 too." Chapter 8, Business is booming, hawthorns are sold out, and we are in urgent need of a source of high-quality and low-priced goods. Han Shangshan smiled with satisfaction and patted the little fat boy's head. "Well done." He inspected the classroom like a leader and said, "From now on, when you buy candied haws, only buy from those 2 old men's stalls. Do you understand?" "I know, big brother." "Big brother, don't worry, even if you don't tell me, I will only eat the candied haws from Grandpa's house. I can only eat from Grandpa's house. I can't bite from other people's houses. Grandpa's candied haws are so crunchy and delicious. We only buy candied haws from Grandpa's shop." Han Shangshan walked out of the classroom with the pace of a leader and ran into the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 1 of the elementary school. "Han Shangshan, what are you doing in our class?" Coincidentally, this class teacher also served as the director of the teaching department, and was the person who issued 3 disciplinary certificates to Han Shangshan. Han Shangshan immediately stopped his reckless pace, straightened his back, marched in step, and said with a smile, "I came to see my junior classmates, they are so cute." It's okay. I'll go first, bye." He waved his hand with a serious look on his face. The dean pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His stern and serious face was expressionless. His narrow and long almond-shaped eyes stared at Han Shangshan through the clean and shiny lenses. Silently and sternly, Han Shangshan and his brothers quickly evacuated and hid in a place where the dean could not see them. Leaning against the wall, Han Shangshan patted his chest and said, "Oh my God, this old woman is really vicious. Shoo! Brother Shan, don't let the dean hear this, or you'll be punished." "Punishment, punishment, punishment. What else can she do besides issuing punishments? It's so annoying." Han Shangshan ruffled his hair and said angrily, "Let's go back to the classroom and sleep." The dean of studies entered the first-grade classroom and asked worriedly, "Did he bully you?" "Don't be afraid. Tell the teacher, not a single bad student is afraid of me." The first graders blinked their big, innocent eyes and shook their heads in unison. The little fat boy said happily, "Big brother didn't bully us, he was introducing us to eat delicious candied haws." His deskmate, a dark-skinned boy with a missing front tooth, nodded. "Yes. It's delicious. I can chew it. It's not sour or astringent." The dean was suspicious. Would he be so kind? After asking several classes in a row, the children gave her almost the same answers. The head teacher frowned, always feeling that the boy would not be so well behaved, but he could not find any fault with him for the time being, so he could only let it go. Han Fei and Old Man Su first went to the market to inquire about the price of hawthorns and tasted them. Not only were they expensive, but the hawthorns had become dry and hard after being stored for a long time. "Old Han, why did you leave?" Old Man Su, who wanted to pick something in the vegetable market, saw Han Fei walk out of the market gate and hurriedly chased after him. "The hawthorns here are too expensive. Not only will I not make much money, but the taste and flavor will also be degraded. Let me bargain a little more, don't leave so quickly. We don't stock here. If you don't buy goods here, where will you buy them? Go buy it where they buy it. Old Man Su said with a bitter face, if you don't know someone well, you won't get much discount at the wholesale market. Arriving at the wholesale market, Han Fei asked several Hawthorne sellers in a row, and they all required signing a contract to confirm the monthly order quantity before giving a cheap price. The price without signing a contract is not much different from the price at the vegetable market. If the round-trip transportation fee is included, it is even higher than the price at the nearest vegetable market. Old Man Su pulled Han Fei aside and said, you can't place an order. You have to pay a deposit and liquidated damages. Han Fei walked around the wholesale market and made a rough judgment in his mind. These apparent prices are all false prices, which should be agreed upon between the wholesale market owner and the vegetable market stall owners who purchase goods, so that some individual customers who are lucky enough to buy goods will eventually choose to go back to the vegetable market to buy. In this way, the business of the wholesale market is guaranteed, and the business of the vegetable market stall owners is also guaranteed. There are only two ways to get the real price from these people. One is to get to know the owner of the wholesale market and get a more realistic price. The other is to sign a contract, which requires paying a deposit first and paying liquidated damages if the contract is breached, which is a huge risk. Today is the first day of setting up the stall. Business has been up and down, from not being able to sell anything in the beginning to selling like crazy later on. But no one can guarantee that business will be so booming tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after that. If they breach the contract, he and Lao Su may lose their savings of 20,000 yuan. Han Fei walked out of the wholesale market, and Old Man Su advised him, let's go to the vegetable market to buy goods. It's close, there's no need for transportation, and it's actually cheaper. Han Fei shook his head, the hawthorns in the vegetable market are not fresh. The vendors in the vegetable market must have signed contracts. The old goods cannot be sold out, and new goods have arrived, resulting in a large amount of new and old goods being sold together. It is okay to try something new occasionally and pick fresh hawthorns from the basket when going to the vegetable market to buy them, but they need a lot of hawthorns and it is impossible to pick them one by one, which is too time-consuming. Old Han, don't just keep going forward. Tell me, do you have any idea in mind? What are you going to do? Go back to your house first. Going back? Not buying anymore? Didn't you promise the elementary school students to set up a stall after school? When they arrived at Old Man Su's self-built house, he was about to open the door to go in, but saw Han Fei walking straight forward. Old Han, you're at my house. He thought Han Fei didn't recognize him. Han Fei waved his hand and said, I'll go to the house in front and take a look. Do you know that house? I know him. He's a distant relative of mine, but I have a bad reputation and they don't really want to bother with me. Then don't follow me. Han Fei knocked on the door of the self-built house in front of him alone. A white-haired old lady opened the door. Although her hair was gray, she was full of energy and her eyes were bright. Who are you looking for? Hello, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? The old lady stared at Han Fei carefully for a long time and shook her head. I don't recognize you. Han Fei looked at the hawthorn tree in the yard. The hawthorns on the tree were ripe, and many of them were lying on the ground, almost rotting. I see the hawthorns in your yard are ripe. Would you be willing to sell them to me? This hawthorn tree was planted when my eldest son was born. He was the only one in the family who loved eating hawthorns. A few years ago, he went to another city to develop his career and rarely came back, so no one eats the hawthorns on this hawthorn tree anymore. If you like to eat them, feel free to pick them. You don't have to pay me. That won't do. I still have to pay. I want all these hawthorns. I can't pay as high as the market price, but I can give you 60%. Is that okay with you? Just give me 100 as a token of your appreciation. Take them all and pick them yourself. Han Fei thought about it and agreed. People here have a custom of planting a fruit tree on the day a child is born. Most of the trees chosen are hawthorn and orange trees. In this way, Han Fei went to several stores in succession and negotiated a price that was nearly half the price of the vegetable market. The only difference was that it was a bit more tiring because he had to pick the fruits himself. Han Fei returned to Old Man Su's house. Seeing him return empty-handed, Old Man Su shook his head and sighed. Old Han, don't be so stubborn. Let's go to the market to buy some food. Chapter 9. We can't let them set up a stall here. Get rid of them. It smells so good, boss, give me another one. The source of goods has been found. Where? Come with me. Han Fei led the way with his hands behind his back, and Old Man Su followed closely behind him. After a few steps, they arrived at the self-built house in front. The old lady with gray hair sat at the gate of the courtyard and waved to Han Fei. Little brother, you brought helpers? She looked behind Han Fei. When she saw Old Man Su, the smile on her face disappeared and she frowned. It's this bastard. Old Man Su hid behind Han Fei and dared not show his head. Although the old lady disliked Old Man Su, she did not stop them from picking hawthorns. Han Fei handed the 100 yuan to the old lady, but the old lady secretly put it into the hands of Old Man Su. Don't give it to me, aunt. I have money. How much money can you make picking up trash? Chinese New Year is coming soon, so I'm going to give you some lucky money. Before Old Man Su could return it to her, the old lady had already carried the rattan chair into the house and closed the door. Old Man Su was worried. What should I do with this money? Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, keep it. Let's go and move the hawthorns back. Time is running out and the kids are almost out of school. The school gate was full of parents picking up their children, most of whom were elderly. Vendor, your candied haws were trampled and crushed? What do you know? I did it on purpose. Old Man Su said angrily. You're quite cruel. You have the nerve to sell something that's clearly been trampled on by someone. You have no conscience. Who has lost their conscience? Say it again. The old man wasn't one for good temper either. He raised his voice, you have no conscience. You rubbish bastard, don't think I don't know that you're a scavenger. Han Fei hurriedly held back Old Man Su, who was about to charge and strike, fearing a real fight between the two old men. Elderly people in their 50s and 60s are in menopause, and their tendency to act recklessly is no less than that of those in their rebellious years. An acquaintance of the old man also stepped forward and grabbed him. Why are you arguing with two vendors? Another person lowered his voice and said, maybe they picked these hawthorns from the trash can, so they don't look very good. Then we can't let them set up a stall here. If the children eat the hawthorns from the trash can, they will get sick. They don't look like hygienic people. If someone gets sick from eating this, they won't even be able to pay for the medical expenses. We can't let them set up a stall here. Get them out. Han Fei saw more and more people gathering around, and some people were already reaching out to push their stalls. Just at this moment, the school bell rang from inside the school gate. Primary school students rushed out of the campus as soon as possible. The old people turned all their attention to the children rushing out of the school gate, trying to find their grandchildren among them. Hey, my fat tiger is out. The old man who almost had a fight with Old Man Su waved to his chubby grandson and opened his arms waiting for him to pounce on him. A gust of wind blew past him. He stood there in a daze, looked back in confusion, and saw his grandson rushing towards the candied haws, calling the old man he had just scolded Grandpa affectionately. If you didn't know better, you would think they were grandpa and grandson. Grandpa, now that you're here, I knew you would keep your promise. Grandpa, give me a string of candied haws. Grandpa, I want the biggest and flattest one. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, you are so nice. Will you come tomorrow? Grandpa, I'll wait for you tomorrow. The little fat boy paid the bill, holding the candied haws in one hand and waving to Old Man Su with the other. Grandpa, goodbye, see you tomorrow. Old Man Su took the money and smiled kindly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Don't eat it. The old man snatched the candied haws from the little fat boy's hand. How dare you eat anything? Don't you see that this candied haws has been stepped on and flattened? At the same time, several primary school students who bought candied haws had their candied haws snatched away by their grandparents. Why, give me back my candied haws. I hate Grandpa the most. Give me back my candied haws, you mean Grandma. I'm going to tell my mom that my grandma bullied me. The children's cries were deafening. A child stood in front of Han Fei, his face flushed, and shouted, You're wronging Grandpa Tanghulu. I saw him squash the candied haws, and it was this machine that did it. Because of time constraints, Han Fei and Old Man Su could only flatten a portion of the candied haws at home. They sold out too quickly, So Han Fei flattened the flattened candied haws that the children bought next. The old men and women who were about to overturn the stalls were unable to do anything for a while because they saw the children blocking their way. Han Fei pressed the candied haws on the spot to show them. The old people were stunned. It was completely different from what they imagined. They thought that candied haws were made of rotten hawthorns or hawthorns that were stepped on, so they were flat, but now Han Fei took out a bunch of perfectly round hawthorns, which were pressed into a flat state after being pressed in a stainless steel container. An old man asked in confusion, "Why did you flatten the candied haws? It's so good to chew." The third-grade student answered him, opening his gums with missing front teeth, "Grandpa, I'm changing my teeth. Other candied haws are hard to chew, but these are so easy to chew when they're flattened. They're so delicious." An old lady nodded and said, "That's a good idea. My granddaughter is also teething and can't eat many things. I chop, flatten, and cut the food into small pieces so that she can eat them." This is an elementary school, and many children are still teething. Could it be that these two people selling candied haws flattened the candied haws for this reason? They mean well. Did we misunderstand them? I didn't expect that they had good intentions and were doing it for the good of the children. They didn't make it with rotten hawthorns. It seems that we really misunderstood them. Han Fei was speechless. This was indeed a misunderstanding. They had not flattened the children because they were teething. It was just an accident. However, let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten candied haws for quite a while. An old lady suddenly said. The other old men and women nodded. "I'm old and my teeth are not good. I can't bite it at all." Speaking of which, this flat candied haws is not only suitable for children during their teething period, but also for us elderly people. Hawthorn is good for digestion and brown sugar is good for blood circulation and blood stasis. They are both good things. Putting them together makes a natural and healthy snack. They both wore disposable gloves to make the candied haws. They seem to be very particular about it. The food must be clean and hygienic. I haven't eaten candied haws in years. I'm craving it. I'm craving this, too. Boss, give me a string of candied haws. An old man spoke first, and then old men and women rushed to ask for it. I want one too. Give me 2 skewers. I'll take one back for my wife to try. She hasn't had it in a long time. It smells so good, boss, give me another one. I'll have another one too. The old people pushed the crying children out and successfully reached the front line to buy candied haws. The crying children wiped their tears and were dumbfounded to find that the candied haws stall had been sold out. Wow, woo, woo. Another wave of crying was deafening. Chapter 10, Grandson, Grandpa will give you 6,000 yuan every month and you work for him. It was a tiring day, but very rewarding. Han Fei and Old Man Su counted today's harvest. Excluding the cost of hawthorn, the net income reached more than 3,000. Old Man Su grinned broadly. If we work hard, we might be able to earn 100,000 a month. Old Man Su has seen a lot of money. When he was investing in stocks, his account had a turnover of millions and tens of millions. But he has been really poor in recent years. Originally, he expected to earn 300 yuan a day and 10,000 yuan a month, but he didn't expect it to far exceed his expectations. Old Han, you really didn't lie to me. Following you will get you meat to eat? Han Fei's face was indifferent. I don't plan to touch this money. Candied haws is not a long-term business. Such a good business, how can it not be a long-term business? If I can make this much money every day, I will work until the day I die, saving enough money for my future grandson to marry a wife. Han Fei shook his head. Children are fickle. They'll eventually get tired of eating it. Those old people haven't eaten it in years, so they're rushing to buy it. We'll make money as long as we can. By the time they stop eating it and our candied haws can't be sold anymore, we might have saved a lot of money. Even if they don't get tired of it, the supply is limited. Once we've plucked all the hawthorn trees around here, getting more will be a problem, and it will be hard to find such low prices again. Our costs will go up, and we'll make less money, and the psychological gap will make you want to stop doing this. I didn't think that far ahead. I thought if someone bought it, I would probably continue to do it, even if I made less money. Old Sue, if anyone asks about the step of boiling the hawthorns in sugar water, don't reveal anything. Just say it's the same as ordinary candied haws. Because it's sold to children who are changing their teeth, they are specially flattened. There is nothing special about it. Are you sure, someone will ask? Han Fei nodded affirmatively. Old man Sue was a man who had once made his fortune speculating in the stock market. Although he was now down and out, he was still a shrewd man. He nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely keep our business secrets." Because they made a lot of money today, Han Fei and Old Man Sue went to the market and bought a lot of delicious food, including crabs, sea bass, shrimp, pork ribs. Old Man Sue lives on his own and knows some cooking skills, but he is still far behind Han Fei and can only help Han Fei at most. By the time the children finished their homework, a table full of delicious food was already on the table: steamed hairy crabs, vinegar fried sea bass fillets, fried shrimps, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried broccoli, stir-fried cabbage with lamb slices, and stir-fried chicken breast with mushrooms. 7 dishes, all of which are the 7 children's favorites. Han Chengda brought his younger brother and sister to the dining room. When he saw the sumptuous dishes on the table, he was surprised that he knew the 2 old men would go out to buy groceries and cook them themselves, but he didn't hold out much hope. After all, how good of a cook could 2 scavengers be? If they knew how to cook, why didn't they work in a restaurant kitchen? Even working as a handyman would be better than scavenging. This is my favorite fish fillet in vinegar. Han Ro cheered, then Han Shangshan laughed. I didn't expect to see my favorite fried shrimp. Han Shengguo jumped and clapped his hands. Here are my favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Xiao Qi blinked her big eyes, and her dimples sank. There are mushrooms. Xiao Qi loves mushrooms. 6th brother, there are green flowers, you love them the most. Han Chenglu nodded. That's broccoli, my favorite. Han Shengxi looked at the pot of stir-fried cabbage and lamb slices thoughtfully. It was no coincidence that all 7 dishes suited everyone's taste. He walked to Han Chengda and lowered his voice. Brother, look at the steamed hairy crabs. Han Chengda muttered, I see. These 7 dishes are specially made for us. I see. Is this his sincerity? Han Chengda said coldly, it's just a meal. There are still many days to come. Maybe we can choose to believe him. Didn't Grandma make the choice to believe in him back then? And what did she get? She never even saw him until her death. He was so close. Then let's observe further. At the dinner table, Han Ro and the 3 children were eating happily. Han Chengda, Han Changshan, and Han Shengxi were all thinking about their own things and were eating silently. After dinner, Han Ro volunteered, Grandpa, I'll wash the dishes. Han Shengwu raised his little hand, I'll help too. Xiao Qi followed suit and said, Xiao Qi wants to help too. Han Shenglu pulled his sister away. Xiao Qi, please don't make things worse. Last time I finished washing, you said you would stay by my side, but you ended up playing with the detergent and blowing bubbles, and wasted the whole bottle. I haven't forgotten. Xiao Qi puffed up his cheeks in anger. Humph. 6th brother is so mean. Xiao Qi doesn't remember. Xiao Qi didn't. Han Fei couldn't let Han Ro finish washing, so he drove her away and said, Go recite your lessons and review your lessons. Old Man Su was clearing away the dishes and said with a smile, Your grandfather and I have already discussed this. He will cook the food, I will wash the pots and dishes, and you guys can go and study. I'm going out for a while, second sister, please look after your younger siblings. Han Shengda was about to leave when he finished speaking. Han Fei sensed something was wrong and stepped forward to stop him, asking, Did you forget something at school, without? So where are you going so late? I have an appointment. Want to go out and play with friends? Han Chengda's face darkened and he said impatiently, Get out of the way. Han Fei smiled and said, Grandpa has been busy all day and wants to go out for some fresh air. How about this? I'll go out for a walk with you. Han Chengda ignored him and just kept walking forward. Han Fei followed him slowly, not too far away. About 5 steps away, Han Chengda came to an apartment, glanced at Han Fei behind him, and walked in without saying a word. Han Chengda knocked on the door of room 301. A middle-aged woman opened the door with a smile on her face. Han Shueba, you're here. My son has a lot of problems with his homework. Please come and teach him. Han Shengda glanced at Han Fei before entering the door and closed it heavily. Han Fei, is this guy a tutor? Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief, but it was too early, because sounds of shouting, fighting, and the sound of things being smashed came from the door of room 301. Who wants you to teach me? Han Shengda, don't think you are so great. I like her so much, why should she like you? You poor bastard, you rubbish, you want to make money from my family? No way. Mom, get him out. Stop it. You won't be able to get into high school if you keep going like this. I invited Han Shuebai here. You should learn from him and stop letting your mind wander to premature love. You really have to force me? Today, either he gets out of here or I jump off here. This is the 3rd floor. You won't die if you jump down. Han Shengda's voice was cold and ruthless. Han Fei was speechless as he walked to the door and prepared to knock. Does this guy not want to make this money anymore? As expected, none of the parents who heard this could tolerate it and immediately kicked Han Shengda out. The door slammed shut in front of Han Shengda. Han Shengda stood in front of the door, turned his head, and looked into Han Fei's eyes. Han Shengda pursed his lips, lowered his head and went downstairs. Han Fei followed closely. It was very silent all the way. After leaving the apartment, I stood at the bottom of the apartment building and looked up. I saw a ruffian-looking boy standing by the window. When he saw Han Shengda, he smiled brightly, a smile of victory, proud and arrogant. Han Fei sighed, you clearly don't get along with him, why did you take this business? Han Shengda said coldly, if there is business, just take it. Do you need a reason? He was short of money, so he would make money if he had it. Other things didn't matter. But now the business is dead. So you're going to make fun of me? Not really. I want to ask how much money you can make from this business? He's not good at math, so I just need to tutor him. 100 yuan an hour, 1 hour a day from Monday to Friday, and 2.5 hours a day on weekends. 1,000 a week? Yes. The monthly exam results will be out in a month. I'll get 100 for every point I improve. How much improvement do you think he can make? After my tutoring, your score on the monthly exam in a month should be able to improve by 10 to 15 points. Then you can make around 5,500 yuan a month, yes. Grandson, Grandpa gives you 6,000 yuan a month. Why don't you work for me? It's the same. 1 hour a day from Monday to Friday, and 2.5 hours a day on weekends. Han Shengda stared at Han Fei with a questioning look. Chapter 11. We are grandpa and grandson, you are like me, with the same taste. Without him saying anything, Han Fei could already understand the look in his eyes, which simply meant you. Can you give me 6,000? Today, Lao Su and I are going to set up a stall in front of Shashan School. Oh. He had already heard about it from the 3rd brother. Guess how much net profit I made today? 1,000? Guess higher, 2,000? Guess higher. 3,000? About 3,000, a little over 3,000. Oh. Don't you think I'm awesome? As a grandfather, I desperately need the admiring eyes of my eldest grandson, but what Han Fei received was Han Shengda's indifferent, unmoved look. You think you're so great? Maybe you forgot that no one bought your candied haws in the beginning. Han Fei was stunned. It was the 3rd brother who helped you. Han Fei immediately understood. At first, the children didn't even want to look at the candied haws because of their appearance, but later they suddenly rushed to grab them. This must have been due to the help of the 3rd child. He helped, but it's undeniable that my candied haws do keep people coming back. Once they try them, they'll come back to buy them again. So do you think you can keep making 3,000 every day? Of course not, so I need you to work for me. You want money, I'll give you money. You work for others, but you might as well work for me, your own grandfather, don't you think? Okay, pay first. Han Shengda stretched out his hand to him. Han Fei was depressed. How can you get paid first and then work? You also said that you are my grandfather, so give me the money first. Seeing that Han Shengda's face was not as cold as before, Han Fei felt that this was an opportunity to ease the relationship, so he hardened his heart and really took out 6,000 yuan. Han Shengda didn't expect that he would really give it to him, and was slightly stunned. I know you don't trust me. You're afraid I'm an unreliable grandfather, so you want to make money. Money can give you a sense of security. So just keep this money. You will have more money in the future. I hope that by then you will feel completely secure and be able to let go of your heavy guard. Don't be like the hairy crabs you like to eat, carrying a protective shell all day long. Han Chengda pursed his lips, collected the money, and walked to the door of Old Man Su's house. Han Chengda suddenly asked, "How did you know our preferences?" He asked his younger brother and sister, but they hadn't told each other, nor had they revealed their own preferences. After all, they had just met, so how could he possibly know what they liked to eat? The people who knew what they liked to eat were all gone. Han Fei couldn't say he saw it in a book, so he could only lie with a smile. "I didn't know what you liked to eat beforehand. I just went to the market to buy what I liked. Later, when I saw you liked it, I knew what you liked. I can only say that we are grandfather and grandson. You are like me and have the same taste." Han Chengda sneered, "Like you? Like your irresponsibility?" Han Fei and Old Man Su's business was getting better and better. Gradually, some people began to imitate them, and their prices were 30% cheaper than theirs. Therefore, some old men and women who loved to get a bargain would go and buy the cheaper ones, but after buying it once, they would go back to Han Fei and Old Man Su's stall to buy candied haws. "Old Han, you're right. Those people are back to buy our candied haws again." Han Fei raised the corner of his mouth and said, "They just flattened it. The candied haws are still sour and hard. Those with bad teeth will naturally come back to buy ours." It was time to go home from school again. Old Han and Old Man Su were surrounded by a group of elementary school students. Han Shengshan passed by the candied haws stall, waved to Han Fei and left. Old Su lowered his voice and said, "You'll have to be more careful with this little third brother. He's a bit of a thorn." When you went to pick up Xiao Qi, an old teacher from the school also came to our stall to buy some candied haws. He chatted with me for a while and happened to talk about Xiao San. He said he had already received 3 disciplinary actions, and if he received another one, he would be expelled. The candied haws business was doing well, and Han Fei had some spare money. Thinking of how Xiao Wu and Xiaoqi in the book were talented in acting, music, and dancing, he took the 2 children to sign up for 2 interest classes. Xiaoqi was only 3 years old, and others were reluctant to accept her. After all, children were too young to be disciplined. Fortunately, Xiao Wu stepped forward and said that he could take good care of his younger sister. In addition, Xiaoqi had a sweet voice and was talented, so the interest class teacher valued her talent and accepted her. The interest classes are held on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Han Fei insisted on not setting up a stall on Tuesdays and Thursdays and went to pick up Xiaoqi in person. Old Man Su was reluctant to not set up a stall for such a good business, so he chose to set up a stall himself. "I understand this matter." Han Fei's face darkened. The candied haws business was still booming, and in less than an hour, they were sold out again. Facing the pitiful eyes of the children, Han Fei promised, "I will make another 100 skewers tomorrow. Let's go home." Back at Old Man Su's house, he smelled the delicious food. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Your little second son is cooking again." Han Fei rubbed his brows and said, "I don't know how many times I've told you this, but you just won't listen. Although we use electric stew pots and induction cookers and no fire is used, what if we get burned?" Han Fei frowned as he walked into the kitchen. He saw the little girl standing on tiptoe, holding a small plate in one hand and a soup spoon in the other, carefully skimming the foam from the soup into the small plate. Afraid that the little girl would burn her, Han Fei stood there without moving or saying a word, until he saw the little girl finish what she was doing and put down the spoon and plate. Then he walked over quickly and pulled the little girl aside, away from the boiling soup. He sighed, "Why don't you just listen?" Han Ro was startled at first, but when she saw that it was Grandpa, she smiled like a cool girl. "I want to help Grandpa share some of the work. I used to help Grandma wash and pick vegetables. I really like cooking. You go and have a rest. Leave the rest to Grandpa. When you are older, if you still like cooking, Grandpa will send you to learn culinary skills." Han Ro's eyes lit up. Is he going to take interest classes like Xiao Qi? Han Fei didn't expect Han Ro's eyes to be so bright. It seemed that the little girl also wanted to learn something. "I want to learn some useful skills so I can make money from them in the future." Don't learn something just to make money, learn it because you're interested in it, otherwise it's meaningless.
My hobby is making money.
Han Ro has curved eyebrows and a pair of deep dimples.
By the way, I want to ask you, do you know that Shan Xiaozi was issued 3 disciplinary tickets? Did my third brother get punished? Han Ro shook her head. I haven't heard him say that. Does your elder brother know? I haven't heard my eldest brother mention this either. Is this true?
My third brother received 3 disciplinary actions. I heard from classmates that last year there was a student who received 3 disciplinary actions and was expelled after the 4th one. Han Ro and Han Shangshan were not in the same primary school. Because Han Ro had better grades and was smart, she was assigned to a better public primary school.
Grandpa, who told you that? A teacher at the Mountain Boys' School.
After Old Man Su finished speaking, Han Fei took it to heart. From then on, whenever a teacher from the school came to buy candied haws, he would ask about it. He asked several teachers, and they all gave the same answer: the boy had already received 3 disciplinary actions.
I'm going to tell my brother.
Han Ro stamped her feet and rushed out of the kitchen in a hurry.
Chapter 12, Isn't it their fault that they beat you?
What did you do wrong? Han Chengda, who was carefully removing the seeds from each hawthorn, raised his head and said, "Second sister, be steady."
Brother, I have something important to tell you. Did you know that my third brother received 3 disciplinary notices? Han Chengda's eyes suddenly became sharp and gloomy. When did 1 disciplinary order become 3?
The little girl shrank her neck and shook her head. I don't know either. I didn't even know that my third brother had a disciplinary certificate. Han Chengda knew that Han Shangshan had a disciplinary order when his parents were still alive. Where's the third brother?
Not back yet. You help me remove the seeds, I'll go find him.
Big brother Han Ro was worried. After mom and dad passed away, my third brother became very irritable.
You, don't be too harsh on him. Talk to him nicely. I know what's going on.
On a remote road, Han Shangshan was surrounded by 5 junior high school students.
Are you Han Shangshan? I heard your grandfather is a rubbish jerk.
Han Shangshan, you were so arrogant in elementary school, but you won't be able to be so arrogant in our junior high school.
You were allowed to bully my brother. Now you're scared, right? If you can't beat me, then find the old one?
Han Shangshan was not only not afraid, but also looked disdainful. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one.
5 of you against 1 of me, what kind of heroes are you? Book. Boy, you want to break through 1 by 1? Don't dream. Only a fool would fight you one-on-one. We just like 5 people bullying 1. Brothers, come on, teach this arrogant boy a lesson.
If Han Shangshan dodged 1 attack, another would take advantage of his unpreparedness and attack him. 2 fists could not defeat 10 hands. What are you doing? A shout. 5 junior high school students ran away. Han Shangshan stood up from the ground in embarrassment. The dean helped the man up and said sternly, "If I don't take this path today, do you know what will happen to you?"
What else could it be? It's just a beating. As long as you don't die, it's fine. Immortality? Once upon a time, it was right here on this road. 3 homeless people robbed and beat up a student. Because they missed the golden window for medical treatment, the student died.
He's a short-lived guy.
What does he have to do with me?
There was a strong black vortex in Han Shangshan's eyes. I have a great life, otherwise the whole village would be dead. Why am I still alive? The dean's heart softened, and he pulled Han Shangshan to him. Come on, follow me to the hospital.
Teacher, please let go. Stop pulling and tugging.
You're about to tear my sleeves apart. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll give you a punishment.
Teacher, what else can you threaten me with besides punishment? Find your parents. Parents, does that person count? He's your guardian. Guardian? He and I are not on the same household registration book.
Your grandfather has already bought a house and moved all 7 of you into it. He's the head of the household, and the relationship column says grandfather and grandson.
He bought a house? How is that possible?
Han Shangshan clearly remembers that 3 months ago, the 7 of them followed their newly recognized grandfather home and saw that he lived in a dilapidated bicycle management room. At that time,
the old man had only 10,000 yuan on him, which was just given to him by the police. Can you buy a house in just 3 months? What a joke! Is selling candied house so profitable? What he didn't know was that Han Fei's net income could reach hundreds of thousands per month. Han Fei and Old Man Su split the bill in half. Originally, Old Man Su was reluctant to take so much. After all, the recipe was Han Fei's, but Han Fei said that this was rent, and if Old Man Su didn't take it, he would move out. In 3 months, Han Fei saved more than 200,000 yuan, which was enough to buy a small house in the suburbs. The house was too far from the children's school and too small to accommodate so many people, so they just registered their household registration there, and they still lived in the house built by Old Man Su. Han Shengshan was taken to the hospital unwillingly by the dean. While the doctor was applying medicine to him, the dean went out and called Han Fei. Han Fei hurried out of the room and happened to bump into Han Shengda, who was about to look for Han Shengshan. Han Shengda rarely saw the old man so anxious, so he took the initiative to talk to Han Fei. What's the urgent matter? Grandson, come on, let's go to the hospital. The kid from the mountain got beaten up. What? Third brother. Han Shengda walked over angrily. Hearing Han Shengda's voice, Han Shengshan instinctively trembled. This cowardly look did not appear even when he was surrounded by 5 people, but it appeared the moment he saw the eldest brother. This may be the blood suppression from his brother. The Dean of Studies breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the parents coming. Grandpa Han Shengshan, you're here. Teacher Jiang, thank you for bringing Shan Xiaozi to the hospital. I'll give you the money for the treatment. Money is nothing. What's wrong with Han Shengshan's thinking now is that he told me that he would go to the junior high school tomorrow to wait for those 5 people and take revenge when they are alone. Han Fei, is this kid crazy? Wouldn't it be better to wait until your wounds heal before taking revenge? Why rush to take revenge tomorrow? Even if they were to carry out this plan, they should have put the man in a sack and beaten him up instead of announcing to the world, I'm going to commit murder. If he doesn't beat anyone up tomorrow, and those 5 people get into an accident, wouldn't he be the first suspect? Teacher Jiang, don't worry. I won't be setting up a stall tomorrow, and I won't be going anywhere. I'll just keep an eye on this kid. I won't let him go out alone until his injuries are healed. Then, when will you set up your stall? It will take at least a week for Han Shengshan to recover from his injury, right? No more flat candied haws for a week. The headmaster, who looks serious on the outside, is actually a sweet tooth. Even though I'm not going, Lao Su will still set up his stall. That's good. The dean blurted out, his face flushed as the words came out. She coughed dryly and said, now that the child has been handed over to you, I can go back with peace of mind. Wait, Teacher Jiang, I haven't given you the medical expenses yet. We'll talk about it later. The Dean of Studies strode away hurriedly in her high heels. Han Fei asked Han Shengshan, do you know how much it cost? She was worried I might have a fracture, so she did a CT scan. It was quite expensive, a total of 510 yuan. Han Fei handed the money to Han Shengda, catch up and return the money to Teacher Jiang. Han Shengda gave Han Shengshan a deep look and said, I'll teach you a lesson when I come back. After sending Han Shengda away, Han Fei sighed, tell Grandpa the truth. How many penalties have you received? Han Shengshan muttered, 3. Did you know you'd be expelled if you took the 4th one? No. Why were you beaten this time? Han Shengshan said in a bad tone, they came to beat me, go ask them. Okay, tell me who beat you up, and I'll go ask them. Grandpa, you are not kidding, are you? Han Shengshan looked shocked. He answered in such a bad manner that he thought the old man might be angry, but he was not. He thought the old man would say, they beat you, but you don't look for the reason in yourself? Don't you have any idea? Don't you know why you are hated by others? But he didn't. He actually, really wanted to ask those people, why? Han Shengshan asked confusedly, don't you think they beat me because of me? Don't you think it takes 2 to tango? I must be at fault? Han Fei asked in return, isn't it their fault that they beat you? What did you do wrong? Chapter 13, Principal Grandpa, they beat me, a primary school student, and 5 of them beat me together. Han Shengda came back and wanted to teach his 3rd brother a lesson, but Han Fei suddenly said, I'll be at home taking care of him this week. Go help out at the stall tomorrow after school. Old Su might not be able to handle it alone, so I'll pay him overtime at double the rate. It was agreed that the work would be 1 hour from Monday to Friday, so Han Fei meant that if it exceeded 1 hour,
he would pay double the money. Han Chengda frowned. Can you manage him? Don't worry about that. The next morning, Han Fei came to the door of Han Qingshan's house and knocked hard. Han Qingshan came out with his messy hair and opened the door. What are you doing? It's time to get up. Didn't you call in sick today? He doesn't even let people sleep in when they take sick leave. What's wrong with this old man? Didn't you tell me to ask them why they beat you? I want to take you to identify them. Are you kidding? Without. Han Qingshan didn't know how he was dragged to the gate of the junior high school next door. He only came to his senses when he stood at the school gate. He turned around and was about to leave. You haven't recognized anyone yet. Where are you going? I'm not going. Are you shy? Shy? How is that possible? If you're not shy, why don't you go? Are you afraid of the person who hits you? Oh. That's even more impossible. By the time Han Qingshan stood on the drill platform in the junior high school field, it was too late for him to regret. Provoked by the old man's few words, he actually rushed into the junior high school and went straight to the principal's office to complain. Such a shameful thing, such a thing that only a villain would do, and one day he would actually do it. Thinking back to when he had just stood in front of the principal and complained in a complaining and aggrieved tone about being beaten up by 5 people, he felt his face getting hot. How shameless. How could he possibly do such a thing? Grandpa Principal, they beat me, a primary school student. 5 of them beat me together, and called me the grandson of a scumbag. They even called my grandfather a scumbag. You have to take charge of this for me. How can he say such shameless words? Crazy, I must be crazy. Han Qingshan covered his face in shame. Han Fei, who was standing next to him, pushed him and said, What are you daydreaming about? The principal has summoned everyone in the school to the playground. Why don't you recognize them quickly? Han Qingshan looked at the old man, then at the kind principal, and nodded reluctantly. Okay. He searched among the rows of junior high school students and finally found 5 people. There are 5 people in a class, and they are arranged in a row side by side, so it is very easy to find them. They were the ones who beat me. Han Qingshan pointed at the 5 people and said, Principal, I'm just an elementary school student. I can't beat them at all. Look, the wound on my face was caused by him hitting me, the wound on my knee was caused by him kicking me, and the wound on my neck was caused by him scratching me. The 5 people trembled. Before they were called to the training ground, they were still curious about what big event would happen today. When they arrived at the training ground and saw Han Qingshan standing on the stage, their scalps instantly went numb. They guessed that Han Qingshan was looking for them, but they didn't expect this kid to be so shameless. Now this person with a baby voice who claims to be a primary school student and is complaining was obviously extremely arrogant. Yesterday, even after being beaten, he still looked like a gangster who would get back at others. This kid is so good at pretending. The 5 people were extremely regretful at this moment. They were not afraid of offending the reckless man, but they would never dare to offend this kind of villain. My brother clearly said he's a tough guy and would never complain. I want to beat up your brother. It was your brother who caused this trouble. If your brother hadn't disliked him and asked us to teach him a lesson, would we have gotten involved with such a shameless kid? What now? Think about how to excuse yourself first. What are you whispering about? Go to the principal's office. The principal roared angrily. The 5 of them immediately lowered their heads like quails, not daring to say a word. When they arrived at the principal's office, the principal smiled kindly and asked the injured Han Qingshan to sit on the sofa. He also invited Han Fei to sit down and drink tea together, and ignored the 5 troublemakers standing by the door. Mr. Han, I've already asked the homeroom teachers of the 5 students to call their respective parents. Please wait a moment until their parents arrive, and I'll give you a proper response to this matter. Good. You 5, come here. The principal finally sorted out the 5 people. All 5 of them were almost dying of anxiety. Principal, please listen to our explanation. I won't listen to your explanations first. I'm just asking you, did you hit anyone? Answer honestly. Hit. Okay, let me ask you again, did all 5 of you attack? 5 of you beating up a primary school student? Yes, that's right. But, stop.
I don't want to hear your explanation. Principal, things are not what you think.
We didn't hit him for no reason, and we weren't bullying elementary school students.
We did it for a reason.
Yes, if you want us to die, give us a chance to redress our grievances, right? The principal was so angry that he laughed. You 5 junior high school students teamed up to beat up an elementary school student.
This is a fact. Regardless of whether you have reasons or not, you are wrong, so why should I listen to your reasons? Save your reasons to fool your own parents.
Hanfei secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder this person can become the principal, he must have something in him. After waiting for about half an hour, the first parent arrived.
Baby, did you hit someone?
A richly dressed woman walked in and spoke with an accent from Hong Kong City.
Mom!
I've told you so many times, don't call me baby in front of outsiders.
Oh, baby, don't be angry. It's mommy's fault. I will correct it next time.
This classmate's parents, the class teacher should have told you about this matter. I called you here to discuss the follow-up apology.
Hello, are you the principal?
Yes. Principal, let me tell you, my baby would never hit anyone for no reason.
If he hits someone, it's definitely because that person deserves it. No matter what the other party did, it was your son who started the fight first. The one who started the fight first is the one at fault. This is a simple truth that even a child doesn't understand. So do you, an adult, understand it?
The principal's tone became serious and his face darkened.
Principal, you can't say that.
If the other person really deserves a beating, and my son hits him, I don't think it's wrong, but I can't be considered the one at fault.
Yes, I think so too.
A middle-aged man came. He walked over to one of the junior high school students, who was obviously the student's father. He smiled and said, "Hello, principal.
I think I need to inquire more about this matter.
After all, I don't think my son would hit someone for no reason."
The principal was furious. I didn't call you here to investigate.
I've already sent someone to investigate the matter thoroughly. I'm only letting you come here to apologize out of respect.
I didn't expect you to be so clueless.
Fine, I'll have your homeroom teacher come over and explain the whole story to you.
Let's see if you still have the nerve to stay here.
This statement has a profound meaning. If this matter is made too clear, there may be a risk of expulsion. A muddled settlement is peaceful and can be considered a way for the principal to save face. After all, the middle school where he was the principal had a nasty incident involving a group of elementary school students. If word got out, it would surely escalate and become detrimental to him. The best solution was to muddle through the situation and make a big deal out of a small matter.
Unfortunately, some people just couldn't see straight.
Chapter 14. Han Shengshan comes from a poor family and often blackmails other students at school. After the 5 parents arrived, the head teacher brought a primary school student.
Xiaoliang, why are you here too?
Asked the woman from Gangcheng. Du Xiaoliang forced himself to cheer up and called out, "Auntie."
Homeroom teacher, Du Xiaoliang, tell me, what exactly is going on here?
Seeing his cousin coming, the middle school student said indignantly, "What else could it be? He was the one who bullied my brother first and beat him up." The other 4 boys also started shouting. Now they seemed to have found confidence, and each one was louder than the other. "Yeah. We went to look for that guy because we saw the boss's brother getting beaten up. We originally wanted to have a good talk with him, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. He still wants to challenge us one-on-one. He was the one who provoked us first and angered us. That's why we lost our minds in anger. We can't be blamed entirely for this. He was the one who made the mistake first. We just had good intentions but ended up doing something bad." The principal slammed the table and said, "Shut up." Seeing the principal angry, the students quieted down and the 4 parents did not dare to say a word. Only a man wearing rimless glasses pushed his glasses up and spoke calmly. "Principal Chen, slamming the table won't solve the problem.
Is it really okay for a principal to be so irritable?"
The principal frowned, and the head teacher leaned over to whisper in the principal's ear, "This man is a barrister."
Well, the number 1 lawyer for getting into trouble. When the principal was feeling rather troubled, the head teacher added, "That woman's husband works in the education bureau."
principal, my head hurts even more. This matter is more difficult than imagined. Originally, the principal wanted to call the student's parents, pay some compensation, and apologize sincerely, and the matter could be resolved and everyone could live in peace, but now he wants to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing, which is obviously impossible. The principal looked at Du Xiaoliang and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Du Xiaoliang moved his lips and was about to speak when he heard the lawyer's father say with a smile, "You have to think it over carefully. There are many things that have no evidence. If someone wants you to admit something, don't be foolish and admit it." Du Xiaoliang is also a smart man. Before coming here, he felt that if what he did was exposed, he would definitely be doomed, but now, after hearing what the lawyer parent said, he suddenly had the courage to lie again. The man who was originally dejected and listless suddenly became energetic again. He straightened his back and said, Han Shangshan always beats people up at school. I saw him bullying a girl, so I went to stop him and got beaten up. My cousin helped me vent my anger because he knew I got beaten for being a brave man. The head teacher was angry. That's not what you said before. You clearly said that you hit Han Shangshan because a female classmate gave him a love letter and he rejected her and she started crying. I didn't say that. The principal grabbed the angry teacher and shook his head at her. This child will never tell the truth again. What should we do now? The head teacher blushed anxiously. The key person is the female classmate who sent the love letter. Not long after, the head teacher called someone over, accompanied by the girl's head teacher. The girl was a little scared when she saw so many people in the principal's office. Student, don't be afraid. I asked you to come here to serve as a witness. I have some questions for you. Well, you ask. Do you know these two students? The principal pointed at Du Xiaoliang and Han Shangshan. The girl nodded. I know her. Were you there when the two of them were fighting? Do you remember what caused it? The girl glanced at Han Shangshan secretly, her face flushed, and nodded, I remember. Can you tell us the details of what happened? Then Du Xiaoliang interrupted loudly, at that time, you were bullied by Han Shangshan, and I stood up to help you. As a result, Han Shangshan beat me, and I fought him in self-defense. No one wants you to answer, the principal snapped. Under Han Shangshan's incredulous gaze, the girl nodded, it's just as Du Xiaoliang said. Student, you need to think carefully before answering. The principal frowned. Han Shangshan comes from a poor family and often extorts other students at school. That day, he stopped me and asked for protection money. Du Xiaoliang stood up for me and was beaten by Han Shangshan. You're talking nonsense. Han Shangshan's face was grim. The girl hid behind her homeroom teacher in fear, her voice trembling. He was so mean to me that day. Han Shangshan wanted to rush forward to explain things, but was stopped by Han Fei. Let me go. She's talking nonsense, she's slandering me. When have I ever asked anyone for money? Am I someone who needs money? Du Xiaoliang sneered, yes, you are never short of money, because you always blackmail other students. Nonsense. Han Shangshan began to search his pockets and took out 600 yuan bills for a primary school student. Carrying 600 yuan with him is indeed very rich. Du Xiaoliang pointed at Han Shangshan's grandfather and said, your grandfather is a rubbish collector. How could you have so much money? There's only one possibility, this money isn't yours. You stole it from other students. My grandpa hasn't picked up trash for a long time. This money was given to me by my eldest brother. Who are you kidding? Your elder brother is just a student. Where would he get so much money to give you? This money was indeed given to him by his eldest brother. Han Fei held Han Shangshan down to prevent the boy from rushing up and beating people up, thus confirming the charge of violent assault. Impossible. Du Xiaoliang didn't believe it at all. It's true that his eldest brother is a student, but he has excellent grades. He has been tutoring his classmates for a long time and gives his younger siblings pocket money every month. Recently, he has been helping out at my stall. I give him 6,000 yuan a month, and he gives his younger siblings 200 yuan each in pocket money. Han Shangshan was surprised. He didn't expect that the old man knew about the pocket money his eldest brother gave them. Facing Han Shangshan's surprised eyes, Han Fei sighed. Originally, pocket money should be given to you by me as your grandfather, but your eldest brother dotes on you too much. Giving you a primary school student 200 yuan a month is already a lot.
If I give you more money, you will develop the habit of spending money recklessly. How can you have so much money? 6,000 a month? Who are you kidding? That's right. How can an old man who picks up garbage possibly give 6,000 yuan a month to a child? You must be lying. The elementary school teacher who accompanied the girl suddenly asked, "Are you the old man who sells candied haws at the elementary school gate every day after school?" The old man usually wears a hat, a mask, and gloves for hygiene, so the head teacher didn't recognize him at first. It's me. If it's the uncle selling candied haws in front of our school, I can vouch for him. Given how popular his business is, he can definitely afford it. Chapter 15, Grandpa, do you think we can settle this privately? Just name your price. Teacher, are you mistaken? Selling candied haws is not profitable. How much does one candied haws make? If he wants to pay the helper 6,000 a month, how much does he have to earn a month? The head teacher thought for a moment and said, I think with the booming business, he should be able to make 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. How is that possible? He's just selling candied haws. Candied haws can make so much money, they should be sold all over the streets. Teacher, are you his relative? Why do you keep speaking for him? Facing the parents' questions, the teacher said confidently, I don't know whether other people can make money selling candied haws, but my candied haws are unique. Every day there are 300 or 400 students buying them. Even if I only make 2 yuan per candied haws, I can still make at least 600 yuan a day. 300 or 400 people bought his candied haws? Is this true? If you make 600 a day, that's a pretty good income a month. Du Xiaoliang also thought of the old man who set up a stall at the door. He had also bought candied haws from the old man. They were indeed delicious and were in short supply every day. He looked carefully and found that the old man's eyebrows and eyes really looked a bit like the candied haws grandpa. If it was really him, then there would be a clear way to get Han Xingshan's money, and there would be no way to frame him anymore. Just when Du Xiaoliang was at a loss, the lawyer parent spoke again. Student, didn't you say you had a witness to prove that Han Xingshan had blackmailed you before? Can you call that person in for a face-to-face confrontation? Yes. I'll call them over now. Du Xiaoliang turned on his mobile phone watch and called 3 friends. As soon as they arrived, they accused Han Xingshan of extorting them, complaining bitterly about how Han Xingshan had pinched their necks and demanded money, or how he had blocked their way home and threatened them with a knife. Han Xingshan was about to explode with anger. I don't even know who you are. In contrast, Han Fei was much calmer. He patted Han Xingshan's shoulder gently and said, Don't be angry. Being angry won't solve the problem. Then you solve it. Okay, leave it to Grandpa. Han Fei took a step forward and blocked Han Xingshan behind him. Han Xingshan stood behind Han Fei and looked up at the old man's back. The old man has a limp in one leg, but it doesn't affect his height. He almost forgot that the old man was a lame man. The old man always keeps his back straight, so he doesn't give people the feeling that he is hunched and short. Instead, he gives people the feeling that he is very tall. He looked down at the old man's shoes and found that the heels of his shoes were of different heights. One shoe had a higher heel and the other had a lower heel, so the fact that his feet were higher than his feet was successfully covered up. Han Fei looked calmly at the 3 children testifying. You can't just say what you say. You need to provide evidence. You say he threatened you, blackmailed you, and beat you. Do you have any surveillance footage, medical reports, or other proof? Kids, do you know that perjury can lead to jail time? Going to jail? Xiaoliang, you said you'd help us out and treat us to a meal. You didn't say you'd go to jail. I lied. Well, don't put me in jail. Whoa, the 3 primary school students couldn't help but be frightened and started crying. Han Fei touched his nose and said, You don't have to go to jail right away. As long as you admit your mistakes, correct them, and tell the truth, you won't have to go to jail. The lawyer parent wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the principal. Sir, my office is under surveillance. After these words were spoken, the lawyer fell silent. He could only make a few comments from the side and could not personally intervene. After all, the matter was obvious and it was difficult to reverse the situation. Du Xiaoliang sent us a text message saying he would treat us to a meal if we helped him frame Han Xingshan. We are good friends and usually very close, so I agreed to it. We never thought it would be this serious. Han Xingshan didn't blackmail us. We fabricated all these lies. Although Han Changshan is very fierce, he rarely bullies others and has never asked anyone for money.
Han Changshan has many younger brothers who all admire him and prepare breakfast, snacks, milk, etc. for him. He's not short of money at all, so there's no need for him to ask us for money. Although Han Changshan wasn't good at studying, he was very good at sports. He would sign up for many events at every school sports meet. Every champion would receive a prize. He had no shortage of money. We were wrong, and we will never lie again. Woo woo woo, we really know we were wrong. Han Fei looked at the girl who had been silent, and the girl avoided his gaze and looked elsewhere. Han Fei sighed. He managed to scare 3 people, but he couldn't scare the little girl. The principal's cell phone rang. It was a call from the elementary school principal. The surveillance footage has been found. It was Du Xiaoliang who started it. The principal received a surveillance video from the elementary school principal. In the picture, the female classmate blocked Han Changshan's way. Han Changshan looked impatient and said a few words. Because it was silent, no sound could be heard, but it was obvious that they were not good words. The little girl started crying. Du Xiaoliang, who was passing by, saw the girl crying, and without saying a word, he went up and punched her. Han Changshan did not expect the other party to attack suddenly, and was ambushed. He immediately fought back after being beaten, and the 2 men wrestled with each other. Before long, Han Changshan was unilaterally crushing Du Xiaoliang and beating him up. The principal played the video for everyone to watch. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? The lying girl sobbed softly. The head teacher asked, "Why did you lie?" I want him to remember me." This answer was so unexpected that everyone was a little puzzled. The girl said in a low voice, "I'm his deskmate, and he doesn't even know my name. I want to slander him and make him hate me. That way, at least he will hate me and remember my name." Han Fei, this little girl's train of thought is really weird. Han Changshan gnashed his teeth in anger. "I remember you. I will never forget you in my life. Girls are all crazy." Han Fei's mouth twitched. Actually, if you think about it carefully, this may not be a bad thing. After all, this future love-brained villain has been afraid of women since elementary school. It's best to avoid the heroine when you see her next time and don't get close to her. I had hoped to resolve this matter peacefully, with apologies and compensation paid. But now, it's become so serious, even the surveillance footage has been released. I'm afraid it can't be resolved so simply. The principal sighed and looked at the 5 parents helplessly. I will give all 5 children a serious warning. How can this be possible? They are about to take the high school entrance exam. How can they be given a serious warning? Principal, you can't do this. My son wants to apply to the police academy. If he gets a serious offense, he won't be able to get in. Principal, my son already knows he's wrong. Can you please not give him a serious warning? Principal, is there any other way to solve this problem? Grandpa of this classmate, do you think we can settle this privately? Just tell me how much money you want. Can you let your child say it was a misunderstanding and they didn't hit him? Yes, as long as Han Changshan doesn't say that they beat him, this matter will no longer exist, and there will be no punishment. Old man, how much money do you need? The woman with a Hong Kong accent took out her checkbook and said, "Just ask." Chapter 16. Grandpa, just because we have no power, white will become black. Before Han Fei could answer, Han Changshan jumped out from behind him, raised his hand and stretched out 5 fingers. At least this number, Ms. Gangcheng said readily. Okay, 50,000. Han Changshan was shocked. He just wanted 5,000. Earning 50,000 yuan by getting beaten up is not a loss. Just as Han Changshan was happily preparing to take the check, a figure blocked his outstretched hand. Old man, don't block it. Shut up. Han Fei glanced at him coldly. Han Changshan was shocked by the old man's eyes. This was the first time he saw the old man frown in the 3 months since they met. The girl from Hong Kong frowned her long, slender eyebrows and said in a sharp voice, "Are you going to regret it? We didn't promise you anything. Your grandson promised a hush money of 50,000 yuan tomorrow. You may have misunderstood. He said 50 million. Han Changshan gasped. How could the old man have the guts to say that? 50 million?
Did I hear it wrong?
The Hong Kong girl's face was full of disbelief. Her parents run a jewelry store in Hong Kong City, and her family is wealthy. She is usually generous and spends money recklessly without any concept of money. But that doesn't mean she would be stupid enough to spend 50 million as if it were 5,000 yuan.
What? You're reluctant? Han Fei said with a mocking look on his face. Don't you think money can buy everything? Now you're reluctant to use money to buy your son's future?
Han Fei's face turned cold and his voice was deep. You beat my grandson and want to settle it with 50,000 yuan.
My grandson is not that cheap. Han Shangshan didn't dare to say a word.
The old man looked so scary. The old man didn't get furious, nor did he beat anyone, nor did he curse or yell at anyone. He just had a cold face and cold eyes, but the aura around him was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. Han Shangshan really wanted to tell his grandfather that he was very cheap. He felt satisfied with just 5,000 yuan at the beginning, really, but now he lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound at all. The old man's oppressive feeling was too strong. Even Han Shangshan, who always claimed to be fearless, felt fear at this moment. Not only Han Shangshan was frightened, but all the adults and children present were frightened as well. The lawyer's parents couldn't help but wonder, what's this old man's background? All they know is that he used to be a rubbish collector and now sells candied haws, but no one has mentioned what he did in his youth. Could he be a serious criminal who's been in prison? The lawyer is a big lawyer who takes both criminal and civil cases. He has seen countless criminals. He likes to defend these serious criminals, and the profits are often quite generous. However, after dealing with so many serious criminals, the pressure and hostility in him are not as strong as this old man. Seeing that they were intimidated, Han Fei restrained his aura and turned to look at the principal. I don't want money, so how to solve it should be done as usual. What he meant was that what he wanted was the future of these 5 people. The principal was about to reply when his cell phone rang. Okay. I see. Okay, goodbye, leader. After hanging up the phone, the principal's face turned grim. He took a deep breath and said to Han Fei, Grandpa, the surveillance at the elementary school is broken. Without the footage from that time, we can't determine whether Du Xiaoliang and Han Shangshan had fought. The place where Han Shangshan claimed he was beaten by 5 people was a blind spot in the surveillance, and there is no evidence that he was beaten by 5 people. I'm sorry. Han Fei's face was gloomy. Principal, the elementary school surveillance video is on your phone. You just played it for us. The principal shook his head. I don't have any video on my phone, and I haven't shown it to you. Aren't you lying with your eyes open? Han Shangshan roared angrily, the old man and I saw it clearly, and you just showed it to us. The principal looked at the 5 stunned parents and asked, Did you see that? The lawyer parent was the first to react and immediately shook his head, no. The girl from Hong Kong then shook her head and said with a smile, We didn't see anything. Are you two hallucinating? The other 3 parents also shook their heads to indicate that they had not seen it. The principal looked at the 2 head teachers meaningfully. The junior high school teacher immediately shook his head, I didn't see anything. The primary school head teacher, who was not under the principal's supervision, wanted to assert his sense of justice, but after receiving a text message from the principal, he immediately shook his head and said, I didn't see anything either. The principal spread his hands towards Han Fei and said, There are no witnesses or evidence in this matter. Han Shangshan was beaten outside the school. You can't slander 5 students from our school with empty words. I can't make the decision. Please leave. How can you lie with your eyes open? You clearly didn't say that before. Han Shangshan didn't expect that the principal, who was kind and righteous at the beginning, would suddenly become a different person. Let's go, mountain boy. Grandpa, how can we just give up like this? It's come to this. There's no point in saying more. Let's go. They are the ones who are confusing right and wrong. We clearly have evidence. It's in the principal's phone. I want to get his phone. As he said that, Han Shangshan rushed over and tried to snatch the phone. What are you doing? The principal shouted, There are surveillance cameras here. What you are doing is a crime. You have surveillance cameras here. Everything that happened just now was recorded. You clearly showed us the video. Han Shangshan was so angry that he roared helplessly like a helpless little animal.
Elementary school student, don't you understand?
The surveillance footage here only captured you snatching the phone. Everything else is like the video of Du Xiaoyang fighting with you, it doesn't exist.
One parent sighed and advised, leave.
Although he couldn't bear to see them being bullied like this, it concerned his son's future. If he received a severe punishment, his son would definitely not be able to get into the police academy. For the sake of his son's future, he had no choice but to go against his conscience. Han Shangshan seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He swept his eyes of disbelief over everyone present. The ashamed parents and class teacher lowered their heads, not daring to look into the eyes of the young boy. Being in the big melting pot of society, they have no control over many things, the head teacher sighed inwardly. She still had a mortgage and a car loan to pay. If she stood up for justice now and went against the principal's wishes, she would be fired tomorrow.
Her temporary justice might lead to poverty in the future. Let's go.
Han Fei held Han Shangshan's hand and softened his tone, let's go home. Han Shangshan raised his scarlet eyes, which were filled with rage, and his voice was hoarse. How could it be like this? We clearly have evidence, and I was clearly beaten.
Why did it turn out like this now?
Why did we have to leave in disgrace? Why are we like the sinners who slandered them?
I don't understand, I can't figure it out.
Grandpa, just because we have no power, white will become black? This was the first time Han Shangshan called him Grandpa. Han Fei held his hand tightly and said in a firm tone, white is white, black is black. Even if I have no power, I will help you get justice. Han Shangshan shook off his hand and shook his head. There is no video recording, and I was not beaten.
They have the final say on everything. What can you do?
You are just a vendor selling candied haws.
Can you beat them?
I don't believe it. After that, he rushed out of the principal's office. Before Han Fei caught up with him, he turned around and gave the principal a deep look. I used to admire you, but now, you make me look down on you. He glanced at everyone present one by one. Big things have been reduced to small things have been reduced to nothing. You didn't want it, you wanted a disciplinary notice.
Now you don't even want a disciplinary notice, then what do you want? Let's wait and see.
After Han Fei chased him out, the principal's office fell silent.
Suddenly, the girl from Gangcheng laughed out loud, wait and see?
What can he do? What can he do? He's just a candied haws vendor, nothing to behold. Chapter 17 If you can make those people pay the price, I will even treat you as a god in my heart. It was raining heavily, and Han Fei searched for a long time before he found Han Shangshan in a dilapidated bicycle parking lot.
You kid, you know how to hide. Han Fei tilted the umbrella towards him and looked down at Han Shangshan, who was already soaked. You're injured and you're still getting wet in the rain. Aren't you afraid of the wound getting infected?
Han Shangshan squatted down without even raising his head.
Didn't you already call me Grandpa? Why are you being rude again?
Han Shangshan remained silent. White is white, black is black. Even if I have no power, I will help you get justice.
I'm not kidding.
Hearing this, Han Shangshan finally moved.
He raised his head and looked at Han Fei. Can I trust you?
Of course. Han Fei touched his wet head.
I'm your grandfather.
If you don't trust me, who else can you trust?
Let's go home and take a hot bath.
You will hear satisfactory news in a few days. Han Fei stretched out his hand to him. Han Shangshan pursed his lips, rubbed his face with his hands, and finally put his hand on Han Fei's hand. Han Fei pulled hard, and Han Shangshan stood up.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry about it. Just take good care of yourself. When you're well, you'll hear good news. I don't think you're very trustworthy.
But you can only trust me, right? Do you have a better solution?
No. Han Shangshan rushed out and ran wildly in the rain to vent his anger. Apart from self-abuse, he had no better way to deal with those adults who confuse right and wrong and cover up the sky with one hand. He wanted to grow up, to become very powerful, but for him, he was powerless and unable to do anything.
Grandpa makes a promise with you and will help you get justice.
Han Fei stretched out a little finger. Han Shangshan's mouth twitched. I'm not Shao Qi. He expressed disgust. But he still stretched out his little finger honestly. After making the pinky promise, Han Changshan felt extremely ashamed and turned around and strode into the rain. Mountain boy, umbrella. No need, you can handle it by yourself. Han Fei was helpless. Run slower, I'm an old man and I'm lame. Old people are trouble. Han Xingshan's steps were getting slower and slower. As he still said one thing but did another. Han Fei took good care of Han Changshan for 5 days, and was relieved to see that the boy did not get an infection from the wound due to being caught in the rain or catch a cold or have a high fever. Young people recover quickly, and Han Xingshan's wound has already scabbed over. Don't scratch. Han Fei slapped Han Xingshan's hand that was scratching the wound. It's so itchy. If you scratch it, it will scab over again and leave scars. I'll keep the scars, I'm not a little girl. Scars make me more manly. TSK. Is there something manly about him that attracts little girls? Han Xingshan looked nauseous. Forget it, I hate girls. Thinking of the girl who had sent him a love letter and repeatedly said she loved him very much, but then framed him a few days later, Han Xingshan felt disgusted and added, girls are all crazy. Don't let Xiaoro and Xiaoqi hear this. Except for my sister and my younger sister, all other girls are crazy. Seeing the old man going to the kitchen to make soup again, Han Xingshan said with a bitter face, can you eat something spicy? The soup is so bland, I am almost sick, cannot. Master, you're at home every day. How reliable is revenge? You must have been trying to fool me when you said you wanted to bring justice back last time. I don't have to go out to get things done. I don't want to be a puppy. I made a promise with you, and I will definitely keep it. Han Fei looked at him deeply. If I do this, you must listen to me from now on. Not only must you call me master, but you must also treat me as master in your heart. Don't say I treat you like a boss. If you can make those people pay the price, I'll even treat you like a god in my heart. Han Xingshan was telling the truth. In his opinion, it was simply a fantasy for a small vendor like his grandfather to deal with those people. If his grandfather could do it, he would be a god. He would worship him from the bottom of his heart and regard him as his own god, as a Superman grandfather. I'll remember this. Wait, I'll get the first good news tomorrow. Han Xingshan curled his lips. Why don't I believe it? Are you trying to fool me again? Without waiting until the next day, the good news Han Fei mentioned came that afternoon. Top trending search, the Minister of Education's toilet is pure gold. When a big boss was brought down, a series of small minions with vested interests were brought down, and all of them were investigated, including the husband of the Hong Kong woman. When Han Xingshan saw this trending search, his first reaction was not to think that it was the good news his grandfather had mentioned, but to be puzzled. Does a golden toilet have better suction when pooping? There must be bubbles on the head. Can gold be recycled if it stinks? Watch your words, we're eating. Han Shengda glanced at his third brother. Why are you looking at your phone while eating? Your younger brothers and sisters will imitate you. Why don't you put your phone away? Han Xingshan turned his head to meet Xiaoqi's big, sparkling eyes and coughed dryly. Okay, I'll put it away. Xiaoqi asked in a baby voice, third brother, is the golden toilet golden? Ugh. Han Xingshan choked. I want a golden toilet, it must look great. Xiaoqi said innocently. Han Fei laughed out loud, his face doting. On your 70th birthday, Grandpa will give you a golden toilet. Puff. Han Xingshan spat out a mouthful of rice. Han Shengxi frowned, his face serious. Grandpa, Xiaoqi will take it seriously, don't joke with her like this. Xiaoqi said in a baby voice, Grandpa is not kidding me. Xiaoqi came close to Han Fei and said coquettishly, Grandpa, you have to keep your word. Xiaoqi wants a golden, very beautiful golden toilet. Okay, Grandpa will do what he says. Xiaoqi counted on his fingers. Xiaoqi is 3 years old this year. Chinese New Year will be here in a few days. After Chinese New Year, Xiaoqi will be 4 years old. It will take another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years to grow to 10. Right? 6 more years? Xiaoqi blinked her big, bright eyes like glass and tilted her head to look at Han Fei. Yes, Xiaoqi's count is correct. Grandpa, am I smart, clever? Han Fei picked up his granddaughter and smiled. My Xiaoqi is the smartest. Seeing the grandfather and grandson being so affectionate, the other children felt jealous and did not envy them at all. Han Shengshan drank the bland pork rib soup, staring at the fried chicken legs in Xiaowu's hand. He slurped his saliva, and while Han Fei was not paying attention, he stretched his chopsticks towards the plate of fried chicken legs. "You little mountain brat!" Han Fei was alert, and out of the corner of his eye he had already seen the little brat's sneaky movements. Han Shengshan hung his head and sighed. I know. Until your wound is completely healed, don't eat fried food, don't eat soy sauce, and don't eat anything with a lot of salt or spicy food." Han Shengshan retracted his chopsticks and drank his bland soup dejectedly. Han Shengda and Han Shengxi looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. Han Shengda: "When did my third brother become so obedient?" Han Shengxi: "Did the old man put a curse on my third brother?" "Grandpa, I want to drink duck soup tomorrow. I'm tired of pork rib soup." "Okay, I'll satisfy you with this request." Shock flashed in Han Shengda's eyes. Han Shengxi lowered his voice and asked Han Shengshan, "Why do you call him Grandpa?" "Didn't I always call him Grandpa?" Han Shengshan reacted and touched his nose. "You are not at home because you are at school. It seems that you don't know that I call him Grandpa. Do you recognize him?" Han Shengxi frowned. Han Shengshan shrugged. "It doesn't matter whether you recognize him or not, he is our grandfather." After dinner, Han Shengshan took out his mobile phone and continued watching. As he watched, he finally realized something was wrong. The Education Bureau is under a major investigation. What does it mean? Is the person who called the principal, turned the situation around, and confused right and wrong about to surface, or has that person been brought down? Is this what Grandpa did? Grandpa said there will be good news tomorrow. Is this the news he was referring to? If this is true, if Grandpa really did it, then Grandpa, oh my God, you are my God from now on. Chapter 18. He is a book traveler who possesses a golden finger that is equivalent to the ability of foresight. Then good news came one after another. First, the husband of the Hong Kong woman was sued along with his boss, and then the Hong Kong woman evaded taxes for a huge amount of money and faced imprisonment. The lawyer was stabbed in the street. He was the plaintiff's lawyer, but he accepted money from the defendant, which led to the plaintiff losing the case. When this matter was exposed, the plaintiff stabbed him in anger. Du Xiaoliang's father, like the woman from Gangcheng, had a serious problem of tax evasion. As soon as Du Xiaoliang's father was arrested, his mother filed for divorce. Du Xiaoliang became an unwanted burden and was eventually sent to live with his grandfather in his hometown in the countryside. Last year, a female student at that junior high school committed suicide by jumping off a building. After investigation by the principal, it was determined that the excessive study pressure caused the child to become depressed. This matter was brought to light and the truth was finally revealed. The girl was forced to be a nude model by a group of classmates in the art room and threatened to keep the photos. The girl eventually chose to commit suicide. The principal was afraid that this terrible incident would spread and that public opinion would criticize him for neglecting discipline, so he chose to conceal and lie against his conscience. The principal was dismissed and relevant personnel were also investigated, including the class teacher of the 5 people who was dismissed and investigated. All this was the result of Han Fei's instigation. He doesn't need to go out. He just needs to send a letter to the relevant department to report the situation, and then he can sit at home and watch their buildings collapse one by one. He is a book traveler who possesses a golden finger that is equivalent to the ability of precognition. However, this predictive ability has great limitations. If it is not written in the book or he can't remember it, there is nothing he can do. Coincidentally, the book specifically mentioned the incident of the Minister of Education using a golden toilet, and he was also impressed. This matter would not have been exposed so early. When it was exposed, the Minister of Education was about to retire. It was an event many years later. The reason why it is mentioned in the book is because of Xiaowu. That time, Xiaowu had become a top celebrity and the company was very strict with him. If he fell outside the 10th place on the hot search list, they would force him to hype himself. When he won the Best Actor award, he could have been number 1 on the trending search list, but the number 1 spot was occupied by the Minister of Education's golden toilet for a week. Big news in the entertainment industry will never compare to big news in society and politics. When this trending search faded, the trending search for the Best Actor also faded. So Xiaowu was very angry that time and felt that he was so unlucky to encounter such a thing and be suppressed. Before that, he made a bet with the company that as long as he could win the Best Actor award and become number 1 on the trending search list, and his fame would reach a new level, the company would give him a certain degree of freedom.
At least the date of the indenture could be moved forward so that he would not be sold for life. Ever since Han Chengda and Han Chengxi discovered that the third child called the old man grandpa, they have paid special attention to the daily life of Han Chengshan, the traitor. The more I observe, the more I find something wrong. Han Chengshan used to be a fearless, cool, and awesome bastard, like he had ADHD, and it was impossible to get him to sit quietly for a while, but now Han Chengshan can watch TV with the old man for an afternoon. Han Chengxi took a deep breath and asked, "Brother, how many days has he been recovering from his injuries?" Han Chengda said solemnly, 9 days. So, third brother hasn't left the house in these 9 days? The old man said that he wouldn't let him go out alone. The old man has never been out, so he probably won't have the chance to go out either. When did he become so obedient? In the past. He wanted to say what his uncle and aunt had said in the past, but his third brother had never heard a word of it. But when he thought of his deceased relatives, Han Chengxi's eyes dimmed and he didn't say anything else. Although the fourth brother did not continue, Han Chengda still understood what he meant and said in a deep voice, "He has changed." While the two were discussing privately, the person they were talking about was acting cute and asking for a bite of fried chicken. "My dear grandpa, the God I respect, please have mercy on me and give me a piece of fried chicken." "Grandpa, you can't be so cruel. I've been eating plain water for 9 days. 9 days. I feel like my mouth is bland. Please, my dearest grandpa, can you give me some fried chicken? If you don't want fried chicken, how about lipstick barbecued pork? Is braised pork not okay? Then, how about some hairtail?" "What? Hairtail is seafood. It's an allergy-inducing food, so we can't eat it?" "Grandpa, when can I eat and drink normally? I'm dying of hunger." Han Fei glanced at Han Chengshan, who was rolling around on the ground noisily, and suspected that he was only 3 years old. "Stand up from the ground." With a whoosh, Han Chengshan jumped up and stood at attention. As obedient as he could be, Han Fei held his forehead with his hand. Ever since the husband of the Gangcheng woman was brought down, Han Chengshan has become abnormal. He is obviously not a good boy, but he listens to him and obeys him. His eyes are always full of admiration, so hot that it is unbearable. If he wasn't an old man and his grandfather, he would have suspected that this guy was in love with him. "Stinky boy, hold on for 3 more days." 3 more days? Han Chengshan made a bitter face, as if he was about to cry. Han Fei couldn't bear to watch and shook his head. "Can't you stand this? I remember the book said, the selection of killers is cruel and ruthless. Among hundreds of children, only a handful can survive. In one of the stages, they are exiled to the wilderness and have to survive for a full 100 days. I don't know how this kid who can't even endure a few days of plain water can endure such cruel training." "Grandpa, I'm back." Han Chengwu's powerful voice rang out. "Grandpa, I'm back too." Xiaoqi's sweet voice sounded. Han Fei turned around and saw Old Man Su holding one child in each hand, looking extremely embarrassed. As soon as Old Man Su came back, he fell on the sofa. Han Fei handed him a glass of water, which he drank in one gulp. "What makes you so tired?" "You don't know, Fatty is so naughty. He almost runs a red light every time. I have to take care of Xiaoqi and Fatty at the same time. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Why don't you just hold Xiaoqi?" Han Fei understood this very well. Xiaowu was not a worry-free child. He liked to run around when he went out. If he wasn't paying attention, he would shake off his hand and run away for a long distance. He would also run red lights and was not obedient at all. If both children were present, Han Fei would hold Xiaoqi and forcibly lead the little fat boy. Old Man Su said with a bitter face, "That also requires your delicate little princess to be willing to let me hold her. She said I have bad breath and doesn't want me to hold me." Han Fei, ha 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 ha. "Sorry, I couldn't help it, it was too funny." Old Man Su said with a stern face, "I just had a leek box for lunch." "Is it really that smelly?" Han Fei nodded honestly, "It stinks." Old Man Su has become autistic. Han Fei laughed for a while, and found that Xiao Wu was sticking to him, and it was obvious that something was wrong. He asked doubtfully, "Did you get into trouble outside?" Han Chengwu puffed up his cheeks, "No, I didn't. I have made some progress." "Huh?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows in confusion. Seeing his awkward look, it didn't seem like a good thing. Han Chengwu blushed and didn't know what to say,
but Xiaoqi spoke first. Xiaoqi clapped his hands and said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, Xiaowu is going to be a big star." Chapter 19. The waters of the entertainment industry are very muddy. If things feel too smooth, there must be something fishy. What's going on? This kid was a top movie star in his previous life, so why is he going to debut as a child star so early in this life? Xiaoqi laughed and said, "The trainer's short video went viral, and many people liked it for brother Xiaowu." Han Shengwu blushed, "Not a lot, just 100,000. Han Shengshan came over and was shocked, 100,000? Are there really that many people who like it? Han Shengwu puffed out his chest and tried to remain humble. Other people have millions of likes, and these likes of mine are nothing. The teacher said they are only considered small reds, not big reds yet. But someone has already come to brother Xiaowu to film a TV show. Xiaoqi tilted his head, looking puzzled. Isn't this going to be a big star? No, I'm just playing a kid. The casting director said I only have 5 lines, so it's considered a special invitation. I don't understand. Xiaoqi shook his head. At least I can see my 5th brother on TV in the future, hehe. The little girl was secretly delighted and had already figured out how to brag about her 5th brother in front of her friends. Han Fei frowned, finally figuring out the clue from the fragments of information. The teacher of the interest class that Xiaowu was attending now has a hobby of shooting short videos. He filmed a segment of Xiaowu's performance and became a little famous, so he was discovered by a scout. The scout found the teacher of the interest class and invited Xiaowu to participate in the filming of a TV series and play a child in it. The scout promised that if Xiaowu performed well, he would discuss with the company to sign Xiaowu and give him generous treatment. It all sounds so smooth. The waters of the entertainment industry are very muddy. If things feel too smooth, there must be something fishy. Why are you so sullen? Are you unhappy? Han Shengwu asked cautiously. You won't allow me to film a TV series? The scout had told him privately that if he wanted to debut as a child star, he must get his parents' permission. You really want to take a picture? I can make money, so I want to shoot it. Do you know exactly what TV series it is and what role you will play? Han Shengwu shook his head honestly. I'm not very clear, I just know that I play a little kid and have 5 lines. What exactly did that person tell you? He said he saw my skits and thought I was talented. There was a TV show that just needed actors to play children, and he thought I could play the role, so he recommended me to the director. As long as I act well, I'll be considered an experienced child star, and then he can talk to the company about signing me. You remember it quite clearly. After all, it's something that can make money. I'm keeping it in mind very carefully. Han Shengwu grinned foolishly, looking at his naive appearance. I finally understood how the movie star in the book was tricked into signing a contract to sell himself as a child. Although after being exposed to the entertainment industry, this movie star later became a villain, sinister and cunning, and would use any means to get to the top. Before entering the entertainment industry, he was still a little fool who would help an old lady push her wheelchair on the street and was almost abducted. He knew you were just a 5-year-old and that you might not be able to convey the message clearly or remember it. Why didn't he come to me directly instead of asking you to convey it? Han Shengwu was stunned by the question. Let him come to me personally about this matter. But he said he was busy. If he's busy, then we can call or video chat, we don't have to meet in person. Then I'll talk to him tomorrow. Han Fei smiled. How are you going to tell him tomorrow? He said he would come to see me tomorrow and ask for my answer. He said he was very busy, too busy to see me, but he could make time to come see you tomorrow. Xiaowu, think about it carefully, isn't that contradictory? Han Shengwu scratched his head and belatedly asked, why can't he see you tomorrow? Han Shengshan slapped Han Shengwu on the forehead and said, little fool, he wants to trick you away tomorrow. Han Fei looked at the 3rd child with approval and said, Shan boy, explain it to him. Yes, sir. Han Shengshan looked at his silly brother. It's no wonder you were almost kidnapped. You're so stupid. You better be more careful, or you might get scammed again. He's a liar? Han Shengwu was terrified after his experience being scammed by the old woman last time. What should I do? Will he kidnap me and sell me tomorrow? When will he come tomorrow? He said he would meet me at the interest class at 1 p.m. If I agreed to take the photo and my parents didn't object, he would take me there.
If my parents didn't agree, then forget it. Here comes the point. It's 1 p.m. Don't you and Xiaoqi have class at 1:30 p.m.? He asked me to arrive half an hour early because he was very busy and only free at 1 o'clock. Is the teacher here at 1 o'clock? The teacher shouldn't be here. Han Chengwu also realized something and widened his eyes in horror. Because the teacher is here today, he didn't take me away directly. His goal is to make me arrive early tomorrow so that he can take me away while the teacher is away. That's about it. Han Changshan chuckled. Han Fei pushed the unreliable boy away and said, "Don't scare him." Han Chengwu's tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at Han Fei pitifully. "I almost got kidnapped again? It was your third brother who deliberately scared you. If he wanted to kidnap you, he wouldn't have shown up in front of your teacher today. He could have just found you when you were alone in the restroom. So is he a good guy or a bad guy? He must be a talent scout. I'm not lying to you about that. He really does want to sign you and wants you to star in a TV series. There's indeed a role for you." Ah? So he's not a liar? Yes and no. He's not meeting his parents, so he's asking you to pass on everything, hoping you'll get it wrong. Did you tell him you're short of money and that I'm a candied Haas seller? He asked me who else was in my family and what they did, and I told him. Han Fei held his forehead with his hand. How come this kid has no vigilance at all and tells everything? He must have had some ulterior motives after learning about your family situation. He knew that in a family like this, the parents would be eager to agree, afraid of missing out on such a good opportunity. Once people become greedy, they will become confused. If you go to him the next day to answer, he will take you to the filming directly. This is with the parents' consent. Even if something goes wrong later, he can shirk responsibility. Han Chengwu was confused, so what did he lie to me about? It seems that he didn't lie to me. The problem lies with that TV series. There must be something wrong with the role you played. What could be the problem? Han Chengwu was even more confused. Han Fei narrowed his eyes dangerously. If I openly state this, the parents will definitely reject it. Otherwise, why would we go around in circles like this? Han Changshan asked solemnly, "Grandpa, isn't this a small movie that can't be shown on the stage?" Han Fei's face turned cold. "We'll know when we meet that sneaky guy tomorrow. If it's as I guessed, that disgusting guy will never be able to return safely." Chapter 20, They beat someone up in a sack in the alley in one go. The three of them, grandfather and grandson, are professionals. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on Han Fei's door. When Han Fei opened the door, he saw Han Chengwu wearing a thin vest and boxer shorts, with his arms and thighs exposed. The child's skin was fair, and it turned red and purple from the cold. Han Chengwu trembled, hugged a pillow, raised his head, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. "Grandpa, I'm scared." Tears flowed down the corners of his eyes, and as soon as the floodgates opened, they fell out like golden beans. "Come in first." Han Fei pulled the man into the house and closed the door to block out the cold wave outside. Han Chengwu stood by the bed, his face blushing. "You're not a little girl, why are you being so awkward? Come on to bed and get under the covers to warm yourself up." "Yeah." Han Chengwu nodded his head vigorously and quickly got into the quilt. Han Fei touched his little hand, making sure it was warm, and then asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" "I dreamed that I was surrounded by many strange ants and then pulled into a small room. Then in the dream, I grew up and became a big star, but I was not happy at all. I always played roles that I didn't like. I was forced to do many things that I didn't like. Grandpa, I'm so scared. I don't want to grow up." "So do you still want to be an actor?" Han Chengwu's eyes turned red from crying. "That's what I thought. It's because he is afraid but also wants to be an actor that he feels so conflicted and sad." Han Fei rubbed his head and smiled lovingly. "If you want to be an actor, then be an actor. No one can force you to play a role you don't want to play, and no one can force you to do something you don't like." "Why?" Han Chengwu sniffed, his voice hoarse, "But in the dream I couldn't refuse. It seemed like I signed a contract, like a contract to sell my body." Hearing this, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Although Xiaowu said it was a nightmare, Han Fei felt that it was more like seeing the future described in the book in a dream. It would be better not to sign that kind of contract. "It's just a dream." Is it really just a dream? It's so real, it doesn't even feel like a dream to me. It feels like something that will happen in the future. Did you see Grandpa in there? No. Han Shengwu shook his head. Han Fei chuckled. How can it be real if there is no future for Grandpa? It's just a dream. That's right. How can it be real without Grandpa, brothers, sisters, and younger brothers and sisters? I want to be with you all forever. My future cannot be without you. Xiaowu wiped away his tears and showed a relaxed smile. He yawned because he was tired and sleepy from crying. Just sleep here. Han Fei said gently. Xiaowu blushed. Can I really sleep with Grandpa? Go to sleep. Han Fei patted Xiaowu's back gently from time to time until the little boy began to snore. The next day, Xiaowu arrived at the cafe next to the training classroom at 1 o'clock on time. Xiaowu, you're here, come here quickly. The man was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, a fisherman's hat, and a windbreaker. A SLR camera was hung on his chest. He had an unshaven beard and many sunspots on his face. Xiaowu stole a glance at another table, which was very close to the one where the man was sitting. This time, Han Shengshan and Han Fei, grandfather and grandson, were sitting at that table. They arrived at the cafe earlier than the man. Because Han Shengshan spilled his coffee, they changed seats and deliberately moved to the table next to the man. Because they arrived earlier than the man and were already in the coffee shop, the man did not suspect anything and thought they were strangers. He only took a second look at them when Han Shengshan spilled his coffee, but did not pay much attention to them. Xiaowu sat across from the man. Since his grandfather and third brother were right next to him, he felt much more relaxed and bolder. Hello, Uncle Scout. What a polite and good boy. Our company needs polite and good boys like you. Xiaowu smiled shyly. Xiaowu, have you told your grandfather when you got back? I did. Will your grandfather agree to let you go to film? I agree. The man raised the corner of his mouth, and a sly smile of success flashed in his eyes. He knew that children from poor families were the easiest to deceive. If the parents were young, it would be a little difficult to fool them. But since the child's grandfather was an old man, it would be even easier to fool him. Since your grandfather has agreed, then there's no problem with this matter. Let's go to the crew and meet the director now. If the director thinks you're a good enough actor, maybe we can film your scenes today and settle the payment after that. The man thought, when a child from a poor family hears that he will get money after filming, he will definitely agree without thinking. There are too many examples of people who, because of poverty, will desperately try to seize any opportunity, any chance to become rich. He also successfully deceived many people because of this. Just as he was full of confidence and ready to check out with his bag, he heard the little boy say in a baby voice, "You haven't told me what role I'm going to play yet." Grandpa said I have to know exactly what the role is and what lines I have to say before I can film it. If you ask me to play a bad guy, I won't do it. The man frowned. He didn't expect that the child's grandfather was so smart. However, what's the use of being smart? You're still stupid enough to let the child come alone. When he saw that Han Xingwu came alone today, he knew that he would be able to deceive this kid today. You play the protagonist's childhood, and you only have 5 lines. Which 5 lines? You'll have to ask the director about that. I don't have a script. Besides, there are plenty of times when the lines that were originally decided were changed midway. Is the protagonist a good guy? Of course. Can a bad guy be the hero? The man asked back. Han Xingwu nodded. Then I'll go with you. Han Shengshan leaned close to Han Fei's ear and whispered in a low voice, Grandpa, this guy is quite good at fooling people. Should we let Xiaowu continue to follow him and go to his hideout to take a look, or should we catch him outside the cafe? There's no need to take risks. If the crew is too large, we'll be like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Then wait until Xiaowu brings him to the place we agreed on, and then we'll rush over and catch him. Han Fei nodded. Xiaowu followed the man out of the cafe, and just as the man was hailing a taxi, Xiaowu ran away in a hurry. Xiaowu, where are you going? Uncle, I need to pee. The car will be here soon. You're just a kid anyway, so just face the wall and do it. Ah. Xiaowu blushed, this isn't good. It's in that little alley. No one will see it. Just go. But I'm scared. It's so dark there. Forget it, I'll go with you. When the man entered the alley, before he could react, he was caught by a sack that fell from the sky. What are you doing? Let me go. Han Shengshan tied the mouth of the sack tightly and his fists fell on it like a storm, as if he was using it as a sandbag to practice boxing. Han Fei waited for a while, and seeing that he didn't feel tired yet, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little Third is indeed an athlete, his physical strength and endurance are beyond ordinary people, no wonder he can win the Grand Slam in every sports meet. Help! The man's cry for help became weaker and weaker, and gradually disappeared. Grandpa, if third brother keeps fighting like this, no one will be killed, right? Xiao Wu was excited at first, but then he became more and more worried, because his third brother seemed to know no fatigue and had been fighting for an hour. It's okay, let your third brother sweat it out. You should exercise more when you're young. Chapter 21 Grandpa, don't worry, I like girls, mercy, mercy. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Wu and his grandfather outside the sack, what else could he not understand? This was like hunting geese all day and getting pecked in the eyes by geese. Seeing that he was no longer asking for help but begging for mercy, Han Fei raised his chin and said, "That's enough, Shanzi. Let him breathe." Han Shengshan opened the sack, and as the man's head just popped out, Han Shengshan quickly tied it up again. My neck! You're strangling me! Han Shengshan sneered, if you can still talk, it means it's not tight enough. You are breaking the law. Han Fei kicked him hard. Illegal? Are you sure you're talking to me about the law? The sack rolled around and was intercepted by Han Shengshan, who kicked it back to Han Fei's feet. The man rolled twice in the sack and felt stars in his eyes. Han Fei took out his phone and smiled amiably. I'll call the police right now and have them come over to talk to us about the law. We can also go to that crew and see if there's anyone else who needs to discuss laws and regulations. No. No. No need for that. We don't need to talk about the law. Really? Old man, I'm short-sighted and I provoked someone I shouldn't have. Let me go first, and let's sit down and talk it out. I think it's nice to chat with you like this. Grandpa, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go to the restaurant and have a good talk. The man smiled ingratiatingly. Han Fei went up and started to force him. Don't be so playful with me. The left side of the man's face immediately became red and swollen. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Do you want money? I'll give you money, as much as you want. I don't want your dirty money. From now on, whatever I ask, you answer, and if you tell me one, it's a lie, ha. Han Shengshan took out a belt and presented it with both hands. Han Fei took the belt, folded it in half, and pulled it. There was a loud, ear-piercing sound of belts colliding against each other. The man trembled. Ask me whatever you want, I won't lie a single word. If Xiao Wu and I met you at the cafe today and became suspicious of you, how would you respond? This has happened before. I'll calm you down and promise you there won't be any problems. If you still refuse to believe me, I'll take you with me. Take me with you? What will be waiting for me? Let me guess, will it be covered with a sack like you, or will it be tied up and locked up? You are an expert. Nothing can escape your discerning eyes. Is the place you're taking Xiao Wu to really the film crew? It's a film crew, the filming is real, the male lead's childhood is real, and the 5 lines are real. It's just that the content of the filming, most parents would never agree, so we can only use deception to trick people into coming, and then use threats to silence the parents. After the filming is over, we will keep the negatives. If the parents don't obey and call the police, we will post the content online and spread it, and the parents will compromise. What are you filming? The man looked at the 2 children and whispered, it's hard to say. Han Shengshan was very curious, tell me about it. Xiao Wu was a little scared, but his eyes were also full of curiosity. Han Fei thought about asking the 2 children to avoid the topic. After all, the following topic might not be suitable for children. However, if the children did not know about this incident, they might not get any effective education. After much deliberation, he finally decided to let the 2 children stay and listen. After all, children have to learn to grow up and know the darkness of this society instead of living in fairy tales. Go ahead. Then I really said it, explain. What we filmed was uploaded to the internet. It's an R-rated film about 2 men. He hesitated, then used euphemisms to describe it. It's a love story between them. Han Shangshan widened his eyes. Although he was just an elementary school student, he was well informed and had read a lot of miscellaneous books, so he understood it instantly. Xiao Wu blinked his big, innocent eyes and said, "Third brother, isn't there a brotherhood between men?" Han Shangshan touched his nose. "How can I explain this to you? Anyway, it's very complicated. You will understand it when you grow up." Han Fei kicked the man and urged, "Keep talking." The director saw Xiao Wu while watching short videos and felt that this kid had that kind of feeling. How should I put it? I can't quite describe it, but he just felt like he was easy to bully. Han Fei held his forehead and said, "Alright, stop talking." Han Fei didn't want to listen any further, it was simply irritating to his ears. He looked at Han Shangshan, who was horrified and horrified. It seemed that those who understood had understood. As for those who didn't understand, he glanced at Xiaowu, who looked bewildered, and sighed. "Then let's just continue not to understand." "Okay, let him go." Han Shangshan was shocked. He wanted to trick Xiaowu into filming that kind of thing. How could he let him go so easily? "You've already hit him, what else do you want? Kill him to vent your anger?" Han Shangshan scratched his head, "But I'm so upset to let him go like this." "Then give him another beating to vent your anger, and then let him go when you're satisfied." Han Shangshan's eyes lit up. "Is it okay?" "Okay, just don't kill anyone." Han Fei took Xiao Wu's hand and walked out of the alley. Behind them came the screams of a man slaughtering a pig. "Grandpa, I understand a little bit, but I also don't understand a little bit," Xiao Wu said in a baby voice. What do you understand?" "He must have caught me taking pictures of me stripping off. Anyway, it's not good. He's a bad guy. But I don't understand. Can love exist between men?" Han Fei rubbed his temples and coughed dryly. "Love may have no boundaries, but I hope you can work together as a man and a woman so that you won't feel tired. Do you understand?" Xiao Wu covered his mouth and laughed. Han Fei flicked his forehead and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Wu rubbed his forehead, his eyes rolling around, looking clever and naughty. "Grandpa is afraid that I like men, right?" "Well. Hey, I get it. Grandpa, don't worry, I like girls. Xiaomei from the training class is so beautiful. I want to marry her when I grow up." Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Let's talk about it when you grow up and still remember the Xiaomei." "I'm sure I remember." "Okay, then Grandpa will prepare a wedding house for you. You should get married soon and give me a great-grandson to hug." "Okay. I want to have 2 children, a boy and a girl. When the time comes, I'll give them to Grandpa to hold. Grandpa can hold them for as long as he wants." "Okay, then Grandpa will wait." When Han Shangshan came over, he heard the conversation between the two and was very impressed. One of them dared to make a request, and the other dared to agree. Xiao Wu was already a child, and she was still thinking about having a child. It was really drunk. Han Fei stopped and looked at Han Shangshan from the corner of his eye. "What are you doing sneaking around like that? Hurry up and catch up." "Yes, sir." Han Shangshan chased after him with a smile. "Did he get away?" "Let him go." "Which direction is he going?" "He watched me leave and then walked away in the opposite direction." "Ha, you're quite alert. Grandpa, is the location you placed on him reliable?" "We'll know tomorrow whether it's reliable or not." Chapter 22. If I could be an actor, I could make a TV series for my grandma to watch, but she can't watch it. When the scout returned to the filming location, the injury on his face attracted the attention of many people. This group of people don't look like a filming crew. Each of them is a burly man and looks more like a bandit. What's going on? Did you suffer a loss outside? Why don't you speak? The scout glanced at them and sighed. He was tricked by an old man and got beaten up. What's going on? Who else could plot against you? You're the most deceitful of us all. It seems I've met an old liar. Tell us about it, and let us have some fun. The scout was annoyed. Where's the director? Filming, someone said with a sly smile. The scout frowned and said, I think that old man is difficult to deal with. I need to discuss it with the director. We need to move. Move? That's not necessary. It's not easy to find such a secluded place. You're worrying too much. I've already beaten you up, but I haven't seen you taken to the police station. That old guy probably doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. You know nothing. If I hadn't been alert, we would have been taken down long ago. The scout pushed everyone aside and walked towards the small dark room at the innermost part. Hey, don't disturb the boss's fun. Be careful or get beaten up by the boss. The scout roared, I've been beaten into a pig's head anyway, I'm not afraid anymore. The scout knocked on the door and heard a man swearing from inside. Who is this bastard? The door opened and the man glared at the scout with his trousers held up. The talent scout shuddered. Director, something happened. We have to move. The cops are coming? No. Then what the hell are you talking about? I was beaten up, and there was no way the other party would let me go so easily, but he still let me go. Do you suspect you're being followed? No one is following me. Then what the hell are you talking about? No, I really feel something is wrong. Even though I waited for them to leave and then walked in the opposite direction, taking a detour and keeping an eye on the back to make sure no one was following me, I still feel uneasy and panicked. As he spoke, he pressed his eyelids and made a bitter face. My eyelids keep twitching, as if something big is about to happen. It was the same the last 2 times. Not long after we moved, the original place was surrounded by the police. The director's expression grew serious. Are you sure no one's following you? I'm sure. Take off your clothes. Ah. The scout covered his clothes. Take it off so I can check the clothes. Oh. Damn it. The director threw the micro-tracker hidden in the hood of his sweatshirt to the ground. You idiot. Retreat. Pack up your things and evacuate immediately. Han Shengda was horrified when he learned from his 3rd and 5th brothers that such a big thing had happened. You are taking too much risk. If he hadn't come alone, your plan would not have succeeded. Han Shangshan crossed his legs and said, this is plan A. If he brings people here, we also have plan B to deal with it. Xiaowu's face was filled with admiration. Grandpa is so awesome. Han Shangshan nodded, yes. Grandpa is a god. Han Shangshan was shocked. It was not surprising that Xiaowu admired the old man. In fact, after Xiaowu was rescued by the old man, Xiaowu always regarded the old man as very important in his heart. Apart from Xiaoqi, who was ignorant and recognized the old man from the beginning, the only other person who called him grandpa was Xiaowu. Xiaowu almost blurted out calling him grandpa from the beginning. It might have been just because of saving my life, but now, this look is full of admiration and respect from the heart. What he couldn't accept even more was the 3rd child. He was the most rebellious of all his brothers and sisters, but he started calling that guy grandpa. He didn't just say that, but accepted that person sincerely, and his eyes were full of admiration and respect, even more exaggerated than Xiao Wu's. He had never seen this kind of look in this kid's eyes even when he went to the temple to burn incense. Does the 3rd brother think that the old man is a god? Han Shengda took a deep breath and said seriously, this matter ends here. Xiaowu, don't go to training classes anymore. You're still young, studying hard is the most important thing. Don't dream of becoming a celebrity actor. Xiaowu's eyes were filled with tears, and he shook his head vigorously, I don't want it. Seeing him like this, Han Shengda softened his attitude a bit and said in a gentle voice, the right way is to get into university and find a good job. Don't try any unorthodox methods. It's hard to get ahead. You just got a little famous and you've already encountered a scammer. What will happen in the future? If you really become a star, you will encounter more problems. I don't want you to be in danger. Isn't it better to be an ordinary person and live in peace? Xiaowu stamped his feet excitedly, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, no. I want to be an actor, I want to be a star, I want to make a name for myself, I want to make lots of money. Wu, why are you so disobedient? I won't listen. Han Shengda couldn't help but raise his hand. Han Shangshan quickly grabbed him and said anxiously, brother, don't hit him. Xiaowu was actually very nervous today and frightened. Let's talk it out nicely.
There's no need to rush. Han Shangshan turned around and comforted Xiaowu. Don't cry, Xiaoqi will laugh at you if he sees you. Xiaowu threw herself into her third brother's arms and couldn't stop crying, her body twitching. Han Shangshan patted his back and coaxed him, don't cry, don't cry. He took the time to glance at his elder brother, Han Shengda. Xiaowu was tired of crying and slowly stopped. He lowered his voice, as if whispering, but also as if explaining, Grandma said that houses in the city are nice and have heating. When we save enough money, we will buy a house in the city. It may be crowded then, but small houses have their own advantages. It's warm and cozy for everyone to live together. Third brother, if I had money, I could give it to Grandma, and she wouldn't have to wait until she saved enough money to buy a house in the city. Third brother, if the whole family moved to the city, could we all survive? Han Xingshan's body trembled violently, his eyes turned red, and he didn't know what to say. He could only hug Xiaowu tightly to prevent Xiaowu from seeing him crying. Han Shengda on the side pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Third brother, Grandma loves watching TV and follows dramas every day. If I could become an actor, I could make lots of TV dramas for Grandma to watch, but she can't watch them anymore. Whoa, if only I could grow up sooner, if only I could start filming and make money sooner, I could buy a house in the city for everyone, and I could let Grandma see me perform in a TV show. I wish so much, I want her to see me. The disaster took away their loved ones and left them with indelible trauma. Han Shengda then faced the matter squarely. He himself was older and it was difficult for him to get over the grief, let alone Xiaowu who was even younger. Xiaowu looks lively and cheerful, but that is all on the surface. In fact, his heart is the most delicate and soft. Xiaowu, I won't stop you. It seemed as if Han Shengda had exhausted all his strength to say this sentence. After saying it, he turned around and went back to his room. Han Shangshan saw the tears in his brother's eyes, sighed, and patted Xiaowu on the back. Brother has already promised you to learn acting, don't cry. But Xiaowu cried even louder. Third brother, can I really be an actor? I'm scared. I'm scared. Chapter 23. I will open an entertainment company for him and escort him on this path. He wanted to be an actor, but this experience and the dream that was too real scared him. He was afraid that he would become the person in his dream. I am also afraid of encountering the same danger as this time again. All this seemed to be discouraging him, and coupled with his elder brother's obstruction, he was really discouraged. If you have a dream, chase it. What are you afraid of? Grandpa. Xiaowu looked up at him with tears in his eyes. Han Fei handed him a tissue and said, wipe it off. You've cried like a big cat. Xiaowu smiled awkwardly. After a child cries for a while, he will soon feel sleepy. Xiaowu nodded his head and fell asleep as soon as he tilted his head. Han Shangshan carried Xiaowu back to the room. When he came out, he saw the old man still sitting in the living room, writing and drawing. He leaned over to look and scratched his head. Grandpa, what are you writing? A business proposal to start an entertainment company. Go away and don't interrupt my train of thought. Grandpa, you don't have a fever, do you? Shut up. Han Shangshan was worried, so he reached out to touch the old man's forehead and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he didn't have a fever. Grandpa, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you kidding me? Don't bother me. Go to sleep. Okay, I won't disturb you from dreaming here in the middle of the night. Although he admires his grandfather very much, isn't his grandfather's dream a little too big? Can you open an entertainment industry just because you want to? How much investment would that require? Han Shangshan shook his head, yawned and went back to the house. As soon as he returned to the room, Han Shengda opened the door. In fact, when his third brother came out of Xiaowu's room, he heard the door open and started to listen. He was very worried about Xiaowu, but he was the one who made Xiaowu cry, so he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only eavesdrop by peeking through the crack of the door to listen. But he didn't expect that instead of hearing about Xiaowu, he heard about the old man writing a plan to start an entertainment company. That he had the same idea as the third brother, that the old man was dreaming. Is it because of Xiaowu that you want to open an entertainment company? Being interrupted again, Han Fei rubbed his temples with a headache and looked at Han Shengda helplessly. Didn't you go to bed a long time ago? Get up to use the bathroom during the night. Then go ahead and don't disturb me. Answer my question first, right? The entertainment industry is so chaotic, and you'd rather go crazy and dream of opening an entertainment company than try to persuade him to give up the idea. Han Fei put down the pen in his hand and looked at Han Shengda seriously. I know you want to protect Xiaowu, so you asked Xiaowu to give up the idea of becoming an actor. But his life is his, you can't dictate his life in the name of protecting him. Understand? I'm doing this for his own good. For his own good? Han Fei stared into Han Shengda's eyes and said solemnly, for his own good, you should let him pursue his dreams, even if the road is difficult and dangerous. You should be the one paving the way for him and helping him solve his problems, instead of choosing to be an enemy who stops him and makes him resentful. Ha? Enemy? I'm his elder brother. He can't understand now, but I'm doing this for his own good. When he grows up, he'll definitely understand me. You said it yourself. You're his eldest brother, but if you think about it carefully, you're just his cousin. You're not his parents. What right do you have to stop him from choosing his own path? Even if you wait until the end of time, until you're buried in peace, you won't get his understanding. Yes, I'm just his cousin. What about you? What are you? A cheap grandfather? I'm doing this for his own good, but you say I'm meddling in his life. So what can you do? Sitting here in the middle of the night writing this project that will never come to fruition? How can you actually help? Han Fei saw that he was so excited that his face was red and he was even shouting at the top of his voice. He was afraid that he would wake up the sleeping children. He sighed, stood up, closed the business plan, and said quietly, I will open an entertainment company for him and escort him on this path. No one can force him to play a role he doesn't want to play, and no one can restrain him with a contract, because he is the young master of the company and the future boss. I don't believe you can do it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm not doing this for you to see. Han Fei returned to the room and took out a flashlight to illuminate the room. If the light in this room hadn't been broken, he wouldn't have gone outside to write, causing resentment for no reason. Knock, knock, knock. There was a series of violent knocks on the door. Han Fei frowned tightly and suddenly opened the door. Seeing that it was Han Shengda, he was also a little annoyed. Are you trying to wake everyone up? Han Shengda took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and growled in a low voice, I'm here to tell you, if you can do this, I will call you Grandpa. Han Fei was so angry that he laughed, just for you to call me Grandpa? It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I've already said what I want to say. He turned and left. Han Fei shook his head helplessly. This little boss is usually calm and composed, but when it comes to things related to his younger siblings, he becomes irritable and overly neurotic. Maybe this child needs psychological counseling. After all, after his relatives left, he had to endure too much alone. Under tremendous pressure, it was inevitable that he would have some mental problems. Han Shengda discovered that the signal of the tracker was suddenly cut off, and it must have been destroyed. This thing cost him a lot of money. He bought it from a professional hacker. It was as small as a pill, but it cost him 30,000 yuan. The man said that the signal used is the same network as the surveillance system on the road, so even if you are far away, even in the suburbs, the network will not be disconnected. If the signal is suddenly cut off, there is only one possibility: it has been discovered and destroyed by someone. When he opened the software that person sent him, a map appeared. A red dot indicated the location where the tracker last stayed. Han Fei made a phone call to someone. This person came to the door after the Minister of Education was brought down. Although Han Fei made an anonymous report, if anyone is interested, they will find him quickly. Han Fei had the honor of having a cup of tea with the senior official and got his contact number. I didn't expect to use it so soon. The police station became busy and dispatched officers overnight. This was an order from a senior official. Before they knew what mission they were carrying out, they had already boarded the police car and headed straight to their destination. I don't know what crime the other party has committed, but I just arrest them all according to the instructions. After a series of interrogations and investigations at the police station, the chief finally understood that this major operation was to catch a group of H-related criminals. Although this was also a serious criminal, the entire city's police elites were mobilized to capture him overnight. Was this the highest task from their superiors? Although he was the director, he did not dare to ask. He could only guess in his heart that this group of people must have offended a leader or deceived the descendants of a leader's family, which is why they were targeted like this. The scout was shocked and murmured, "Who on earth did I offend? Is that kid's grandfather really just a candied Haas vendor?" He felt deeply deceived. Maybe he is a high-ranking official, and in order to prevent the child from telling his true identity everywhere, he lied to the child that he was selling candied haws. Chapter 24. Too many people want the recipe for flattened candied haws, and Han Fei is being followed. As sunlight streamed into the room, Han Fei put down his pen and stretched. The biggest problem in opening an entertainment company is funding. Han Fei needs to earn enough capital to implement each item in the plan step by step. Early in the morning, Han Shengshan drooled as he looked at the fried dough sticks in Xiaoqi's hand, which scared Xiaoqi so much that he hid behind Xiao Lalu. Little 6 blocked third brother's sight with his body. Third brother, don't scare little 7. Han Shengshan said with a bitter face. Xiaoqi, can you give third brother half a fried dough stick to satisfy his craving? Lulu. Xiaoqi poked his head out and stuck out his tongue at him. Grandpa said, third brother can't eat it. Han Shengshan said with a sad face, when will this day end? Today is the beginning. Hearing this, Han Shengshan looked up in surprise and saw the old man wearing clothes for going out. Grandpa, are you going out? Does this mean that my release date has arrived? Come on, I'll take you to school. No need for that. I'm old enough, I can go to school by myself. Grandpa, can I eat as much as I want today, Abel? Great. I want to eat roasted chicken legs, braised pig's trotters, and braised hairtail. Don't mention the dishes anymore. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. Asking old man Su to look after the younger one, Han Fei took Han Xingwu to school to report for leave. Brother Shan is back. Hurry up and go to the school gate to welcome Brother Shan. Great, Brother Shan is finally back. This is called the return of the king. The school sports meet is coming soon, and Brother Shan is back just in time. Brother Shan will definitely lead our class to a grand slam this time. Han Xingshan's fans came to the school gate to greet him. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. It's quite a big scene. Han Xingshan scratched his head embarrassedly. Brothers, thank you for your kindness. Just go back to the classroom. I'll go to the homeroom teacher's office to help you cancel your leave. Okay. Grandpa, don't forget what you promised me. Prepare a delicious meal for me tonight. Okay. Let's go. The Dean of Studies was also in the head teacher's office. When Han Fei arrived, all the teachers in the office fell silent, and all looked at Han Fei with curiosity and respect. When they learned that Han Shengshan was beaten up by senior students from the neighboring middle school, they were about to seek justice, but then they heard that the old man had already taken his children there and did not bother the elementary school at all. But later, the news we received was not good. They said there was no evidence, so the matter had to be left unresolved. Just as they were sighing and lamenting, during the days when Han Shengshan was on leave to recuperate, shocking news kept coming out. All of them were big news. First, the Minister of Education was dismissed, then a group of people got into trouble, and then the principal and teachers of the neighboring middle school were replaced. They thought the matter was over, but the fire spread to their elementary school. 2 days ago, the principal of the elementary school was changed. It's not that they think too much, but things are too coincidental. Han Shengshan suffered a great loss here, and everyone who bullied Han Shengshan and fooled the gang fight on the other side encountered big trouble. Grandpa of classmate Han Shengshan, are you here to cancel your leave? Has Han Shengshan's injury healed? The brat is very tough and has recovered completely. If he doesn't come to school, I'm afraid his family will be torn apart. So I have to send him to school for education. Please help me discipline him, teachers. You're joking. Although Han Xingshan's grades aren't great, he still has his strengths. We're looking forward to him shining at this school sports meet and bringing honor to our class. Han Fei left after a few polite words, but as soon as he left, the office went into an uproar. This old man, his identity is very unusual, right? Are you really selling candied haws? This temperament, this conversation, it's not like him at all. These major events, they can't really be related to him, right? The Dean of Studies said with a stern face, regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with this old man, as long as we do our best, don't favor any students, and be fair and just, we won't end up like those people. Han Fei and old man Su set up the candied haws stall as usual. Han Fei considered that he needed capital, and the hawthorn tree in his fellow villager's house was almost bald. If he continued to do this business, he would run out of stock. If he went to the wholesale market to purchase goods, those people would definitely take him as a sucker when they knew that he was the candied Ha's grandpa who sold flat candied Ha's. Just as Han Fei was thinking about what business to start next, he saw 3 candied Ha's stalls pushing carts over. Han Fei frowned. Why are they setting up a stall here?
This city is neither big nor small. There are more than 200 primary schools.
Because the business of his and Old Man Su's Tanghulu Grandpa's stall is so popular, the people who originally set up stalls here have moved to other primary schools to set up stalls. Old Man Su sighed. I don't know what's wrong with me lately.
These people keep coming here to set up stalls. Even though we're right here, they can't sell a single one. Han Fei became alert.
He kept an eye on those people and found that they were not here to sell candied Ha's at all.
Setting up a stall might just be a cover. Their real purpose was probably to steal the knowledge. You've noticed it too, right? Old Man Su lowered his voice.
A few days ago, you were at home with the 3rd child, and they saw that I was alone, so they started to have bad intentions.
Some people even asked me if I wanted help.
Their offer of help was fake, and their real intention was to steal my skills.
They can't steal anything. Old Han, I'm even more worried because they can't steal the master. They seem to have united.
Han Fei also noticed that these people were exchanging glances, and it was obvious that they knew each other well. Old Man Su's concerns are not groundless. Judging from the situation, he is indeed about to do something desperate. There are only him and Old Man Su, while the other side can easily unite many people, and most of them are young and strong youths.
I have to think of a way.
Han Fei narrowed his eyes.
Old Han, how about we call the police? They didn't do anything. On what grounds did you call the police?
I always feel like they're going to do something, and by the time they do it'll be too late.
Then walk into the trap and strike first. What's the meaning?
Han Fei waved his hand, and Old Man Su leaned over to listen. As Old Man Su listened, he let out a cunning laugh. Old Han, you've got it. The flat candied Ha's business was still booming, and 300 strings were sold out in a short time.
Han Fei sighed, it's selling too fast. Children, go back. I want to eat. Grandpa, please make some more. Grandpa, go home and get some to sell.
I'll be waiting for you here.
Yeah, we can wait for you.
Han Fei looked helpless. Normally, he would refuse with a smile, but this time he agreed for the first time. Okay, then I'll go back and do it now.
It may take a long time. Are you really going to wait here?
Let's go back to the school playground and play for a while.
When you come, we'll come out to find you. Anyway, the sports meet is next week, so let's go to the playground and practice. Grandpa, please come back soon.
Han Fei hurried back under the children's expectant gaze. He felt someone following him and knew that the fish had been hooked. Chapter 25. I can give you the recipe, but nothing is free in this world. How much can you offer? The people following him were the 3 candied Ha's vendors, who were following Han Fei while sending messages to others. The people they contacted were all stall owners selling candied Ha's. Because Han Fei's flat candied Ha's business was booming, many people saw the business opportunity of selling candied Ha's. After their observation and speculation, they estimated that the old man Han Fei could earn at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month. The money is attractive, so they also set up stalls, but their business was not booming and was very bleak. They tried to imitate, but the flat candied Ha's they made were similar in appearance but tasted completely different. Some people would try it for the sake of cheapness, but would not buy it again. More and more flat candied Ha's stalls appeared, but none of them could imitate it. These stall owners came together because they shared the same suffering and were connected with each other. Seeing that there was only one old man running the candied Ha's stall, they thought that he might ask for help if he was too busy, and then they could learn from him.
However, the old man was very tight-lipped and could not be tricked into telling anyone about his secrets. He was also unwilling to hire anyone.
Every day after school, a young boy would come to help, and since he really didn't need help, their plan failed. However, they did not give up, thinking that as long as they took turns guarding and observing, they might be able to see something one day. I've been looking at it for so many days, but still no progress. The hawthorns here are about to rot. If there is no further progress, they will have to pay for the new goods. They cannot afford the compensation, so they can only start thinking of crooked ways. Originally, seeing that the old man was alone, I thought of surrounding him today and threatening him. Maybe I could get the prescription.
But who knew that another old man came today, and the two of them were not so easy to deal with. They were originally worrying about what to do, but then they saw another old man leave alone, saying that he wanted to go back to make candied haws. Isn't this a ray of hope? Here comes their chance. If the old man really goes back to make flat candied haws, they can just watch and learn from him. When they reached the small intersection, Han Fei suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Someone is stealing hawthorns." Every household opened their doors and the family members ran out with shovels. The three of them were startled and turned to run. "Why are you running away, three of you? Since you are here, why don't you stay and chat?" Han Fei smiled kindly, but his eyes were icy cold. The three of them shuddered. There was no way to run away now, as they were surrounded by a group of people. "Old Han, are these three people trying to steal the hawthorns?" "Uncle Han, we helped you catch the man." "Old Han, should we send him to the police station?" Han Fei smiled and shook his head. "Thank you everyone, just send it to Old Su's courtyard." The three were pushed and shoved by the villagers. They didn't dare to run or fight, so they were forced to walk into the yard. Han Fei smiled all the way and chatted with the villagers in a kind and gentle manner. Ever since Han Fei went door to door collecting hawthorns and oranges, the price of hawthorns, which the villagers had originally taken lightly, has skyrocketed, bringing them a lot of income because Han Fei's business was booming, and the money he paid was comparable to what he could get at the market. The villagers no longer had to pick the hawthorns themselves, and with such a good income, they naturally began to treasure the hawthorns. Therefore, when they heard someone stealing hawthorns, they became particularly alert, which was also within Han Fei's expectations. "Old Han, shall I tie him up?" "Yeah, if they come together to deal with you after we leave, you won't be able to defeat them." "Old Han, shall we wait outside the courtyard?" Han Fei thanked them and said, "Please wait outside. I'll talk to them and try to persuade them. I'll find out why they stole the hawthorns. If they have no other choice, we don't have to send them to the police station. After all, they are young people. We should give them a chance." Old Han is right. These three kids don't look that old. I never thought they would do something like this. How much are hawthorns worth? Before Old Han came to our place to collect hawthorns, no one would pick up the fallen hawthorns. They must be in trouble to come and steal hawthorns. It's really pitiful. Old Han, have a good chat with the three kids. If you can give them a chance, then give them a chance. Okay, please wait outside. Han Fei closed the gate, walked to the rattan chair in the yard and sat down, looking at the three people lazily. "Do you want me to invite you to sit down?" The three of them didn't dare to breathe and each found a place to sit down. "Since you followed me here, I guess you wanted to watch me make flat candied haws, right?" The three of them pursed their lips, and the slightly older one stepped forward and told the whole story. Just as the villagers said, the three men were not very old, all in their early 20s, they had poor grades and failed to get into university. They had been doing hard labor in society for years. Seeing that hawthorns were profitable, they started selling candied haws. At that time, they thought they could make a lot of money by doing business. Seeing Han Fei making money, they felt as if they could make the same money. When they arrived at the wholesale market, they paid the deposit and signed the contract without thinking too much. Seeing that the hawthorns were about to rot, they had not yet received the final payment, and a new batch of goods was about to arrive. They were about to owe a large debt, so they became anxious and did irrational things. "Old man, we are also being pushed into a corner. We saw that your business was so prosperous, but we didn't expect that when we tried to do it ourselves, we wouldn't be able to sell anything. We were foolish enough to sign that contract. We were just tempted by the low prices offered by the wholesale market owner. The old hawthorns are about to rot, and new hawthorns have to be delivered. If this continues, it will be like a snowball, and our debt will continue to grow. We really don't know what to do. Old man, please be kind and let us go. Don't send us to the police station. My parents are old, and I have a younger brother to support. Please be kind and let me go. Grandpa, we really know we were wrong. Old man, if you just let us go, we'll go and help you persuade those people. They pushed us out to learn secretly because we were young and easy to bully. They were the ones who came up with all the bad ideas. Look, this is the text chat record between me and them. They were the ones who came up with the idea." Han Fei roughly understood the situation. These three young people came out to prevent trouble. If there was any trouble, these three young people would take the blame, and the other stall owners would hide behind them. Call them all over here, ah? Old man, are you sure? Sure. The three of them looked at each other, and finally the older one made a phone call and asked all those people to come over. There was a huge group of people, all selling candied haws. There were roughly more than 200 of them. I'm afraid that a candied haws vendor from the gate of every primary school in the city had come. Why are you here? Ha? Why are you here too? Didn't we let those three youngsters steal our skills? If anything goes wrong, they'll take the blame? Anyway, they're taking the blame, and we've got the recipe. But why are we all here now? What's the situation now? Just as a group of people met at the intersection, talking a lot and not daring to move forward, Han Fei came with three young people. He called and said he had the prescription and wanted to give it to me first, so I came. Me too. That's what he told me. After everyone laid out their story, they realized that they had rushed here because they wanted to be the first to know the recipe, but in the end, everyone was fooled by the three young men and was deceived into coming here. Why did you trick us into coming here? Are you in cahoots with this old man? Aren't you afraid that so many of us will unite? Seeing them arguing, Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Everyone, if you can really work together, I respect you. But you pushed three young people out, and you hid behind the scenes. With your personalities, will you unite now? Will you unite to beat me up, or force me to hand over the prescription? If something goes wrong, will you really be responsible?" There was a moment of silence. They shouted loudly, but when it came to actual fighting, no one dared to step up. For fear of being held responsible, they hope to use the impulsive people as guns while they hide behind and reap the benefits. Unfortunately, these people are too smart. When they meet together, they become timid and useless. Han Fei smiled and said, "We are all businessmen. If you want the recipe, you can just ask me openly. Why play so many tricks? Aren't you tired? Ask you? Ask you if you can give it to us? Yes, you can try. Is this true? Old man, can you give me the recipe?" Han Fei nodded. "I can give it to you, but there is no such thing as free in this world. How much can you pay? How much money can we have? We are all street vendors. If we had money, we wouldn't go out in the rain to set up stalls. I have money, I'm willing to pay. Are you stupid? I'm not stupid. I think there's money to be made. I've observed that his business is very good. Even if I put down a little money to buy the house, I'll still make money. I'm willing to pay too. I want to buy some, but I really don't have the money. I was ripped off by the wholesaler. The hawthorns are all rotten, and the new stock has arrived, but I still owe a lot of money." Han Fei still smiled. Those with money have their own ways, and those without money also have their own ways of cooperation. "Old man, please tell me quickly, I have no money, how can we cooperate?" "Yeah, how can we cooperate without money?" Han Fei held up a finger and said, "The first way of cooperation is that those who don't have money can get the recipe through profit sharing, similar to the business model of a chain store. In the future, you will put a sign on your shop that says Grandpa Candied Haws. For every flat candied haws sold, you pay me 1 yuan." Han Fei held up a second finger and said, "The second way to cooperate is for those who are wealthy. You can buy out the recipe directly, paying 30,000 yuan per recipe in cash. And you have to sign a confidentiality agreement and never disclose it to a third party for commercial use. I've already told you how to cooperate. It depends on your choice." Chapter 26. You are all my subordinates, why should I make things difficult for my own people? 30,000. Isn't that too expensive? Where do we get so much money? Even if we get a share, it's too much. How much do you make from a candied haws? Why should I give you 1 yuan? After deducting the costs, I don't even know if there's any profit. 30,000 is too expensive. A 1 yuan commission is too much. I don't want to participate. Whether it's a 30,000 yuan buyout or a 1 yuan commission, I don't want to pay. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Han Fei took out his phone and said, "I'm going to call the police now." "Why call the police?" "Don't call the police." Someone was about to pounce, but paused and turned to look at the others around him. Seeing that they were looking at him eagerly, waiting for him to be the foolish first to step forward, he immediately retracted his foot and shrank back into the crowd. Han Fei sneered, "Since you have the courage to come here, you should have the courage to report to the police station." "Let me think about what kind of report I should make. Should I say that you ganged up on me, or that you forced me to hand over the recipe, or that you came to our village to steal hawthorns? Anyway, you're all here. If you're not doing anything bad, why are so many people gathered here? How about just saying that you ganged up on me?" "Run! Run!" someone suddenly shouted and turned around to run. "Isn't it too late to run now?" "Yes. We've been here watching the show for a long time. Haven't you noticed that we've surrounded you?" The vendors then realized that everyone in the village, young and old, male and female, was surrounding them. They were afraid that they couldn't escape this situation, and they were beginning to feel a little desperate. "With so many witnesses and the video I took of you looking so ferocious just now, tell me, can you ever get out of this police station? You are so insidious." Han Fei pointed at the three young people with a smile and said, "You are using these three children as shields, so you are not insidious? There is no business without fraud. We are all businessmen. We all know that business is difficult and people are treacherous, right? If you three are willing to serve as witnesses, you can make amends." Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately nodded. "Don't worry, old man. We are willing to stand up and serve as witnesses. We have saved their chat records in the group chat. They were originally going to take action today, preparing to threaten another old man with force, and they have been plotting for a long time. All the chat records are here. We're joining. We'll follow you. I'll prepare a sign when I get back. From now on, my stall will be a branch of Grandpa Candied Hawes. Old man, calm down. We were the ones who spoke too loudly just now. 1 yuan is not expensive, it's really not expensive. After deducting the cost of making the candied hawes from the 5 yuan per piece, we can make a net profit of 3 yuan. If the old man takes 1 yuan, we can still make a profit of 2 yuan. It's really not much. Old man, I have some savings, I can spend 30,000 to buy your recipe. I've been in this business for many years and have some savings. I think I can make a lot of money by buying a house, so I'm willing to buy a house." Han Fei invited the person who wanted to buy the house to talk and sign a confidentiality agreement. There is a clause in the regulations that it will never be disclosed to third parties for commercial use. The vendor who signed the order smiled and said, "Old man, it's fine even if we don't add this. We're not stupid enough to tell others about the recipe we paid for." Han Fei glanced at him and said, "Your character is not guaranteed. I'm afraid you'll sell it for money." The peddler touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. If he didn't sign the contract, he would really dare to do it, but now that he saw the contract clearly written in black and white that he would bear all economic losses if he violated the terms of the contract, he became a little panicked. "Old man, you haven't said how much the economic loss is. Will you ask for an exorbitant amount when the time comes?" "Ha, you're asking this question, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to weigh the losses against the gains? You're joking, old man. I don't have that much courage." As you can see, with some people participating in profit-sharing partnerships, we can basically calculate how much each partner can earn. Over time, a pattern will form, and we can roughly predict how much a stall selling flat candied hawes can earn in a year. "Old man, what does bearing the economic losses have to do with those who share the profits?" Of course there is a connection. If you give the secret recipe to someone else, or sell it to someone else for a profit, if that person makes money with the secret recipe, you can roughly estimate how much they can earn by looking at the speed at which the person who gets a share of the profits makes money. Then, all the money they earn will be demanded from you, the person who revealed the secret recipe. "Ah? He earns money all his life, and I lose money all my life?" Han Fei smiled and said, "If you sell the recipe to one person, and he sells it to 10 people, then you will have to pay back all the money these 11 people earned from setting up stalls." "Ah. This. How can I afford to pay for this? Can't afford to pay? If you have a lawsuit, you'll have to sell your house if you have one, or sell your car if you don't have one, or even lose everything you own. You'll have to pay anyway. After hearing this, who would dare to have any evil thoughts? Even those who were listening did not dare to have any evil thoughts. This old man doesn't look simple. We'd better not play tricks under his nose. How can it be simple? Anyone who can write this contract in front of us is not a simple person. Since we were forced to come here to buy a house, we can't beat him. We'd better behave ourselves. If we buy the recipe and do business honestly, I don't think this old man will deal with us. After all, this time it was our own fault for not being able to open our eyes and taking the initiative to provoke this big Buddha. After these people signed the contract and paid the money, Han Fei waved and took them to the room where he usually made candied haws. He showed them step by step in front of these people. Have you learned everything? I've learned it. Grandpa, I didn't expect that just adding an extra step of boiling sugar water would make such a big difference in the taste. Don't underestimate the boiling water step. The first step is blanching to remove the bitterness, and the second step is to boil the sugar water to remove dampness and cold, remove sourness, and also add flavor. Thank you, old man. We have learned a lot. Grandpa, I can't quite remember the sugar ratio. Can you write it down for me? Watch and take notes while I do it again. Thank you, old man. I will definitely remember it well. After these people learned it, Han Fei led them out and sent them out of the village. When he came back again, he was greeted by another group of people who were willing to share the profits. You all want to put up my sign? Old man, we can actually make more money if we use your brand. We've just discussed it. We'll have a unified brand name and sell them in front of different elementary schools. This way, business will be better. We will be a force in the future, someone joked. A group of people burst into laughter. Originally, they felt quite insecure setting up a stall alone in the wind and rain. If thugs bullied them, they could only accept the loss. It seemed that they would not have to be afraid in the future. Look at the 100 or so people here. If they were bullied, they should all stand up for themselves, right? With the old man in charge, even if someone wants to be a coward, it would probably be difficult, right? More than 100 people instantly felt safe. Looking at the people around them, they felt like they were looking at comrades and were on a united front. Now that we've established a chain of stalls, it's time to raise the price of flat candied haws. 6 yuan a stick, and I'll take 1 yuan. You guys can also make your own profit. Grandpa, will this be difficult to sell? If those who bought the recipe just now sell it for 5 yuan, ours will be hard to sell. Old man, it doesn't matter if we earn less. After they buy the prescription, they will be eager to make a profit. At that time, they will just raise the price together until the price reaches a unified level. Han Fei said firmly. Grandpa, I'm a little worried that wholesalers might raise prices and jack up the prices. Yeah, I'm worried too. Don't worry about that. You can purchase the goods from them first. According to the terms of the contract, they will not raise the price during the contract period. But we're afraid they'll raise the price when the contract expires. I only have 6 months left on my contract. I still have 1 year and 3 months left. I still have 2 years left. The villagers here are all good at growing hawthorn trees. I've asked them to plant more next year. I plan to use the money from selling my son to contract an orchard and specialize in growing hawthorns and making candied haws. You don't have to buy from wholesalers, I'll supply them all to you. Old man, will you cheat us? Will you offer a higher price than wholesalers? Han Fei said with a smile, if you make more money, I will make more money too. We share a common interest. The price I offer will only be lower than theirs, you can rest assured about that. Moreover, I can sell on credit and you can pay me back after you sell it. Anyway, in a sense, you are all my people, so why should I make things difficult for my own people? Chapter 27. After saving 500,000 yuan, Old Man Su finally had the courage to go find his son. After selling candied haws, Old Man Su came back with Han Shengda. When he saw a lot of people gathered in the yard, he was nervous. Is your grandpa safe? Hearing this, Han Chengda rushed in anxiously. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the old man in the kitchen teaching 100 people to make candied haws. His face was rosy and he looked energetic. It seemed that nothing was wrong with him. When he breathed a sigh of relief, he realized that he had cared so much about the old man without realizing it. Old man Su walked up to Han Fei and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Did they threaten you by telling them the recipe?" "They will be our partners from now on," Han Fei told Old Man Su the story in a few words. He spoke calmly, but Old Man Su was shocked. Even Han Chengda, who was overhearing it, was in disbelief and looked stunned. "Old Han, why does this sound so unreliable? Aren't they our enemies?" "There's no such thing as reliable or unreliable. When people who opened online stores came up with the concept of online shopping, it was incredible and hard to accept, wasn't it? In business, you're enemies one moment and partners the next. Although there were some conflicts before, from now on, you're comrades." Old Man Su was a veteran stock investor, so he quickly let go. He nodded and smiled. Who would complain about having too much money? It would be great if we could make money together in the future. You don't have to set up a stall, You go and contract the orchard and arrange for people to plant hawthorns. I'll leave this matter to you, and you won't have time to set up a stall. Me? You trust me so much? You believed me first. Han Fei's eyes were deep. Old Han, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? It's a huge amount. My children and I had nowhere to go, so you let us stay at your house. You didn't think much of it then, and I won't think much of it now. I trust you. Old Han, just because of what you said, Old Su, will work for you for the rest of my life. How long can you keep your old bones alive? Hey, there are centenarians in my family, so I have the longevity gene. Don't worry, Old Han, I'm going to live a long life. After the orchard affairs were arranged, Old Man Su had some free time again. Old Man Su saved all the money he earned during this period and was reluctant to spend it. He was even reluctant to change his socks, which were full of holes. Han Fei couldn't bear it and threw a big bag of socks at him. "They are all smelly, why don't you change them?" "Hey, Old Han, you're so loyal." After putting on new socks, Old Man Su said with a playful smile, "Can you give me a few pairs of shorts? Mine are too ripped to wear." Han Fei threw him a new bag unhappily and asked, "You're so frugal, how much have you saved?" "Hey, this number." Old Man Su raised one hand, 500,000? Hee, I never thought I would have so much money. I thought I would have to live my whole life picking up trash and living in poverty. Old Han, thank you so much. Why thank me? You earned the money through your own work, not a gift from me. Old Su patted his chest and said, "Anyway, I'll remember it." Old Han, my daughter-in-law gave birth to a big fat grandson for me. Do you think my son will forgive me if I give all this money to him? It's hard to say. Just tell me, you have a good brain. If your son is short of money, there may be a chance. If your son is not short of money, you have no chance at all. My son must be short of money. It's all my fault as a father. I should have given them more house and money when we divorced, so that they can live a better life now. Because when his mother and I divorced, it was exactly when he took the college entrance examination, and he didn't get into a very good university. Now he has a hard time working and doesn't make much money. Old Man Su blamed himself more and more as he spoke, and he burst into tears at such an old age. Since he's short of money, you have a chance. Can I really be forgiven? Give it a try. It's better than being a coward. You have to face it eventually. Maybe you can meet your eldest grandson. Old Man Su finally mustered up the courage to look for his son and his newly born grandson. Old Man Su took the money back to give to his son, but his son refused to accept it. Son, I really know I was wrong. For so many years, I have been blaming myself all the time. I am sorry for you and your mother. I am a bastard. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The cold and ruthless voice of Old Man Su's son came from behind the door. Hubby, he is your father after all. You, don't talk, don't worry about this matter. I will never forgive him. I hope you can understand me. Okay, I understand you. Who doesn't have annoying parents?
Her own parents were a headache for her, too. If her parents had been more approachable and agreed to their marriage, she and her husband wouldn't still be without a marriage certificate, and their child's household registration wouldn't be a problem. Old Man Su sincerely apologized outside the door and promised that although he was old and useless, he would spend the rest of his life atonement, but his son was very stubborn and refused to take his money and forgive him. Although he didn't actually call the police, Old Man Su was still frustrated by the fact that he never opened the door. Seeing the dejected Old Man Su coming back, Han Fei looked up at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu ran over with a smile. "Grandpa Su, have some candy." "Okay, thank you, Xiao Wu." Then Xiao Qi ran over and handed Old Man Su a chocolate, saying in a baby voice, "Grandpa Su, eating chocolate will make you happy." Old Man Su was very touched. Xiao Qi is really sensible. "Thank you, Xiao Qi. I will eat chocolate well." Old Man Su ate chocolate and his expression eased slightly, but he still sighed from time to time. "Don't sigh, you have to give your son some time." "But they won't let me in, so I still can't see my big fat grandson." "You can go tomorrow." "Still going?" "All the neighbors in the building know me now." "How can I not save face?" "Which is more important, face or sons and grandsons?" "Well, I'll go tomorrow." "If I can't see you tomorrow, I'll go the day after tomorrow." "If I can't see you the day after tomorrow, I'll go the day after that." "Old Han, I'm afraid my son will be so annoyed by me that he'll actually call the police." "Then let him call the police." "What can they do to you? You and your wife are only getting divorced, not your son." "The police will speak on your behalf and persuade your son to accept and forgive you." "This isn't good. My son feels quite wronged. I don't want to embarrass him or make him forgive me unwillingly." "Then you should move him every day. He'll just find me annoying." Old Man Su's eyes were full of hope. "Old Han, can you go with me?" "What can I do?" "Even if you can't do anything, at least give me some courage." "Old Han, please." "Grandpa, just agree to Grandpa Su. He is so pitiful." Xiao Qi said in a baby voice. "Okay." Han Fei was quite reluctant, but since his granddaughter had spoken, he had no choice but to agree. After all, he loved Xiao Qi the most. The next day, when Old Man Su and Han Fei arrived downstairs at the apartment building, they heard a noisy noise coming from upstairs, as well as the voice of a middle-aged woman swearing and the heartbreaking cry of a baby. "Oh no! It's at the doorstep of my son's house." Old Su pushed the crowd away and rushed over anxiously. Chapter 28, Isn't it just money? "I'll give you 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, old man." "Damn, old man, what are you doing?" When Old Man Su saw a crazy woman grabbing his daughter-in-law, he went up to her and grabbed her hair and pulled her back. "Let go of my daughter-in-law first." "Daughter-in-law? So you are the kidnapper's father?" "I'm telling you, you kidnapped my daughter. You and your son will not be able to escape jail." Old Man Su let go of her hand with a look of disbelief, then turned to look at his tearful daughter-in-law. "Is this crazy woman your mother?" At this time, his son hurried back and put his daughter-in-law behind him. "She is my wife now." The old woman put her hands on her waist and said arrogantly, "Do you have a marriage certificate with her?" Old Man Su was shocked. His son and daughter-in-law even have a child, but they don't have a marriage certificate. Could it be that his eldest grandson hasn't even registered his household yet? "Mom, we really love each other, please help us." "As long as we get the marriage certificate, the child can be registered." "Shut up. Shameless thing. Who told you to elope with a man without even asking for a betrothal gift? I'm telling you, if you don't give a betrothal gift, you'll never get a marriage certificate with him in your lifetime. I'm your daughter, not a commodity. All you care about is money and the bride price? Come back with me." The old woman reached out to grab someone. Old Man Su's daughter-in-law opened her hand and shouted hoarsely, "Just pretend you don't have a daughter like me." "I won't go back with you, and I don't want a marriage certificate anymore. Don't bother me anymore. You're dreaming. I raised you with all my hard work, and you just want to slap me and forget about me?" The old woman rushed over and tore at Old Man Su's son, cursing, "You unfilial daughter, you must come home with me today. Otherwise, I'll sue you in court for being unfilial. And that bastard, I'm going to sue him for human kidnapping." "Mom!
Stop it. I beg you, please let me go and pretend you never gave birth to me. Whoa, impossible. Your brother is getting married soon, and you have to pay for it. If you want to marry him, you have to pay a gift. 300,000 yuan, not a cent less. 300,000? My brother wants to get married, so he should earn his own money instead of sucking my blood like a leech. I'm not a brother-supporting demon, I never would. I have a son to raise, I won't give you any money, not a single cent. You won't give me money? I'll beat you to death. Seeing she couldn't pull the bastard away, the old woman grabbed old man Su's son's face and beat him like crazy. You're blocking it, right? Then I'll beat you up too. For kidnapping my daughter. Old man Su was so anxious that he jumped up and down. This was his son. Although he had neglected to discipline his son since he was a child and was often absent, he had never hit the child. Crazy woman, you dare to hit my son, get out of my way. Old man Su grabbed the old woman's hair and pulled it back, forcibly pulling her away from his son. Old man Su's son did not fight back, but let his mother-in-law beat him, because he was indeed wrong. He had kidnapped someone else's daughter, and he should let the other party vent her anger. Only after the other party had vented enough anger could they have a calm and good talk. He had saved some money for the betrothal gift. He couldn't give it back then, but he'd been quietly saving over the years, and had already saved 100,000 yuan. He'd originally planned to take his wife back to her parents' home during the Lunar New Year to give the money to his parents-in-law, but he hadn't expected them to suddenly knock on his door and demand 300,000 yuan. What he didn't expect was that the old man came again today. He originally thought that since he had closed the door to him yesterday, the old man would be a little angry and would not come again, but the old man came again, and he stood in front of him to protect him. Isn't it just money? I have money, 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. I'll give it to you, old man. Take out your household registration booklet and let the two children get their marriage certificates now. The crazy woman, who was being pulled apart by her hair, was about to charge forward again with a ferocious look on her face. However, when she heard what old man Su said, she stopped in her tracks, her ferocious expression disappearing into a wide smile. Is this true? Of course it's true. As he said that, old man Su took out the passbook in his arms, which was originally intended for his son. The old woman had heard that the boy had a father who traded stocks and seemed to be a rich man, but his parents were divorced and they had not been in contact for many years. Later, she heard that the old man had lost all his property and was a pauper. However, it seems that a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the old man still has some savings. Her son was in a hurry to get married, so no matter whether the money belonged to the scoundrel or his father, as long as it was money, she would take it all. Transfer the money to me now. First, take out your household registration booklet and let the two children get their certificates. That won't work. What if they get the certificate and you refuse to pay? I can transfer half to you first. Once they get the marriage certificate, what will you do if you don't give me the other half? You have to give me all of it, 300,000, not a cent less. I'm also afraid that even if I give you 300,000, you still won't agree to their marriage. How is that possible? The old woman glanced at her daughter and said, she has already given birth to your son's child. Even if I don't agree, I won't benefit much and it will be difficult to find another husband. In the end, old man Su gave the money to the old woman first. The old woman took the money and took out the household registration booklet, throwing it at old man Su's daughter-in-law. A daughter who was married off is like spilled water. No matter whether life is good or bad in the future, don't go back to your parents' home to cause trouble. Old man Su's daughter-in-law picked up the household registration book on the ground, holding back tears, and gritted her teeth. No matter how hard or difficult my life is, I will never go back to my parents' home, don't worry. After finally getting the marriage certificate, old man Su's son and daughter-in-law hugged each other and cried bitterly. This small certificate has always been a heavy stone weighing on their hearts. The old woman urged old man Su's daughter-in-law to move her household registration out of the household registration book. After the household registration was moved out, she snatched back the household registration book, turned around and left without even looking at her grandson. Old man Su looked at the remaining 200,000 yuan in his account and looked at his son with a flattering expression. Can I hold my eldest grandson? This is a gift from grandpa. He knew that his son would not accept the money, and he also thought it through clearly,
and decided to give all the money he earned to his eldest grandson. Old Man Su thought he was not a good father. Under Han Fei's subtle influence, he tried hard to learn and vowed in his heart that he would be a good grandfather. At this time, Han Fei, who had been a bystander, finally spoke. He looked at Old Man Su's son. Your father works for me now. He used to work from dawn to dusk selling candied haws at a stall, and later managed the orchard. It was all hard work. He couldn't even afford to buy a pair of socks with the money he earned, and he wouldn't change his pants even when they were full of holes. I asked him why he didn't spend his money, and he said he was saving it for his son and grandson. Old Man Su looked embarrassed and blushed. Old Han, what are you talking about? Can you please stop talking about socks and underwear? The daughter-in-law was deeply moved and persuaded her husband for a long time. Finally, Old Man Su's son finally reached out and took the passbook. Old Man Su laughed so happily that the wrinkles on his face turned into big chrysanthemums. If his son is willing to accept his money, it means he is willing to accept him and is willing to try to let go of the past and forgive him little by little. Dad, look at your grandson. His full name is Xu Yong, and he doesn't have a nickname yet. Please give him one. The daughter-in-law handed over the chubby white baby. Old Man Su rubbed his hands and carefully took his eldest grandson. The moment the child was in his arms, Old Man Su burst into tears of joy. My eldest grandson is so handsome. Look at his big eyes, they look so much like his father. Xu Yong is a great name. I hope he's brave and healthy. How about his nickname, Kong Kong? Okay. Old Man Su's wife teased the baby. Kong Kong, the nickname Grandpa gave you is very nice, right? Kong Kong likes it very much, right? The little baby giggled, revealing his toothless gums. His toothless smile was innocent and cute, and his big, lively eyes showed that he was smart and clever. Old Man Su was so happy that he laughed heartily. Old Han, come and look. My eldest grandson is a smart kid. You're my brother and his grandfather, so do you have any gifts? Han Fei's mouth twitched. Are you trying to blackmail me? Old Man Su winked and said, you are a wealthy man, who else should I blackmail if not you? Are you sure you want to accept my kneading gift? Have you considered that the return gift should be 7 times? Old Man Su was dumbfounded. This time he suffered a huge loss. He almost forgot that Old Han had 7 gourd brothers. Chapter 29. I met an important character in the book, the real young master among the real and fake young masters. Han Fei had actually made preparations when Old Man Su asked him to come along. After all, Old Man Su was going to meet his grandson, and as an elder, he had to give a decent gift to make things right. Han Fei took out a golden monkey pendant. This year is the year of the monkey, and the little kid was born in the year of the monkey, so he gave him a Sun Wukong as a gift. So you've been prepared. Old Man Su was touched. You are worthy of being my good brother. Han Fei did not disturb Old Man Su's reunion with his family. After giving the gift, he found an excuse and ran away. On the way, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. He hung up, and the number from that number called again. Han Fei finally answered the phone. Hello? Hello, landlord, you have a house for rent. Someone wants to rent it now, but they can't pay such a large deposit at once. I would like to negotiate with you. Are you an agent? Actually, I was originally an agent. We've met before, but I recently lost my job. The person who rented the apartment is my classmate, and I happen to have your phone number. I see. I'll go to the house now. You guys can come over for the interview. Okay, we'll be right there. Han Fei had some impression that he had heard this voice before. It was a young man from the rental center. He had previously left the young man's mobile phone number, and this time the call was from an unfamiliar number, possibly a private number. An hour later, Han Fei arrived at the 2-bedroom apartment he bought. Because the house was only used for household registration, he did not move in. He immediately went to the rental agency to rent it out, but the house was too remote and no one had rented it. There were 2 young men standing at the entrance of 101. One was the guy from the rental center whom Han Fei had seen before, and the other was a stranger. Mr. Han, you are here. Han Fei nodded, opened the door and invited the 2 in. Come in and talk. Mr. Han, this is my classmate from my hometown. He is now developing here. My house is far from the downtown area, and there's not even an office building nearby.
I'm afraid it's inconvenient for your classmate to go to work if he rents here. He doesn't go to work, he does things at home. Working around the house? He makes money online by doing live streaming, art design, playing games for others, writing online novels, doing voiceovers, and so on. In short, he can do basically any job that can be done online. He's a talented person. Hey, he's quite capable, but he only graduated from high school, so it's hard for him to find a good job. For some jobs, he's not even qualified to submit a resume. You know so much just after graduating from high school? Ah, he has a tough life. Actually, he had good grades and could easily get into a key high school, but his family wouldn't let him continue. He taught himself all these money-making skills. He's quick to learn. Han Fei looked at the young man had brought with him. When the young man met Han Fei's gaze, he immediately lowered his head, his ears red. This was an extremely introverted boy. For the entire time he had been here, Han Fei and his classmates had been talking just as the young man lowered his head shyly, his collar opened slightly, revealing something that looked like a burn or a birthmark, shaped like a small fish. Boom. Thunder roared in Han Fei's mind. The author of the book he traveled through seemed to like using things like birthmarks as foreshadowing, like the birthmark on Shao Qi's forehead that looked like a small flower, and the birthmark of an important character in the book was shaped like a small fish. Could it be? Han Fei estimated his age in his mind. He had just graduated from junior high school 2 years ago and was 3 years older than his eldest grandson. Isn't that just him, the real young master among the real and fake young masters, the man who will become a gaming tycoon in the future? Now think about what the young man said just now. This person makes money through the internet. He can design, play games, write online novels, and do dubbing. These basic skills are the preparation for him to make his own games in the future. If you are good at designing and hand drawing, you can work as a concept artist and design the original shapes of game characters. If you can play games, you will have a basic understanding of the game and know where the stuck points are that make people spend money. Because boosting is usually done by players who encounter stuck points and difficulties and have to pass the level, they will only seek help. If he can write online novels, then he will know the entire game structure, character settings, and level planning. These plans are not difficult for him. If you know how to dub, you can do the dubbing in the game yourself. If you can live broadcast, you will definitely be able to edit, and then you can also handle matters such as game promotion by yourself. He can set up a platform by himself, create a completely original game, and personally complete it. Later, he did it, but it took him 10 years to do it. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, wondering if he could shorten this time if he invested in him in advance. I like young people who are eager to learn the most. How about this? You don't have to pay a deposit. You can live in the house first. It's in a remote place anyway, so it's empty anyway. It's hard for me to rent it out. You can pay me the rent when you have money. Mr. Han, are you serious? Of course. I see that you are all very young. I think you can make money at home, but you can't give up studying. He focused on the shy young man. He said you have good grades, so you can try repeating a grade. Your family doesn't allow you to continue studying simply because they don't want to spend money on you. Now that 9 years of compulsory education are over, they want you to earn money to support the family. You can go and earn money, and you can be appropriately grateful for their upbringing, but after you make a lot of money, I hope you will continue your studies. The young man was very surprised. No one in his family wanted him to study, but everyone he met outside told him that he should study. Logically, relatives are the ones who treat him well and who truly consider his future, but now he is becoming more and more confused. He gradually feels that his family members are just asking him for money endlessly. They never ask him how he earns the money or whether he works hard. On the contrary, his friends outside are very concerned about him. They always say that a person who works several jobs and stays up late to make money will die suddenly, and advise him not to work so hard to make money. The reason he moved out this time was because his eldest brother's child was born and he needed to free up a room. In addition, the sound of the baby crying was always recorded in the room, which meant he had to re-record his dubbing and couldn't broadcast live. Finally, he chose to move out, but he had given all his money to his mother, and he couldn't come up with the 3-month deposit right away. I'll give you the key to the house. Contact me if you need anything. The shy young man finally spoke. Thank you, landlord.
Han Fei reached out and touched the shy young man's head. My eldest grandson is 2 or 3 years younger than you. You can also call me Grandpa Han.
Thank you, Grandpa Han. You can come to me if you have any problems. Just treat me as your real grandpa. I like studious children like you the most. I will ask my eldest grandson to come and play with you in the future.
Chapter 30. Han Fei bought a breakfast cart and started selling big meat buns. After Han Fei came back, he saw Han Shengda practicing typing. Seeing his clumsy appearance, he had an idea in his mind.
School is going to take an exam?
Han Shengda nodded. Han Fei had just bought the computer last month. Before, Han Shengda could only practice typing when the computer room was open. Now that he has a computer, he can practice at home.
Can you use a computer to make spreadsheets or something like that? Han Fei asked. Han Shengda shook his head.
If you can learn how to make spreadsheets, you can help me manage the accounts and do the spreadsheets.
There are about 100 people transferring money to me every day, and the accounts are too messy. I need someone to help me manage them. I can learn. Then go and learn.
Han Shengda lowered his head again. The school won't teach it for now.
We'll teach it in high school. I know a guy who's really good with computers.
I originally wanted him to help with the accounting, but he's an outsider after all, and I want my family to handle the books.
Since you want to learn, then you can learn from him.
He happens to owe me rent, so I can use it as an offset.
Rent? You have a house?
Han Shengda looked doubtful. Han Shengshan, who was sitting next to him polishing shoes, saw his chance to show off.
He ran over and said with a grin, I know about this. Grandpa bought a house in the suburbs. We are no longer temporary residents. Grandpa moved all of our household registrations in.
What did you say?
Han Shengda stood up excitedly, staring at Han Fei intently. Is what he said true? Han Fei shrugged. Isn't it normal to buy a house when you have money?
It's just that the house is in the suburbs, which is inconvenient for you to study, so we just moved our household registration there.
Why didn't you tell me? You're preparing for the high school entrance exam. There's no need to bother you.
I want to see the household registration book.
Okay.
Han Fei opened the closet and found the household registration booklet on the lower level, under a pile of clothes. Han Shengda took the household registration book with both hands. His hands seemed to be trembling slightly. Head of household, Han Fei relationship, grandfather and grandson. Han Shengda. Next page Han Ro, next page Han Shengshan, next page Han Shengxi, next page Han Shengwu, next page Han Shenglu, next page Han Shi. After closing the household registration booklet, Han Shengda returned it to Han Fei, turned around and ran away quickly. Han Shengshan saw tears in his brother's eyes. Was he going to hide and cry secretly? The next day, Han Shengda came to the suburban house purchased by Han Fei according to the address. He knocked on the door and it was opened by a brother who was not much older than him.
Hello, my grandfather is Han Fei. Are you Han Shengda, Grandpa Han's grandson?
Yes.
Your grandfather has already called me. I will teach you computers. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you if I know how.
I want to learn how to do accounting using spreadsheets.
What's an office automation? I guess so. You come in first.
Because Han Fei and Old Man Su stopped setting up their stall, Han Shengda also lost his regular 6,000 yuan part-time job. He was eager to learn how to manage accounts so that he could be in charge of the accounts when the commission from the flat candied Ha's stall came in. The old man has promised him that if he can take the office, he will give him 8,000 yuan per month. Originally, he wanted to work part-time to earn money, buy a house in the future, and solve the household registration problem. Now the old man has helped him to do this quietly, yet he didn't know what the point of making so much money was for a moment. But it was always good to have money. Just as Xiaowu said, if their family had been rich and moved to the city early, they might not have encountered such a sudden disaster. Old Man Su was itching to invest in stocks, but thinking that his son was still watching his performance, he couldn't let his son down again, so he forced himself to hold back. Han Fei frowned when he saw that Old Man Su always went to check the stock market when he was free, and moved the schedule of his new business forward. Old Su, let's go to the market to buy some goods and set up the stall tomorrow.
Buying goods?
Tomorrow, we can just go to our own orchard and pick hawthorns for the stall.
Why go to the market?
It's not a candied Ha's stall.
If we don't open a candied Ha's stall, what else should we open? With the experience of selling formulas, Han Fei focused on selling formulas because he had many exclusive formulas. Selling buns. Old Han, we're so old, why would we start a bun business? What time do we have to get up to make buns? There's money to be made, do you want to make it? But the question is, isn't the candied Ha's business doing well? Why would you sell buns? The candied Ha's, Bingtanghulu, business has lost its value. I've already made all the money I could. Next up, I plan to follow the same path as Bingtanghulu in the steamed bun business. The ultimate goal is to get a commission from the chain and sell buns. Old Han, are you sure your secret recipe for steamed buns can sell for a good price? It's not as easy to make as candied Ha's. You'll know if you try it. The two first went to the vegetable market and bought 50 kilograms of front leg meat. They asked the store to mince half of it and discarded the other half. I also bought a lot of ginger and onions. I gave the rice and flour shop owner the delivery address and asked him to deliver 30 kilograms of flour. Old man Su looked at the 30 kilograms of flour and asked, Old Han, do you really need so much? I'm just afraid it won't be enough. 50 kilograms of meat can make about 250 meat buns. He plans to use more substantial ingredients and estimates that he can make 200 meat buns. 1 pound of flour can make 10 buns, and 20 pounds can make 200. Fearing that it might not be enough, Han Fei asked someone to send 30 pounds. Old man Su washed, peeled, and sliced the ginger. Han Fei washed and cut the green onions into sections. Then he placed the green onions and ginger in a ceramic jar and soaked them in spring water. While soaking in the scallion and ginger water, Han Fei cut the front leg meat that had not been minced into minced meat into cubes, mixed the cubes and minced meat together, added the scallion and ginger water 3 times to remove the fishy smell, and finally turned the basin upside down. If the meat stuck to it and did not fall off, it was done. After the meat filling was ready, they started to knead the dough and make buns. Old man Su could still help with this matter. Later, the third brother saw it and came over to help. The third child said confidently, I am very strong. I used to help grandma knead the dough. The preliminary work of making meat buns is a bit tedious, but the later stage of making buns is just mechanical repetition. Han Fei bought a breakfast cart, which was a legal way to set up a stall, and he obtained a business license. Old Han, can we really make back the money we invested? Old man Su was worried. Han Fei handed him a freshly baked meat bun and said, try it. Hot, hot, hot. Old man Su blew several times and bit through the skin. The broth was delicious and the meat was firm. It didn't feel rotten, but was in chunks. Delicious. These meat buns are fresh and delicious. The meat is like a meatball, chewy yet not too hard to chew. Fresh, fragrant, and delicious, absolutely amazing. Do you still think you can't make back the money you paid for this car? Old man Su laughed and said, I can definitely make it back. Old Han, let's make a deal. Can you give me another one? These all need to be sold. If they can't be sold, I'll give them to you to eat. How could such delicious buns not sell? Just give me another one. Old man Su's lips were almost worn out, but he failed to get another meat bun from Han Fei. Han Fei decided to sell buns in the park. Breakfast should naturally be sold to the elderly first. The elderly are the ones who get up early, and they are also the main force in buying breakfast. The elderly will buy breakfast for the whole family. As long as you tap into the market of the elderly, you can earn money for the whole family's breakfast. Chapter 31. I seem to see a lot of money flying towards us from all directions. How much is this meat bun? 3 yuan. So expensive? It's all real meat from the front legs. We don't make any money, just gain some fame. Cheaper, I'll buy more. Okay, how many do you want? A family of 5, each person eats 2, let's make 10. Then I'll charge you 9, what do you think? Okay, boss, that's straightforward. The old man came home carrying the meat buns. When his daughter-in-law saw that they were buns, she shook her head with no interest and said, Dad, I bought bread for breakfast, so I won't eat it. I buy it per person, it's very cheap, just try it. All buns taste the same. They're not very good. My bread is still the best. The old man took out a meat bun, took a bite and slurped. Dad, this isn't a soup dumpling, how come you're making the slurping sound? This meat bun is solid and has plenty of broth. It's not jelly, it's real gravy. Come and try it, it's really delicious. I still like eating bread. Although she said this, the woman's nose twitched as she smelled the meaty aroma coming from the bitten meat bun, and her throat subconsciously rolled. At this time, her husband and son got up. Her son smelled the aroma of meat and blinked his big eyes. Grandpa, did you bring me some delicious food? My dear grandson, try this big meat bun, it's delicious as good. Just as the little fat boy was about to take the meat bun, his mother coughed dryly and stared at him seriously. It was difficult for him to ignore her, so he could only sigh and retract his hand. Grandpa, I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Wait until I finish brushing my teeth and washing my face before eating. His father had already quickly brushed his teeth and ran out. Dad, these meat buns smell so good, give me two. Ah, I knew you like meat buns. Come on, your wife doesn't like them, so don't even think about two. You can eat four. The man bit into the meat bun and huffed. It's still hot and juicy. It's delicious. So delicious. I've never had such delicious meat buns. Dad, where did you buy this meat bun? Why haven't I eaten it before? I saw the breakfast cart when I was exercising in the park. It must have just opened today. The owner looked unfamiliar. It's delicious, Dad. Bring me some more tomorrow. I'll share some with my colleagues. Okay. It's so cheap. I can bargain with the boss. He's a very nice guy and easy to talk to. When the man wolfed down two meat buns and reached for the third one, his wife threw away the bread in her hand and snatched the meat bun. This one is mine. Wife, don't you want to eat? I changed my mind. Your bread, here you go. Wife, you can't finish two, can you give me one? When the woman bit into the meat bun, she was almost scalded by the meat juice. She was most afraid of minced ginger or green onions in the meat bun. Generally, in order to save fillings, people who make meat buns will mix ginger and green onions into the minced meat. In this way, if 1 pound of meat is used to make 5 meat buns, it can be made into 6 by adding ginger and green onions, but the meat buns here are different. You can tell that scallions and ginger are added to remove the fishy smell, but you can't taste the scallions and ginger. It's delicious, really delicious. It doesn't have a mushy texture, but a springy texture. You can tell it's made with real ingredients. Don't even mention 2, I can finish 3. The man watched helplessly as his wife with a small stomach quickly finished the 2 meat buns in one bite. In the past, she couldn't even finish half of a meat bun, let alone a whole one. She would just throw the meat to him and eat the skin. The look of disgust at the taste of the meat was clearly written on his face, but this time, there was no disgust on the daughter-in-law's face, only satisfaction and a feeling of being unsatisfied. I'll have another one. As she said that, the woman actually took another one and ate it. This time, my mother-in-law came and asked in confusion, "What do you want to eat?" The daughter-in-law gave her 2 meat buns. "Mother-in-law, try them quickly, these meat buns are super delicious." The mother-in-law looked disgusted. "Don't you usually dislike eating meat buns?" "I don't like them either." "Mom, can you give it to me if you don't want to eat it?" The man smiled ingratiatingly. Mother-in-law narrowed her eyes. "Do you want to eat?" "Yes." "Dream on." Mother-in-law took the 2 meat buns away. She knew her son and daughter-in-law well. If the meat bun was just average, they wouldn't be so upset. But now her daughter-in-law recommended it to her and her son asked her for it, so the meat bun must be special. My mother-in-law picked up the meat bun that she usually didn't like to eat and took a bite reluctantly. She was just trying it out by taking small bites at first, but later she turned into taking big mouthfuls and gobbling it up voraciously. "Old woman, are you starving? Eat slowly, or you might choke." Delicious, really delicious. After my mother-in-law finished eating 2 meat buns, she wiped her mouth and saw that there was one left, so she took it away without saying a word. When the little fat boy came out, where were the meat buns? 2 meat buns were eaten by his grandfather, 2 meat buns were eaten by his father, his mother and grandmother ate 3 each, and all 10 buns were gone. Wow, 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 the wailing was so loud that it shook the ears. The old man coaxed him, "Wait for it, my dear grandson. Grandpa will go buy it and bring it back to you right away." Little do people know that such a scene occurs in many families and is surprisingly similar. My dear, don't cry. Grandma will go to the park to buy some more. Honey, what's going on? That was for our son, how come you ate it all? Hey, I'll go to the park and buy some more. Old man, you ate all the food by yourself and didn't even leave any for me. No, old woman, listen to my explanation. I bought 4. I originally planned to give us 2 each, but they were so delicious and I was so hungry that I couldn't resist and finished 1. Don't be angry, I'll go to the park to buy more now. When a group of old men and women rushed to the park, they finally caught up with the moving breakfast cart. Old buddy, do you have any neat buns left? Boss, do you have any neat buns left? Boss, I want 10 more meat buns. Boss, I want 20 more meat buns. Han Fei opened the window and sighed apologetically, sorry everyone, the meat buns are sold out. Goodbye, everyone. Boss, wait, are you still coming to the park to sell buns tomorrow? Boss, what time will you come to the park tomorrow? I'll come again tomorrow. I'm not sure about the time, but it should be around the same time as today. Boss, make more meat buns tomorrow. Yes, your meat buns are so delicious, made with real ingredients, everyone in my family is fighting over them. Okay, I'll bring some more meat buns to sell tomorrow. Everyone, I really have to go now. Goodbye. The crowd reluctantly made way and watched the breakfast cart go away, looking forward to tomorrow coming soon. Inside the breakfast cart, Old Man Su exclaimed repeatedly, Old Han, I seem to be seeing the heyday of flat candied haws. Back then, our stall would be surrounded by children as soon as school was over. In the future, the breakfast cart will definitely be surrounded by a group of elderly people. Let's make something new tomorrow. Han Fei raised his lips. We have to make them addicted to it to attract more business. Then the nearby bun shops will be worried because they can't sell their buns. Old Man Su laughed and said, what's the point of being anxious? Let's take action. Participate in the chain profit sharing, or buy your recipe. Old Han, I seem to see a lot of money flying towards us from all directions. Chapter 32 Even the most delicious food from land and sea cannot replace the scallion and pork rolls in his hand. Boss, you're finally here. We've been waiting at the park entrance since before dawn. Give me 30 neat buns first. My son needs to take them to the company to share with his colleagues. Okay. Han Fei collected the money and Old Man Su packed the meat buns, working in perfect harmony. 30 buns, I'll charge you the price of 27 buns, same as yesterday, 10% off. Boss, you still know me. Of course, you're a regular customer. Can I get a discount on the meat buns? Boss, can you give me a discount? Yes, if you buy 10 or more, you can get a 10% discount. Boss, I want 20 neat buns. Boss, I want 10 neat buns. Boss, I want 15 neat buns. Those who didn't buy buns yesterday have been craving them for a long time. After hearing those who bought buns yesterday praise them to the heavens, needless to say, I bought some steamed buns yesterday. I was craving them the whole night and even dreamed about eating them. After a round of scramble, Han Fei waved his hand apologetically. Everyone, today's meat buns are sold out. Would you like to try today's new product? New? Boss, what's new? Is it also steamed buns? Today's new product, flour rolls. Han Fei demonstrated his special flour rolls. Ha! This flour roll has meat? How come I've never seen this kind of flour roll before? Boss, is that minced meat in the middle? It's diced pork with soy sauce and chopped green onions. It's our breakfast shop's specialty, flour rolls. Would you like to try some? Will the ones with meat be very expensive? If they're the same price as the big meat buns, I might as well have the big meat buns. It doesn't look like there's much meat. If it's expensive, I wouldn't really want to eat it. Yeah, it looks dry, not as juicy as the big meat buns. Old Man Su snorted twice. What do you know? The diced meat is made from air-dried marinated meat. It's incredibly fragrant, and the portion is just as large as the meat in the meat buns you eat. The price is the same as the meat buns. If you want to eat it, then eat it. If you don't want to, forget it. Anyway, today's meat buns are sold out. What an attitude you have, old man.
Don't think that just because your meat buns are delicious, everything else will taste the same.
We don't buy it.
Han Fei pulled Old Man Su back from the window, pushed him inside, and said with a smile, "Everyone, I'll cut some steamed buns for you to try for free.
If you like them, you can buy more.
If not, go buy some buns from somewhere else. My meat buns are sold out, so I'll make some more tomorrow."
Old Man Su was annoyed. Flour rolls cost a lot of money. Don't be such a pushover. They wouldn't buy them even if they tasted good. They're just stingy people. Hey! We don't like what you're saying. Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely buy it if it tastes good. Yes, as long as the boss's steamed buns are really delicious, we will definitely buy them from the boss.
It's a good opportunity to change the taste for our family.
Boss, is that loud and bad-tempered old man inside your relative? He's my old brother. Don't get angry, everyone. He's just a straightforward person. He can't stand others saying our food isn't tasty. Ha, as long as the flour rolls are really delicious, then we are wrong.
If the flour rolls don't taste good, you'll have to get him to change his arrogant temper. Yeah, if the flour rolls don't taste good, we have to make him change his temper. Han Fei looked back at Old Man Su and raised his eyebrows. "You sang red face well." Old Man Su smiled knowingly and grumbled, "As long as you don't think it tastes good, I'll apologize. But if the flour rolls are delicious, you have to buy more and I'll give you a discount as apology for my rude attitude towards you just now."
Okay. You're quite a loyal old man. As long as it tastes good, we will buy it.
Old Man Su started to cut the steamed buns. He originally wanted to cut one into 8 pieces, but Han Fei thought he was too stingy, shook his head, and snatched it away to cut it himself. Han Fei cut a steamed bun in half and started distributing them to the old men and women. The old man took half of the steamed bun and was stunned for a moment, then raised his thumb and said, "Boss, you were so generous." The old lady took half of the meat roll and smiled, "Boss, as long as it tastes good, I will definitely buy more and will never let you suffer a loss." People passing by the park entrance discovered that there was free breakfast here, and they ran over to line up. The old men and women who had received half a steamed bun had not even had time to take a bite when they started to spread the word in the crowd about how delicious the meat buns from this breakfast cart were. "Old man, you only said that the meat buns were delicious. Why don't you tell me whether these flour rolls are delicious? This is the first time I've seen scallion and pork flour rolls. Come on, try some and tell us if they're delicious." The old man smiled and nodded, "I'll try it now. Wait, I'll tell you what I think of it." The old man first leaned in and sniffed the minced meat aroma on the steamed bun, his face intoxicated. "This is smoked with pine needles and fruit peels, I can smell it. When I was a child, I always helped my mother smoke bacon, I know the smell. Yeah, it smells really good. Old man, please eat quickly, we are all waiting anxiously." "Okay, I'll eat it now." The old man took a bite, and his originally dark pupils suddenly burst into light. Tears flashed in his eyes. "How many years has it been? Ever since my mother died, I haven't tasted this flavor in many, many years. The chewy yet soft noodles are fermented just right and kneaded with just the right amount of force, creating a perfect harmony, not too doughy nor too hard. The green onions are very fragrant. They are authentic green onions, organic green onions grown at home. They are not the green onions that are almost never available in the vegetable market nowadays. After soaking, there will be blue onions with unknown pesticide residues. The diced meat is even more amazing. It is the homemade bacon made by his mother when he was a child. She chooses the best local pork, with the right amount of fat and lean meat, and smokes it with pine needles and fruit peels to give it a fragrant aroma. It is not dried out very much, but as soon as it becomes slightly hard, he can't wait to pick it up and make it for his family. Wow! No way, it's so delicious that it makes me cry? Passers-by saw it and were shocked. Isn't this a trick? Isn't this too exaggerated? Not really, it's not so delicious that it makes me cry. It's free anyway, no matter if he's a shill or not. Let's get in line for breakfast first. I can save money on breakfast today, what a great deal. It smells delicious. Regardless of whether he's acting or not, it shouldn't be that bad. Hey, don't cut in line. Old man, you're just a shill. You've already received it once. There's no need to cut in line.
Hey boy, I'm not here for free, I'm here to buy. Can you guys who are here for free line up somewhere else?
You're making me look like a low-class person, like you're cutting in line.
Hey, sir, you're just a shill. There's no need to actually spend money to buy it, right?
Maybe the boss has already given him money to buy it for us to see, and then we will pay for it.
I won't be fooled. I'll just get the free one. I won't pay for it.
The old man rushed to the front of the line and squeezed in, shouting at Han Fei, "Boss, give me 30.
No, 50.
He originally wanted to buy 30 to share, but then he thought, the boss's business is so good.
What if tomorrow, just like today, there are no big meat buns or scallion pork rolls? What if I can't buy them? I'd better buy a little more. If there are no tomorrow, I can still go home and eat the leftovers.
Okay, old Sue, I'll make flour rolls.
50 flour rolls, and I'll give you a 10% discount." Old Man Sue packed 50 steamed buns and handed them over, smiling. "Old man, I didn't lie to you, did I? And you still called me arrogant." "Ah, I'm wrong. You have the right to be so arrogant."
In my opinion, your flour rolls are hundreds and thousands of times more delicious than meat buns. What else can compare to the taste of mother's food? Not to mention the meat buns, even the delicacies from land and sea cannot exchange for the 50 scallion and meat rolls in his hand.
Chapter 33, Big Meat Buns. Scallion and pork rolls. Get one for free, guaranteed promotion and raise. Hey! Old lady, why are you cutting in line?
Young man, I didn't jump the queue to get something for free. I bought it with money, just like that old man just now.
Ha, young man, move a little further back, I want to buy some too. And me, give me some space too. I'm here to buy something too.
The old men and women who were originally in the queue to get free steamed buns stood back to their original seats after tasting them. This time they were not getting free ones, but were here to buy them, so they felt justified in cutting in. Those passers-by who got the free tickets couldn't say anything and could only hold their noses and go to the back of the line. After all, the boss is not doing charity, and it is impossible for them, those who get free food, to give way to those who pay for the steamed buns. They still choose to know the situation and line up at the back, otherwise if there is a commotion, they won't be able to get the free food. Why are more and more people joining in?
Didn't you get these for free? Why did you spend money to buy them when you don't even know if they taste good?
It seems like they're afraid they won't be able to get it when it's sold out, so they just jump in and spend money to buy it.
At this rate, we definitely won't get it. Is it really that delicious? People who have tried it will buy it in batches of 20 or 30, as if it's really delicious. They're definitely all shills, trying to trick us. We're so anxious we can't get the free food, so we just pay for it. After all, spending money means we can get it faster. I also think those people are shills. Just now there was an old man who was so exaggerated that he actually cried. That old man bought 50, didn't he? Can he finish them all? How could he possibly finish it?
I think he bought it here and then turned around and returned it from the back.
It's possible.
Those people who bought 30 or 50 of them are definitely shills.
They might just buy them and return them the next day. As long as we queue up here honestly, we can always get some for free. After all, none of them actually sold them. Yes, let them buy it, and we'll just queue up behind them.
We'll always get free ones, but don't be impulsive and squeeze in to buy with them, or you'll get ripped off.
Are you sure? What if they're not agents? What if they're really here to buy steamed buns?
We've worked so hard to queue up, but in the end, it might all be for nothing.
What a waste of time.
I'm sure they're all shills.
Didn't you see they're all old men and women with nothing to do?
They must have come here to act as shills after receiving a carton of eggs.
Let's line up right here. Believe me, we'll definitely get some for free. They won't be sold out. They're all fake. Yes, it's a show for us. We'll line up right here.
As more and more people go back to buy the free items immediately after receiving them, the people at the back of the line can never move forward. They are anxious, but they still insist on their own opinions, thinking that these are all agents and will be exposed sooner or later. Finally, after a long hour, they heard the boss say, "Everyone, I'm sorry, we're sold out of steamed buns today.
Please come early tomorrow. The breakfast cart was getting farther and farther away, and the people standing in the wind were disheveled. Didn't you say those people were shills? Didn't you say that those people were just pretending to buy the steamed buns? They'll return them soon, and there will be an endless supply of steamed buns. Didn't you say we would definitely get free flour rolls? You blame me, and I blame you. After buying 50 steamed buns and putting them away, the old man went to the park again. This time he was here to exercise. When he saw the passers-by still at the park entrance, he smiled and joked, "What? Didn't you buy anything? I'm telling you, the boss's business is booming, so you'll have to get there early next time." Hey, wait a minute, old man. Old man, wait a minute. What's wrong? Aren't you a toy? You bought so much, aren't you just putting on a show? Did you take the boss's money to buy it first, and then return it to him? What's the point of asking for favors? I'm too old to do such wicked things. The flour rolls are really delicious, and I bought them with real money. I'm not going to chat with you anymore, I have to go practice Tai Chi. Only after the old man entered the park and walked away did they come to their senses. Isn't he a shill? So he really cried? So delicious that it makes you cry? How delicious must it be? The person who spoke swallowed. Are those old men and women really buying it? They're buying 30 or 50 at a time? The old man and the old woman are so stingy. What does it mean that they can be so generous? Why ask? Of course it means the flour rolls are delicious. If I had known this, I should have inserted it and bought one to try. I regret it too. It's only $3. Damn it, I'm going to be late for work. I'll take this road again tomorrow, and I'll buy it tomorrow. I'll come early tomorrow too. I must try the steamed bun that made the old man cry. It's so tempting. The next day, office workers made a detour, only to find that the buns and steamed buns were sold out again. The old men and women got up early and were very strong. They would buy enough food for the whole family at a time and also buy a lot to give to relatives and friends. As a result, Han Fei and Old Man Su sold out all 300 meat buns and 300 flour rolls in less than 30 minutes after they set up their stall. A young man shamelessly asked an old man for a steamed bun at a high price. Holding the steamed bun that he had been longing for and finally bought, the young man actually didn't know how to eat it. Come on, try it. Is it really that delicious? Xiao Zhang, if you don't eat it, I will eat it. Seeing the person next to him shamelessly approaching and preparing to bite him, the young man dodged and glared at the other person fiercely. Under the close attention of office workers, the only young man who got the steamed bun from the old man and the old woman finally took the first bite. He took a small, tentative bite at first, then he wolfed it down, and by the last bite, he was actually reluctant to finish it. Delicious, so delicious. The young man ate the last bite reluctantly, tears in his eyes. This soy sauce pork tastes just like the one my grandma made. Oh my god, another one crying? Is this person really not a shill? He is my colleague. I can prove that he is not a shill. Oh my god, I'm so greedy. No, I have to buy it tomorrow. Even if I don't sleep, I'm going to buy it. At dawn, the park entrance was full of people. When Han Fei and Old Man Su drove over, they were shocked to see a crowd of young people. When office workers saw them, they shouted excitedly, "They're here! They're finally here! Today, there's no senior team competing with us, so we'll definitely get to eat the big meat buns and scallion pork rolls. Boss, give me a big meat bun. Are you stupid? You finally managed to get ahead of the senior team, but you only want to buy one? Boss, I'm not as stupid as him. I want to. Ha ha, you two will definitely regret it. Boss, I want 50 scallion and pork steamed buns. The speaker was Xiao Zhang, who had eaten the steamed buns yesterday. You dare to buy more because you've tasted it. We haven't tasted it, so how can we know whether it tastes good or not? That's right. We didn't have any of it, so of course we didn't dare to buy more. The person who spoke took a meat bun and a flour steamed bun he had just received, and started eating the meat bun first. After taking a big bite, his face was full of satisfaction. After he finished a meat bun, before he could even eat the scallion and pork roll, he heard Xiao Yu,
who had bought a bun earlier, rush out and yell at the boss, "Boss, give me 50 meat buns."
So many?
The man was in no rush, savoring the steamed buns leisurely. After finishing one, he rushed over to buy more when he heard the owner standing at the car window, smiling and saying to everyone, "Excuse me, everyone, we're sold out of the meat buns and steamed buns.
Please come early tomorrow."
The man regretted it so much that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. If he had known earlier, he should have learned from Xiao Yu and bought some more meat buns right after finishing his meal. Xiao Yu, who bought 50 meat buns, was surrounded by people. Most of the office workers here work in a high-tech park, and many of them know each other.
Xiao Yu, you bought 50? Xiao Yu, we have a good relationship, right? Can you give me one?
Xiao Yu, I'm your supervisor.
Can you sell me a few?
Xiao Yu, let's make a deal.
I'll pay double the price, and you can transfer 10 to me?
Xiao Yu turned and ran, holding a bag of big meat buns.
Don't dream.
Even if you're the supervisor, you wouldn't give me this favor. I'm going to take these back home for my sweet daughter. She loves meat buns the most.
Okay. Run away, someone sighed. It's okay.
Xiao Zhang is still here. He bought 50 steamed buns.
Hey, yes, there's Xiao Zhang too.
Seeing that the situation was not good, the young man wanted to run, but it was too late. He was surrounded by his colleagues.
Xiao Zhang, be smart and hand over the flour rolls. Xiao Zhang, wouldn't it be nice to make double the money by reselling it?
Xiao Zhang, I'll pay 3 times the price and I'll buy all 50 steamed buns.
Xiao Zhang, I'd like to consider promoting you.
What do you think? Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth and handed all 50 steamed buns to his boss. Boss, I'm counting on you to take care of my promotion.
No problem, no problem.
A few days later, Xiao Zhang received a promotion notice and was so happy that he danced on the spot that he never imagined that the steamed buns from the old man's house had such great effects. What to give as a gift?
Need I ask?
The big meat buns and scallion pork rolls from Grandpa's bun cart. 1 gift for 1 guarantee. Promotion and salary increase are no problem.
Chapter 34, The Ultimate Villain Who Opposes the Prosecutor, saying that he wants to be a prosecutor when he grows up?
In the early morning, Old Man Su went to the slaughterhouse to buy meat. Not only was the meat fresh, but it was also very cost-effective. Han Fei went to the orchard he contracted to pick green onions and dig ginger. Strings of soy sauce meat were hung in the yard, covered with small hoods, with bursts of smoke coming from the bottom. What was burning were the orange peels from making candied oranges, as well as fruit tree leaves and pine needles. Han Fei and Old Man Su save costs to the minimum and try to produce and sell their own products, so that it is difficult for others to imitate their taste. Because Han Fei and Old Man Su's business was so good, the delicious meat buns and scallion meat rolls not only captured the hearts of the old man and the old woman, but also fascinated the office workers in the office buildings in the surrounding commercial district, indirectly causing the breakfast shops in the surrounding area to suddenly have a dismal business. Whenever the breakfast cart drives past the breakfast shops on the street, the small business
owners stare at it with envy and jealousy. Old Han, I feel like their eyes are about to torture me to death.
You'll get used to it. One day, they will go as crazy as the vendors of the candied haws.
Good for us, isn't it? You're such a fox. Old Man Su sighed.
None of them can escape this pirate ship. Han Fei shrugged. We are still just doing small things at the moment, and we are still far from my goal. If he wants to open an entertainment company, and a large-scale one at that, it will be difficult to do it without a small goal. He must work hard to save capital.
Goal? What goal? You'll know later. Don't be mysterious. We're at the park now, let's open and make some money.
When Comrade Xiao Zhan was promoted and given a raise directly by giving steamed buns, many people followed suit, resulting in people buying buns and steamed buns in batches of 50. Han Fei only sold 500 meat buns and 500 scallion meat rolls at a time. As a result, many people rushed to stock up, and the people queuing behind him had not been able to buy buns and rolls for several days.
Boss, can you limit the purchase?
I haven't had a big meat bun for 3 days.
Boss, my little girl loves your meat buns.
If we can't buy them, she'll go on a hunger strike and refuse to eat anything else.
Please, limit purchases. Give me a chance to eat buns.
Han Fei thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll put up a sign. Each person is limited to 5 meat buns and 5 scallion meat rolls. As the sign went up, the people at the front of the line started complaining. I finally got my turn, but why can't I buy this much? There's so many people in my family, there's not enough to go around. Han Fei smiled and handed him 5 meat buns and 5 scallion pork rolls. Then call them over to queue up together. Wouldn't that allow us to buy more? Okay. I'll call those lazy sleepers over right now. So, when the weekend finally came, the children and grandchildren who were sleeping in were woken up by their grandfather and ordered to rush to the park to line up immediately, otherwise they would not be given breakfast if they were late. When he heard that there was no breakfast, the young man who wanted to play dumb and stay in bed got up immediately, even disregarding his image, and rushed to the park entrance in his pajamas. Just when Han Fei's business was at its peak, 7 or 8 men in security uniforms suddenly rushed over, holding sticks in their hands. Who told you to set up a stall here? There are so many of you blocking the way here. What if there's a stampede? If you want to set up a stall, go somewhere else. Not here in the park. Are you park security? Han Fei frowned. Yes. Our manager asked us to come here and kick you out. Get out of here right now. Our car didn't even enter the park, so why are you controlling the gate? This is all park territory. You are deliberately looking for trouble. Old Man Su was about to rush forward excitedly. Han Fei stopped him and said, Old Su, do you have any cigarettes? I quit smoking a long time ago. He quit smoking after his child moved in at home. Han Fei didn't have any cigarettes on him. After thinking for a moment, he took out 500 yuan and went to the security team leader. Friend, let's talk it over nicely. There's no need to chase you away. The security team leader didn't refuse. Instead, he quickly stuffed the money into his sleeve and snorted, It's not that we want to make things difficult for you. We are just security guards and don't have any real power. Your business is too good and it's attracting attention. It's best to do business elsewhere. Is that man easy to talk to? Han Fei made a gesture of counting money. The security team leader shook his head. Our manager's family is not short of money. Just to make things difficult for me? About the same. Can I call the police? It's useless. The security captain lowered his voice. He has relatives in both the police station and the urban management department. Even if someone comes, they'll just be ambiguous. You're definitely not going to be able to do business with this kind of commotion every day. I advise you to leave here and go somewhere else. Okay, I understand. Han Fei inquired about the situation, got in the car, and apologized to everyone. I won't be selling anything today. Everyone, go back. Why can't it be sold? Are you being given a hard time by security? This isn't a park, it's a public area. What right do they have to interfere? That's right. They have no right to interfere. Boss, if you keep selling, I don't believe they can really smash the car. Boss, we have so many people protecting you, don't worry, they won't be able to get close to the breakfast cart. Han Fei said gratefully, Thank you everyone. I'll drive the car to the road ahead. There's an open space there. Okay, let's go with the boss. Boss, please drive slower. I'm afraid it's hard for me to keep up with my old legs and arms. Young man, don't cut in line. Old man, this is a new place, but it means we have a new team. It's your fault for running so slowly. Han Fei drove the car to the side of the road in front, and there was an empty seat in front of a convenience store. As soon as he parked his car, the customers lined up on their own accord. Just as he was about to start selling, 2 middle-aged women rushed out of the small supermarket and said, We can't stop here. This is where our convenience store loads and unloads goods. A delivery truck will be here soon. Hurry up and leave. An old lady came out with a broom and chased people away. I'll just sell them for a while, they'll be sold out soon. Han Fei gave the other party a few buns, hoping that the other party would be flexible. Who cares about your buns? If our manager finds out, my salary will be docked. The aunt threw the buns on the ground and said, Go somewhere else. If you guys gather here, our supermarket won't be able to do business anymore.
Hurry up!
Han Fei wanted to discuss it carefully when he saw a group of people in urban management uniforms running over. Who allowed you to set up a stall here?
This is an illegal operation.
The captain of the urban management team started questioning and accusing as soon as he arrived. Han Fei took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and took out a series of food safety certificates, business licenses, and other documents. My breakfast cart is a legal operation, and I have obtained a license.
It is not an illegal operation. The captain of the urban management team choked.
He didn't expect that this old man had actually completed all the procedures. Even if you have all the necessary paperwork, this isn't a place to set up a stall. Residents have complained that a large number of you have gathered here, causing a nuisance.
Please leave immediately. If you don't leave, I'll have to seize your car.
Some customers wanted to help Han Fei, but Han Fei waved his hand and told them to go back to their work.
Everyone, go back. I'm going back too.
Boss, you clearly have all the necessary paperwork, there's no need to be so cowardly. Han Fei smiled bitterly. The people do not fight against the officials. He drove the breakfast cart away quickly, not giving the customers a chance to persuade him, and also preventing the urban management from impounding the car. The captain of the urban management team looked at the breakfast cart driving away, his eyes narrowed dangerously. You ran fast this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. He was originally expecting those customers to quarrel with him, so that he could use this excuse to prove that they were guilty of disturbing the public unexpectedly. The old man was a man of tact and ran away quickly. The old man was right. The people should not fight against the officials. What's more, this matter was arranged by his superiors. He must not allow this old man to set up a stall here again. Back in the yard, old man Su unloaded the unsold buns from the breakfast cart. Han Chengda was just about to go out to find his tenant teacher for computer lessons when he saw the unloaded buns and was surprised. Is there still a time when you can't sell them? Since the breakfast cart opened, it has been sold out every day. This is the first time I have seen any leftovers. Old man Su briefly recounted the incident inside. I really wanted to have a fight with those city management officers. If they dared to touch me, I would just lie down on the ground. I'm old, so I'll ask them to pay for my medical expenses. But your grandfather said that the people shouldn't fight the officials, so we can only give in. Han Chengda pursed his lips tightly and looked very unhappy. Han Chengxi came out from the corner and was obviously eavesdropping. Brother, this matter should be related to the park manager. He did not miss what old man Su said. The park manager has relatives in the police station and the urban management department. Han Chengda lowered his eyes. We can't help him. Han Chengxi nodded. I can't help you right now. Han Chengda frowned and looked at his fourth brother. Han Chengxi narrowed his eyes and said, when I grow up, I want to be a prosecutor. Han Fei pricked up his ears when he got off the car, and almost tripped when he heard this pyramid scheme leader, fraud ringleader, later licensed lawyer, a man with no conscience who can win any case as long as he has money, the ultimate villain against the prosecutors. What is he saying now? Saying he wants to be a prosecutor when he grows up? Chapter 35, Xiao Laolu is full of business knowledge. As long as Xiao Qi is involved, even a stubborn donkey will bow his head. From that day on, Han Fei noticed that Xiao Laoxi was always holding thick legal books, such as the Civil Code, the Criminal Code, the Company Law, and the International Law. He was reading it very seriously, and I don't know whether he could understand it at such a young age. This little fourth brother, wouldn't he really turn from a conscienceless lawyer into a righteous prosecutor? Han Fei was in a complicated mood. Are we really not going to make buns anymore? Old man Su said dejectedly. Anyway, our goal isn't to keep selling buns, so just take it as a few days of rest. I always feel that you are not a coward, you are just waiting for the opportunity to use your ultimate move. Aha! Old Han, I used to think you were a fox, cunning and sly. Han Fei stared. Old man Su laughed and said, now you don't look like a fox anymore. Han Fei felt that this old man had nothing good to say. You are like a venomous snake, insidious and cunning. You may seem easy to bully, but you can deliver a fatal blow at any time. Han Fei sneered. Some people are secretly speculating in stocks. Do you think I don't know? Old man Su looked horrified. Old Han, let's talk it over. I just feel like investing. I'll just invest 1,000 every month, not a penny more. I'm actually pretty good at stocks, but I just ran into a stock market crash at the time, and the overall market wasn't looking good.
I know.
Han Fei also observed for a long time.
When Old Man Su was watching the market, he would also observe Old Man Su's trading methods.
He was indeed an expert. 1000 yuan a month is a small expense and not a big deal. After all, Old Man Su doesn't smoke, drink, or travel, and he doesn't spend any money on weekdays. Actually, if you tell your son about this matter, he will understand you.
No.
You don't steal or rob, so what's there to be ashamed of? Old Su sighed. It's because I made a fortune speculating in the stock market that I did the wrong thing and destroyed our family.
My son hates stock trading. Old Han, I shouldn't have called you a venomous snake.
I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. Don't tell my son about my stock trading, please.
Okay, wash the dishes from lunch first, and then treat us to dinner in the evening.
Okay. It's a deal. But the dishes have to be left to little Six to wash.
He washes the dishes?
Old Man Su scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm tired of making dumplings and flour rolls every day, so I don't feel like washing dishes. Xiao Laolu offered to help me share the burden, but he wants me to pay a little.
You want money? Not much, 10 yuan for washing dishes.
Han Fei narrowed his eyes.
He had forgotten about Xiao Laolu, the future black-hearted capitalist. Just as they were talking about Xiao Laolu, the doorbell rang. Old Man Su went to open the door and saw a large box delivered by courier. He poked his head in and asked, Old Han, did you buy something big online?
No. The delivery man said, it's a dishwasher. At this moment, little Six ran out of the room, hurried to the door, and raised his little hand. I bought it.
I'm here to sign for it. The courier didn't expect the person buying the item was a child, so he asked with a smile, Are you Han Chenglu?
Yes.
It's me. After the courier left, the little guy struggled to open the box. Old Man Su lowered his voice, Really not going to help?
Han Fei folded his arms across his chest and shook his head. The box was opened, and Old Man Su and Han Fei saw clearly what was inside the box.
It was indeed a dishwasher. Old Man Su was surprised. Why did you buy a dishwasher? Han Chenglu raised his chin and said, The dishwasher is mine.
You still have to pay me for washing dishes.
I'll pay you the original price. Old Man Su asked, How much is this dishwasher?
Han Chenglu touched the dishwasher lovingly, as if it were a hen that lays golden eggs. It's not expensive, 1,000. I calculated how much I paid you to wash the dishes during this period of time when I was busy selling buns.
Don't count it, it's exactly 1,000. So you used the money I gave you to buy a dishwasher? And then you're going to keep making money from me? Han Chenglu nodded his little head. Hey. How can you be so cunning? Old Man Su looked at Han Fei and said, Little Sixth is most like you. He will definitely be a good businessman in the future.
Han Fei said with a serious expression, Xiao Lu, come with me and talk.
Han Chenglu frowned and said in a baby voice, What? I haven't tried the dishwasher yet, I don't know if it works well. Do you know how dangerous you were just now? Why didn't you tell an adult that you were shopping online? Humph. None of your business.
Xiao Laolu ran back to the house and slammed the door shut. He is small, but has a big temper.
Han Fei, Old Man Su laughed. Hey, old Han, look at him. I said he looks like you, even his temper is similar. Han Fei narrowed his eyes dangerously. I have a bad temper? No. Hey, old Han, you have a good temper. Han Fei walked to Xiao Lalio's door and knocked on it. Why don't you try the dishwasher? What are you doing hiding in the room? Xiao Laolu opened the door angrily. You guys are just watching and not helping me, and I can't move it, so how can I try? I won't try. Do you know why Grandpa wants to talk to you? If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't, I'll close the door. Grandpa is not at home today.
The delivery has arrived.
Will you open the door? Han Chenglio's eyes flickered, and he said sullenly, I won't open it. You're lying. I didn't. Your eyes are flashing, why don't you look at me and answer? If Grandpa wasn't around and a courier arrived, and you, a little kid, went to open the door, what if the courier was a bad guy? Do you know how dangerous that would be? Have you forgotten that your second sister and fifth brother were kidnapped by kidnappers? Anyway, it didn't happen, so don't lecture me here. I don't want to pay any attention to you. As he said this, the little guy was about to close the door and escape. Han Fei pressed the door, and it opened completely. Han Changlu was furious. You are a bad guy, you ought to hit me. Han Fei sighed. When have I ever hit you? Xiaolu, you're not so wary of outsiders, so why are you so repulsive to Grandpa? Han Fei really didn't understand why Xiaolu, who was a few months older than Xiaoluoliu, and Xiaoqi, who was younger than Xiaoluoliu, both called him Grandpa and liked to stick to him and act like a spoiled child. But although little Laolu was at the age that is easiest to coax, he is very wary of him, and can even be said to be very repulsive to him. Little Laolu pursed his lips, clenched his fists, turned around and stomped his feet hard. If the door can't be closed, he won't close it, Xiao. Laolu lay down on the bed, picked up the quilt and covered himself with it, covering his head, and curled up in the quilt until he disappeared. Han Fei, this kid wants to adopt a Cold War strategy. How long can I hide under the quilt? Han Fei was not in a hurry. He took a chair and sat beside the bed, watching quietly to see when he would stick his head out. It's just a test of endurance. But he still doesn't believe that he can't beat a little kid. Time passed little by little, and the sound of little Laolu snoring could be heard from under the quilt. Han Fei, he was so angry that he laughed. He was also confused. Why was he arguing with a 5-year-old kid? Han Fei went out to take the dishwasher out of the box and connected the pipes. Old Man Su put the lunch bowl in with a smile. Let me try it out and see if it works. Remember to give him money. I'll give him 1,000 yuan and buy the dishwasher. Han Fei shook his head. He won't sell it to you. He bought the dishwasher just to make 20 yuan every day at noon and at night. Old Man Su curled his lips and said, he won't have to do anything in the future and can still earn 600 yuan every month. That's 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a year. Old Han, he's only 5 years old, how can he have so much money? You have to take care of him. Han Fei shook his head, I can't control it. The brat is too stubborn and cunning, so difficult to deal with. He's just a kid, what does he need to earn so much money for? Old Man Su asked curiously. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Maybe he wants to do bigger business. Old Man Su was shocked. You mean, from the beginning, he made money washing dishes just to buy a dishwasher and make a lot of money with it? Now that the dishwasher is making money, he's started saving money to plan other things? Han Fei nodded, that should be the case. So what's his next business plan? I have no idea. Old Man Su sighed. Old Han, little 5 looks the most like you, and little 6 has the most brains like you. He's full of business acumen and will be a big businessman in the future. Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, this is not a big business, from selling eggs and onions to selling airplanes and building rockets, and even selling organs secretly, what can't he do business with? This little Laolu only had money on his mind. No, in his heart, Xiaoqi was more important than money. But they were separated, and when he found Xiaoqi was already gone. Han Fei sighed. In this life, Xiaoqi was by his side. Xiao Laolu might become an entrepreneur, but for Xiaoqi, he would not lose his conscience and make money in an unscrupulous way. Han Changlu was lying at the kitchen door looking in when he was caught by Old Man Su. Xiaolu. Han Changlu quickly retracted his head, but it was too late. A pair of feet appeared in front of him. He raised his head and saw Han Fei looking at him seriously. Xiaolu, Xiaoqi is also at home. Your own safety is not important, but what about Xiaoqi? What if the courier takes Xiaoqi away? What should we do? Rumble. A thunderous sound rang in Han Chenglio's head. He clenched his fists helplessly, holding it in for a long time, and finally murmured softly, I know I was wrong. I won't do that again. I won't buy things carelessly. It's okay to buy something, just tell Grandpa in advance, or don't open the door when the package arrives, and let him leave it at the door. Han Changlu nodded and pursed his lips, I understand. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, as long as Xiaoqi is involved, even a stubborn donkey can bow his head. Chapter 36. The old man was so generous to spend so much money to learn a lesson. In the evening, Old Man Su invited Han Fei and his family to a buffet. Xiaoqi reached out for a hug, and Han Fei picked the little girl up. Xiaoqi leaned close to Han Fei's ear and whispered, Grandpa, is everything here really free to eat? Certainly. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and he patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Grandpa, Xiaoqi will definitely work hard.
Han Fei put her down and said with a smile, then Xiaoqi, try your best to eat. If you can't finish it, don't force yourself. Xiaoqi patted his belly and said, Xiaoqi is already hungry. He can eat an elephant. The little girl opened her arms and made the gesture of an elephant. Click. The sound of a shutter. Han Fei's sharp and sinister eyes suddenly looked over, scaring the girl taking the photo so much that she dropped her phone to the ground. The girl was wearing a high school uniform, bangs, and a pair of black-framed glasses. She looked like a good girl. She squatted down to pick up the phone and apologized with a red face. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I thought the little girl was so cute, I couldn't help but take a picture of her. Han Fei retracted his sharp, scrutinizing gaze and said calmly, delete it. Oh. Ah. She nodded subconsciously in agreement, but then quickly changed her mind and mustered up the courage to negotiate. Grandpa, our school is holding a photography competition, and I want to use this photo of my little sister to enter the competition. Han Fei interrupted coldly, whatever your purpose is, I don't agree. Please delete it immediately. Grandpa, I can pay. I asked my little sister to be my model. I can pay for the portrait. I'm not short of money, please delete it. Han Fei's face was gloomy. I don't want to say it for the fourth time. If you don't delete it, I will call the police. With tears in her eyes, the girl deleted the photos in front of Han Fei with a wronged look on her face. Just as she was about to leave, Han Fei stopped her and said, delete the cloud disk too. The girl pursed her lips and nodded with difficulty. She could only delete everything in front of Han Fei, leaving no trace. After the girls left, Xiaoqi hugged Han Fei's calf and asked in a baby voice, do you want Xiaoqi to be a model for photos? Han Fei touched her head and said, Xiaoqi is still young and doesn't want to work. Can I make money? Grandpa has money. How much money does Xiaoqi want? Grandpa will give it to Xiaoqi. Han Fei took out a stack of red bills and stuffed them into the messenger bag that Xiaoqi was carrying. Xiaoqi held her messenger bag and smiled, Grandpa is the best. Xiaoqi doesn't want to sit still and be a model. Han Fei's eyebrows softened, his eyes full of doting. If Xiaoqi doesn't like it, don't do it. Grandpa will give you whatever you want. Don't force yourself to do something you don't like. Xiaoqi nodded in confusion. Xiaoqi knows. Han Fei picked up Xiaoqi, feeling very heavy-hearted. The book said that Xiaoqi had been photographed many times in her childhood, a dark history she could never erase. She hated having her photo taken. A deeply twisted aversion. Han Shanglu, who had been following beside him, frowned. He thought his grandfather's behavior just now was very strange. Han Shengxi, who had gone to get the buffet tray, just came back and got the plates for Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, so he also saw the scene. He was shocked that the old man was angry. The look in his eyes and the aura around him were not something that ordinary people could have. Little Lao Si couldn't help but become curious about what kind of job the old man did before he started picking up trash. It was the first time for the 7 children to eat at a buffet. They were afraid of losing money, so they kept putting food on their plates. Han Fei saw that Xiaoqi's plate was already piled high with fried chicken wings inside. Xiaoqi, you can't finish it. Xiaoqi blinked his big eyes and answered firmly, Xiaoqi can finish it. Looking at the table full of food, Han Fei was ready to pay. This buffet restaurant has a rule that all food on the plate must be eaten. If you cannot finish it, you must weigh it and pay a fine, 100 yuan for every 100 grams. The 7 children ate until they could not eat anymore, and finally watched the waiter weigh the food, and the old man paid with a stack of red bills. Han Xingwu beat his chest and stamped his feet. If I had known, I wouldn't have so much left. Han Shangshan said with a bitter face, Grandpa, why didn't you tell us that we have to pay for the food if we can't finish it? Han Ro felt a pang of pain. If we had known we would have to pay for it, we definitely wouldn't have squeezed so hard. In fact, Old Man Su wanted to remind them, but was stopped by Han Fei. Old Man Su sighed, your grandfather said that people can never teach people, but things can teach people once, and that's enough. Little Lao Si narrowed his eyes, and felt more and more that the old man was not simple, and became more curious about the old man's past. This was not something that an ordinary person could say. Han Chengda pondered this sentence and nodded, yes, I remember it after just one try. Han Changlu hung his head. I spent so much money to learn a lesson. The old man is so generous. Just give it to me. Xiao Qi pricked up her ears and heard it. She tugged at Han Shengliu's sleeve and said in a soft, baby voice, 6th brother, Xiao Qi has money.
Give it all to you, sixth brother. As he spoke, Xiaoqi pulled out a thick stack of red banknotes from his messenger bag. There looked to be at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan in it. His two little hands couldn't hold it all, and he urged in a baby voice, "Sixth brother, Xiaoqi can't hold it anymore. It's too heavy. Come on, catch it." The brothers and sisters were all dumbfounded. Han Shengwu's eyes widened. "Xiaoqi, how do you have so much money?" Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Grandpa, give it to me." Han Shengwu turned to look at Han Fei in disbelief, his face hurt. "Grandpa, why don't you give it to me? You are biased." Han Fei glanced at him and asked, "Are you as cute as Xiaoqi?" Han Shengwu puffed up his cheeks, "I can act cute too." Han Fei's mouth twitched. Han Shengwu hugged Han Fei's arm and shook him, imitating Xiaoqi's usual coquettish tone, and said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, Xiaowu is short of money. Xiaowu wants a SLR camera. Give me money to buy it." "Okay." Han Fei got goosebumps all over his body and said angrily, "Let go." Old Man Su laughed, "Old Han, you're going to have to cut your flesh. SLR cameras are not cheap. Grandpa, my good grandpa, please buy it for me." "You want to learn photography?" "I want to learn, and then take a family photo myself during the Chinese New Year." Han Fei was stunned. Meeting Xiao's eager eyes, Han Fei nodded and said, "Okay, let's go buy it now." Ah. Xiao didn't expect that Grandpa really agreed. "What's wrong? Are you happy and stupid?" "Grandpa, SLR cameras are very expensive." "Don't worry, I have money." When the SLR camera finally landed in Xiao's hands, he was still a bit dazed. You bought it for me just like that? You bought such an expensive thing for me so easily?" Seeing his flattered look, Han Fei patted his head and said with a kind smile, "I'll sign you up for photography classes tomorrow. Don't let your enthusiasm get away with it. We're all waiting for Xiaowu to learn so he can take a family photo for us during the Chinese New Year." Xiaowu nodded vigorously, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I promise to complete the task." Han Shengxi leaned over to his eldest brother and whispered, "Isn't the old man anxious at all? He really isn't going to sell buns anymore?" Han Shengda shook his head, "I don't know, but the breakfast cart is so expensive, the old man will definitely not waste it." The next morning, Han Shengda and Han Shengxi discovered that Han Fei, who hadn't made buns for several days, got up early and was actually making buns in the kitchen. "Grandpa, are you going out to sell buns today?" Han Shengxi asked. Han Fei nodded, "Go and try." "I'll go with you." Han Shengxi came over holding the civil code, "I want to fight with the scholars." Han Fei's mouth twitched, "Stop making trouble." Han Shengxi said seriously, "I can now defend you in court." Han Fei wiped his sweat and shook his head with a smile, "If you want to learn, I will send you out to learn." Han Shengxi said confidently, "I can learn by myself without wasting money. You know, if you want to defend me in court, you must take the judicial examination, intern at a law firm, and then pass the assessment to get a lawyer's license. Only with a lawyer's license can you appear in court. Otherwise, you can't enter the courtroom." Han Shengxi, so complicated? Han Fei rarely saw this child acting like an adult, so he touched his nose with a little flower and said meaningfully, "Grandpa is sending you out to study. When you grow up, you must become an upright prosecutor. Don't let me down." After many days, Han Fei and Old Man Su finally set off again, carrying 100 meat buns and 100 steamed buns, because they didn't know if they could make a deal today and were afraid that someone would cause trouble again. They didn't prepare much goods. Arriving across from the park, Han Fei and Old Man Su looked at the park entrance. Where they had originally set up their stall, there was now a breakfast cart parked there, and customers were queuing up to buy buns. After Old Su's shock, he became furious. "The car is exactly like ours. They're pirating us. They're usurping our position." Chapter 37. The park manager is not our enemy, but our great assist. Han Fei narrowed his eyes to see more comprehensively. He saw security guards not far away. They did not drive away the car, but managed the crowd and made them queue in an orderly manner. The owner of this car should be the park manager who once caused them trouble. They caused so much trouble and asked comrades from the urban management department for help. It turned out that it was because they saw that their business was doing well and they wanted to imitate them and occupy their position. "Old Han, What are you still standing there for? Grab a weapon and start a fight.
Old Man Su took out a rolling pin from the car. With all those security guards around, you wouldn't even have a chance to get close to that car.
Damn it!
I knew those security guards were bad guys. They chased us away just to take over our territory.
We're the ones driving the flow of people here. If it weren't for our booming business, how would they come here to buy breakfast? Don't be impulsive, let's observe for a few days. Old Han, why are you so cowardly? Are we going to go back to being cowards again? Just because they know someone in the bureau? Stop making trouble, let's get out of here first. Old Han, are you going to give in again?
We need to find a place to sell the buns in the car.
Now is not the time to be angry.
Old Man Su tried hard to suppress his anger. Old Han, we'll sell it here.
The space here is too small.
If they queue up too tightly, it's easy for them to squeeze onto the road and cause an accident.
Then where should we go?
There's nowhere to park nearby, and if we're too far away, they won't see us and won't come over, and they'll be fooled into buying the fake buns from that car. Let's go to the nearby bun shop first.
Dumpling shop?
Old Man Su suspected he had misheard. Old Han, we sell buns.
Why are we going to the bun shop? To buy buns?
I'm going to the bun shop to sell buns.
Old Han, are you really angry?
We went to the bun shop to sell buns, and they hated us so much, how could they possibly buy our buns?
Is the steamed bun business so good that you've forgotten our original intention? What's the original intention? We are not selling buns, but the recipe.
Hearing this, Old Man Su slapped his forehead and grinned foolishly. I understand. Now is the best time to sell the formula. The park manager is not our enemy, he is our god assist. Han Fei snapped his fingers and said, let's go meet our future partners.
Okay.
The owners of the breakfast shops on the street all had gloomy faces. They saw the breakfast carts at the park entrance being driven away by the park security and urban management. They were so happy that they almost turned on the spot. They felt that as long as the breakfast cart that was stealing their business left, the customers gathered here would be theirs, and their business would flourish in the future. But before the business started to boom, another breakfast truck drove in front of the park. At first they thought it was the same breakfast cart and were waiting to see the car being driven away again. However, they found that no one was chasing them away this time, and the park security guards even acted as voluntary administrators. Someone went to inquire about the situation and found out that it was not the original car at all, but a new one. This breakfast car not only imitated the previous one in appearance, but also sold the same things, meat buns and flour rolls. This caused confused customers to line up in front of the car again, and the breakfast shops on this street were still empty.
Husband, I think we should open the store somewhere else.
The rent has already been paid and is not due until May of next year.
If we leave suddenly, our deposit will be deducted.
I know all this, but if we keep wasting time like this, we'll lose everything. A while ago, those two old men's breakfast cart was so popular that our sales were almost zero. We finally waited for them to leave, and now another car has appeared at the park entrance, and we still have no business.
Wait and see, the shops around here haven't left yet. Why are we in such a hurry to leave? I know what you're waiting for.
You're waiting for those customers to realize they've been cheated and buy buns from a different breakfast cart, so they'll come to our street to buy breakfast.
But how long are you waiting for? Wait until they get tired of the new breakfast cart and come here to try something new?
But we also sell buns. They'll go to the shop next door to buy bread and pancakes, but they won't come to us to buy buns.
Why? Don't they eat buns anymore? What kind of cooking skills don't you have?
We can't compare to the buns sold by those two old men, nor can we compare to the buns sold by this new car.
What can you use to compare with them? If they want to eat buns, the first choice is the breakfast car. The boss scratched his head and stamped his feet, frantic. That's no big deal, we can sell something else. What are you selling? Sell pancakes? Ha! Can you compare to the restaurant next door? Not as good as it.
The lady boss spread her hands and said, it's just that we can't sell it.
Then we sell steamed dumplings? Can you compete with that noodle and steamed dumpling shop across the street? Not as good as it. You can do it. We have everything here.
Let's go to another place. The proprietress advised kindly. At this moment, two unexpected guests came to the door and said, "There's no need to change the location.
Just change the recipe and your business will be booming all over the street." Are you the old man from the original breakfast cart?
Yes, it's us. Han Fei pointed to the car parked at the door.
Are you going to sell buns in front of our store? The boss was about to cry, "You two, you can't do that. What hatred do I have against you? Why don't you give me a way out?"
Don't worry, boss. We don't plan to send out any more cars.
Huh? You're not doing business anymore?
We do business, but we don't sell buns.
We sell the recipe. It depends on whether the boss is willing to change his technique. You mean, you're willing to sell us the recipes for the meat buns and scallion pork rolls?
The proprietress was very excited, right? Your meat buns and scallion pork rolls are really delicious. To be honest, we secretly lined up to buy them.
They must be very expensive, right?
The recipe for the meat buns is 300,000 yuan, and the recipe for the scallion pork rolls is 100,000 yuan.
So expensive, the proprietress exclaimed. The boss frowned. That's not right. Scallion and pork flour rolls are obviously rarer than meat buns, and they're much more difficult to make. How come they're so much cheaper?
Even if you have the recipe for scallion and pork flour rolls, it's hard to recreate the flavor without buying from me. So, since we're considering this as a long-term deal, I can give you a discounted price of 100,000.
Do you need to restock the scallion and pork flour rolls? Aren't they just a little meat and some scallions? The meat is bacon.
I can give you the recipe, but if you make it yourself, you'll need fruit peels, fruit trees, fruit leaves, pine needles, and other ingredients, which will be very expensive. I suggest you buy the bacon directly from me. As for the green onions, you can buy them at the market, and maybe you can also buy organic green onions. I grow all my own green onions, so you can also buy them from me.
I understand.
You give me the formula, but it takes time and effort, and I may not even make money.
Han Fei nodded. Yes, making bacon is easy, but it's also difficult. It's hard to master. Can I just buy the recipe for the scallion and pork flour rolls? We've been losing a lot lately, and our entire family fortune is only 120,000 yuan. Okay, boss, you're a straightforward person. Let's sign the contract now.
When the boss saw Han Fei take out a stack of contracts, he was stunned for a moment. Old man, you are well prepared.
Aren't you afraid that I won't buy it? Impossible.
Judging by the business that car at the park entrance is doing, you'll be forced out soon.
That car will monopolize all the bun sales here.
You have no other way to revive yourself except by buying my recipe, unless you quit this business.
Old man, why do I feel like you've been waiting for this situation? Han Fei smiled meaningfully. It's just a coincidence.
Chapter 38. Old Han is indeed as good as a god in predicting things. He is simply the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Han Fei and Old Man Su unloaded the 100 meat buns and 100 scallion and pork rolls from the car. Boss, according to the contract, I'll deliver green onions and bacon to you every day, but today is an exception. You won't have time to make them even if they're delivered, so I'll deliver ready-made buns and steamed buns.
The boss's eyes lit up. Is it genuine? Han Fei asked in amusement. How could there be pirated copies in my car?
The boss touched his forehead and smiled foolishly. I am confused, your car is not a flip truck. The proprietress took out a loudspeaker and said, I'm going to the park entrance to make a statement now.
The boss held her back and said, Wife, don't be impulsive. Be careful of being beaten by the security guards. Humph. They're selling fakes and they don't want anyone to expose them?
I have to spread the word that only we have the genuine goods, otherwise customers won't come to buy from us. The proprietress was a fiery-minded person, always on the lookout for success. Arriving at the park gate, she turned on the loudspeaker and began shouting, Everyone, this car isn't the original one at all, it's a fake. Our bun shop has obtained the recipe from the two old men, and will be selling authentic scallion and pork buns from now on. The security guard rushed over to chase them away. The boss and his wife ran away. As they ran, the boss's wife shouted, "We still have 100 meat buns and 100 scallion pork rolls in the store. The sooner you get them, the sooner you can get them. If you're late, you'll have to go early tomorrow. Come on, follow me to the store to buy some buns and rolls." Unsuspecting customers looked at each other in bewilderment. Having been fooled yesterday, some still wanted to try their luck and came to find the old man's buns. But they quickly followed him, shouting, "Wait for me." "Only 100? No, I have to buy them all." An old man ran as fast as he could, even faster than the young man in front of him. The young man was overtaken and shouted, "Old man, how can you run so fast?" The old man smiled proudly. "Before I retired, I was a sprinter on the national team." Han Fei and Old Man Su were watching a play across the street. When they saw that the show was over, they got in the car and went home. Old Man Su was puzzled. "Old Han, didn't we agree that the recipe would be 100,000 yuan? Why did you suddenly increase the price of the meat bun recipe to 300,000 yuan?" He was already very puzzled in the store just now, but he didn't dare to ask in front of outsiders. "I've thought it over carefully. We won't be selling the meat bun recipe for now." "You're raising the price to 300,000 just to discourage them from buying the meat bun recipe?" "Yes, if I say I only want the scallion pork flour roll recipe, my purpose is too direct. I want to be their source of supply, and they might refuse. Then, by using the high price of the steamed bun recipe, they will think that the scallion pork flour rolls are cheap because I am the source of supply, so I am giving them a discount. The shopping psychology will make them rush to place an order so as not to miss this opportunity." "Old Han, you have such a trick. We are the supplier of the raw materials for scallion pork rolls. Even if the recipe is leaked in the future, we will still make the profit in the end. But if it is a meat bun recipe, we can't contain the other party, and it is very likely that the meat bun recipe will be resold. Are you saying the bun shop will betray us? Your contract is so detailed, aren't they afraid of losing money or even their lives? There's a possibility they were forced to close down, just like we had nowhere to park our buns. They had no choice but to hand over the recipe, and the other party promised to compensate them." "Ah, there's such a thing. Let's wait and see. I hope I'm just worrying too much." At this moment, inside the bun shop, an old man picked up a bun and took a bite. He was instantly intoxicated and waved his hand. "I'll buy them all. I've bought them all." The young man who arrived gasped, "Old man, please be kind and give me 2. The old man, carrying 2 large bags, said without turning his head, "Dream on." The young man cried in anger, "I can't even outrun an old man. Everything was originally mine." The proprietress was shocked. "Young man, why don't you get up early tomorrow?" The young man wiped away a bitter tear. "Is there really a tomorrow? We don't have that kind of meat buns, but the flour rolls are definitely authentic. Don't cry, I'll give you a chance to make a reservation." The boss calculated in his mind that according to the contract they signed with Mr. Han, the materials ordered every day should be enough to make 1,000 steamed buns. "Really? I want 100. No, 200. He was trying to figure out if his freezer would hold all of them. He had to freeze them all and eat one a day. If they were out of stock, he could just stock up. "Okay, you pay half the deposit first." Seeing the customers arriving one after another, only to be dejected after their husbands told them the food was sold out, the proprietress lowered her voice and said to the young man, "Don't tell anyone about this." "Don't worry, Madam Boss, I'm very tight-lipped." After persuading all the customers to leave, the proprietress and the boss drank the tea at the same time and drank it all in one gulp. "Honey, I never thought that 100 meat buns and 100 flour rolls could be eaten by one person." "That's right, they're sold out right after they opened. When business was good, I couldn't even sell 100 meat buns and flour rolls in a morning. We've really met a great man." The proprietress clasped her hands together. "I thought we were going to close down, but unexpectedly, there's a ray of hope." The boss frowned and said, "Tell me, with such a good business, why don't they do it themselves?" "It's because someone at the park is making things difficult for us. I've made inquiries and found out that the boss behind that fake car is the park manager." The proprietress looked gossipy. The boss was worried. "I'm afraid, what are you afraid of?" The proprietress put her hands on her hips. We're open for business, with all the necessary licenses. Even the urban management can't give us any trouble. Even if the park manager has all the power, he can't bully us. Just 2 days after this was said, people from the Commercial Administration Bureau arrived. The steamed bun shop was closed due to hygiene issues. The proprietress came to the park furiously and yelled, "You bastard, you lowly thing, you only know how to do things behind my back. If you have the guts, come out and I'll beat you to death." The security guard raised his stick and said, "Shrew, stop being so arrogant here." The boss quickly stood in front of the boss's wife and said, "Call your manager out, we need him for something." The security captain shook his head, "The manager is not here." "Hubby, don't block me. Let me in." "I don't believe he's not in the park. He must be there, he just doesn't see us. Let me charge in. I don't believe anyone dares to stop me." The proprietress pulled out 2 pork bone chopping knives from behind her back and said, "Get out of my way." Seeing the situation was not good, the security team leader shouted, "Call the police immediately." The boss snatched the knife from his wife's hand and said, "Don't call the police, let's leave now." My wife was just confused for a moment. "I'm not confused. I'm here to fight to the death. Destroying someone's financial resources is like destroying their life. If he won't let me live, I won't let him live easily either. Honey, stop it. The police will definitely help them if they come. Don't forget what you heard, they have relatives in the Park Management Bureau." The proprietress calmed down a bit, but her rage remained undiminished as she continued to shout, "I don't believe you can hide forever. Husband, leave. We'll go back first and come back tomorrow to block you." The boss breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the bun shop with his wife. Old Man Sue drove to deliver the goods, and was stunned when he saw the seal in front of the bun shop. At this time, the boss and his wife just came back, and when they saw Old Man Sue, they started complaining. Old Man Sue figured out everything and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Old Han had predicted all of this. Old Han is indeed very good at predicting things, he is simply the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Chapter 39, As long as he dares to pay, we dare to accept it. But it's hard to tell whether the recipe is true or false. Old Man Sue brought the 2 of them to his self-built house. When they arrived at the yard, they saw Han Fei leisurely drinking tea, with Xiaowu and Xiaoqi clinging to him at his legs. "Grandpa, don't move, I'll take a picture of you." "Grandpa, hold Xiaoqi and let Brother Five take the picture for us." "Okay, we'll take the photo after the guests leave." "Guest?" The 2 cute little kids turned their heads to look at the door and indeed saw a stranger. Xiaoqi was a little shy and hid behind Han Fei. Xiaowu held Xiaoqi's hand and said openly, "Grandpa, I'm taking my sister back to the house to play." "Grandpa, you guys are busy." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Although Xiaowu is usually tough, he is quite capable at critical moments. After the 2 children returned to the house, Han Fei extended his hand to invite the boss and his wife to sit down. He brewed 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of the 2 of them, saying firmly, "This should be the best time for business at the bun shop. You 2 aren't doing business in the shop, but are coming here instead. Is the shop forced to close?" The boss sighed, "Mr. Han, you are so foresight. You knew this would happen, right?" "I guessed it would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Tell me, have there been any special customers in the store before this? A special guest?" The boss was puzzled. The proprietress said with a bitter face, "Old man, aren't the customers in our store all your old customers?" The boss suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "I remember. A foreigner came to the store." The proprietress was puzzled. "Foreigner? You went to the bathroom, and I took care of you. I was communicating with him in English. The English I learned in school finally came in handy. You still have the nerve to show off." The proprietress angrily said, "The store has been closed." The boss hung his head, but chattered excitedly. "The foreigner said he came here because he heard there was a delicious breakfast cart here, but when he tried it, he was disappointed and had given up hope." Then, an old man who had just finished exercising in the park told him that the breakfast cart at the park entrance was a fake, and the real delicious steamed buns were in the bun shop. The old man was the former sprinter who bought all 200 of our buns and steamed buns that first day. He's a very enthusiastic person, and he was the one who brought him to the store.
And don't forget, the old man speaks fluent English, better than me.
Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Here they come, the fake young master's overseas partner. A while ago, he was harassed by the park manager. He said he was going out for a walk to digest his food in the evening, but in fact he was following the park manager after get off work. He actually followed him to a villa and saw a fish painted on the doorplate at the entrance of the villa. The family's surname was Yu. Later, the eldest grandson came back and drew on the computer using painting software. He saw that the fish on the screen was roughly the same as the fish at the door of the villa. Upon asking, I found out that the fish was drawn because the eldest grandson saw a fish-shaped birthmark on the tenant's teacher. Because the teacher's birthday was coming, he wanted to design a pendant and have someone customize it for the teacher. In the book, the real young master returns, having a birthmark similar to his father and grandfather. DNA testing later confirms his identity. By this time, the fake young master has achieved success in his career and doesn't care about the Yu family's petty gains. He can't compete with the already accomplished real young master, so he leaves. The fake young master did not give up on using the Yu family's connections, because most of the Yu family's relatives were in politics or the military, and his business development could not be achieved without their support. After graduating, the fake young master was confused for a while. At his workplace, he met an overseas investor who came to expand the Longhua market. At that time, he had two secret recipes, one for dumplings and the other for buns. It seemed that he had obtained them by improper means, causing the other party's family to be broken up. He used the two secret recipes to reach a cooperation with overseas investors, and found a contract manufacturer in China to make quick frozen dumplings and quick frozen buns, which were exported overseas. Quick frozen dumplings and buns are household names in China and seem to be very common things, but they have become rare items overseas and the business is extremely booming. After making his first fortune, he used the money to buy a factory and create his frozen food brand. He later launched many new products. The sources of these recipes were not glorious, but he managed to get them listed. The main reason why his affairs are recorded in detail in the book is that he will have dealings with Xiao Laolu in the future, and in the end, he will be completely swallowed up by Xiao Laolu, the capital tycoon, without leaving a single bone or residue. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In addition, he obtained the secret recipe by dishonorable means, which caused many people to lose their families and made him many sworn enemies. He had no money to hire a bodyguard, and soon he was killed. His body was thrown into the wilderness and torn apart by wild dogs.
Do you know who that foreigner met after he met you?
The boss frowned as he recalled. He seemed to want to go for a stroll, and the old man, a former sprinter, volunteered to be his tour guide. He said he'd take him for a walk in the park, then take him to see the lotus flowers. He said 3 days wouldn't be enough for us here.
He went on and on.
Oh, and he mentioned the Lantern Festival in 2 days, and he wanted to take him to see the monkey lanterns. There will be a lantern festival tonight, said old man Suo. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, let's go to the lantern festival tonight.
Maybe we'll meet that foreigner and get the answer.
What about us? The boss and his wife looked at Han Fei pitifully. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, go back to the store and wait.
I think someone will approach you soon to cooperate? I want you to sell my house.
Ah.
That won't do.
Old man, we signed a contract with you. If you resell the house, you have to pay 10 times the compensation.
10 times 100,000 is 1 million.
Han Fei smiled and said, what if the other party is willing to pay more than 1 million?
Will you sell it?
The boss was stunned, his expression changing like a palette, and he swallowed hard. Grandpa, I don't dare. If I hadn't met this old man today, I wouldn't have known how good he was at predicting things, and maybe he would really dare. Now the bun shop has been closed down. He has paid 100,000 out of his 120,000 savings, leaving only 20,000. It is difficult for him to make a comeback. He has reached his wit's end. If someone offers him an olive branch, he will definitely grab it like a life-saving straw. If the other party can offer 1.1 million, he will sell it. 0.1 million is compensated to the old man, and 100,000 is his principal. He doesn't expect to make any money, so he will sell it as long as he doesn't lose his principal.
Sell it.
Han Fei took a sip of tea, his eyes dim. The boss covered his chest and said, old man, you are speaking in a sarcastic way.
I really don't dare to sell it.
Sell it, ask for more money, and we'll split the profits later. What I mean is, as long as he dares to pay, we dare to accept it. But it's hard to say whether the recipe is true or false. The boss came to his senses, his eyes sparkling. Is the old man trying to cheat him by giving him a fake recipe? Chapter 40. Mr. Henry, I would like to invite you to my home and experience the hospitality of Dragon Country. Xiao Qi also wants to see the monkey lantern. Xiao Wu held a SLR camera and said, I'm going to the Lantern Festival to take pictures of the lanterns. Grandpa is going to discuss business, so it's inevitable that he won't be able to take care of you. Xiao Wu wanted to argue again, but Xiao Qi had already nodded obediently. Grandpa earns money to support Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi can't disturb Grandpa from making money. Han Fei couldn't help but pinch the little girl's face, which had obviously become fatter. Xiao Qi is so good. Grandpa will bring you a monkey lantern when he comes back. Great. Grandpa, you have to come back soon. Han Fei asked Han Shengda to take good care of his younger brothers and sisters, and then he and Old Man Su went to the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival is packed with people and is very popular among young people. Not only are there many activities and prizes, but there are also red rope connection activities. Unmarried men and women who are interested in courting can go to the marriage pool to choose a lantern, and boys can go to the wishing pool to choose a lantern. Each lantern is tied with a red string. The two groups will finally gather at the lantern riddle venue to find him, her on the other end of the red string. Passing by the wishing fountain, Old Su joked, Old Han, why don't you give it a try? If there's an 18-year-old girl on the other end of the red string, she might get so angry she'll cry when she sees an old man on the other end. Han Fei squinted at him and said, oh, why don't you go? I'm trying to get my ex-wife back. I don't need a partner. My fiancé passed away and I am a widow. Han Fei said lightly. The two of them were almost lost, and were pushed by the crowd to the lantern riddle competition venue. Old Su suddenly exclaimed, Old Han, look, isn't that a foreigner? Han Fei looked in the direction he pointed. In the crowd, a conspicuous foreigner with blonde hair, blue eyes, over 190 centimeters tall, a high-nose bridge, and a double chin stood out. Next to him stood a spirited old man wearing spiked shoes for sprinting. A lantern riddle guessing competition was going on at the venue. The winner would receive a 100G gold bar. There were so many people participating and watching that Han Fei and Old Man Su couldn't squeeze through even though they could clearly see the direction of the two people. Old Han, look, it's the park manager. I saw a man dressed fashionably in designer clothes walking towards the foreigner, followed by 4 professional bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Being too far away, Han Fei and the others could not hear what the other party said to the foreigner. They only knew that the foreigner followed the fashionable man, with 4 bodyguards leading the way, and quickly walked out of the crowd and disappeared. Han Fei and Old Man Su were unable to move forward and had no way of chasing after him, but they did get close to the old man who was a former national sprinter. Breakfast card owner, are you here to see the lanterns too? The old man took the initiative to greet them. Old Su was straightforward and asked directly, Fei Matui, where did the foreigner with you go? The old man was not angry. This nickname was given to him by the old men and women in the park, and he liked it very much. You mean that foreign friend? He and his friends went to the cafe in front to have coffee. Didn't you recognize that was the park manager? Old Man Su wondered. Park manager? The old man shook his head. He usually dresses quite formally in the park, but I didn't expect him to be so flashy after get off work. Now that you mention it, I recognize him. It's indeed the park manager's face. He's quite handsome, but his eyes are not very good, they're triangular. Han Fei asked, are you sure? Just the coffee shop in front? Yes, that's what they said. It seemed like they were going to talk about the frozen food business. I didn't quite understand it. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner later. No need for food, I'll be happy if you can come out and sell me some meat buns. I'll give you 100 meat buns later. Hit. That's nice. Inside the coffee shop, Yu Shuanting confidently said in English, don't worry, I have the recipes for the meat buns and scallion pork rolls. I've also found a contract manufacturer. As long as Mr. Henry signs a contract with me, we'll definitely make a killing in the next 10 years. Henry didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a sip of his coffee, put it down, and sighed, I'm worried that the taste will change. Just like the coffee here tastes different from the coffee here, even though we use the same coffee beans. Mr. Henry, the most important thing about coffee is the coffee beans and the barista who brews it. If the taste is different, it must be because the barista's skills are poor. Frozen coffee is different from coffee. If customers buy it and boil it or steam it, the taste will not be different. Can you guarantee that the ones I steam myself will taste the same as the ones you eat at the bun shop? Henry was savoring the taste of the scallion and pork buns, as if the aroma of scallions and bacon was still lingering between his lips and teeth. Of course, with the same recipe and the same ingredients, the freshness may be reduced, but the taste will definitely not be any different. Then you can try it first. Let me taste the samples produced by your factory, and then I will make a decision. Okay, with Mr. Henry's words, I can proceed boldly. Henry wanted to pay for the coffee, but Yu Xuanting refused. I'll treat you. Henry frowned unhappily. You and I haven't reached a partnership yet, nor are we friends. There's no reason for you to treat me to coffee, and I don't like coffee offered by strangers. Henry insisted on leaving the money and got up to leave the cafe. Old Man Su and Han Fei were waiting outside the coffee shop. When they saw Henry come out, they hurried forward to greet him. Old Man Su doesn't know how to say hi except for that. He just keeps saying hi to people. Henry nodded politely, hi. Old Man Su said excitedly, Old Han, I spoke to a foreigner. Han Fei pushed the person behind him and stepped forward to talk to Henry, speaking in a pure British accent. Old Man Su was a little dissatisfied after being pushed away. When he heard Han Fei speak, he was shocked and stunned, staring straight at Han Fei. Oh my god. Is this still the old Han I know? Did Lao Han work illegally abroad when he was young? How come he speaks English so fluently? Hello, let me introduce myself first. My last name is Han, and my given name is Fei, which means to distinguish right from wrong. Hello, Mr. Han, you can call me Henry. Mr. Henry, I would like to invite you to my home and experience the hospitality of Dragon Country. But you and I are not friends. I can't go to your house. Do you know him? Han Fei pointed at the old man who was walking towards him not far away. Of course I know him, he's my guide and the first good friend I met in Dragon Country. He is my friend. We have an old saying in Dragon Country that a friend of a friend is a friend, so Mr. Henry and I can be considered good friends. I like this saying, a friend of a friend is a friend. Mr. Han, thank you for being my second best friend in Dragon Country. Stop calling each other friends. Old Han, when are you going to deliver those 100 meat buns? Seeing the fast-footed old man approaching, Han Fei put his arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner and said, Come on, come home with me now. I'll make my promise immediately. The group headed towards Old Man Su's self-built house. Old Man Su secretly pulled Han Fei aside and asked in a low voice, Old Han, what are you talking about? I'll invite him to visit us and make some buns and flour rolls for him to eat. How come you speak English so well? Did you work illegally when you were young? Do I look like someone working illegally? Picture. Han Fei glanced at him unhappily and ignored him. Back at the house, Xiao Qi ran out excitedly. Seeing the unusual foreigner, he blinked his big eyes and looked at him. Finally, he called out in a baby voice, Hello, Uncle Sun Wukong. Henry happened to hear the three words Sun Wukong and asked Han Fei with a smile, Did she mean that I look like Sun Wukong? Yes, this is my little granddaughter. It's her first time meeting a foreign friend. She's really into watching Journey to the West lately. Maybe it's because your hair is golden, and you look a lot like the Monkey King in the show. It's okay for children to say anything they want. Ha ha ha, how could I blame her? Actually, I really like Sun Wukong from Dragon Country. He's a powerful warrior who can travel a great distance with a single somersault. I admire the strong. It seems that Mr. Henry knows a lot about it. He is indeed someone who has read Journey to the West. We're all friends, Han, just call me Henry. Okay, Henry, come in. Xiao Qi grabbed Han Fei's sleeve and said in a soft voice, Grandpa, where is my lantern? Han Fei smiled and touched her head, how could Grandpa forget? Ask your Grandpa Su for it. He's keeping it. Great. Xiao Qi jumped up and down to find Old Man Su. Old Man Su didn't understand what Han Fei and the others were saying, so he didn't follow them. Instead, he took Xiao Qi out to play. They bought lanterns as soon as they entered the Lantern Festival, and Old Man Su carried them all the way. Xiao Qi, do you like this lantern? Xiao Qi took the lantern and saw the lifelike Monkey King on it. He jumped for joy and said, I love it. Thank you, Grandpa Su. In the kitchen, Han Fei took out the dough that had been proofed and said with a smile, Henry, buns are best eaten right after they are made. Watch carefully, I'll show you my skills. Henry was amazed. He looked at Han Fei's hands in disbelief. Han, how did you do that? How did you wrap such a big piece of meat? I can't even count how many times you folded the bun. 16 pleats. Absolutely amazing, Han, I really admire you. It's not too late to say goodbye after you've eaten it. Chapter 41 Brother Han, I want to invest in Dragon Country cuisine and let the whole world taste its deliciousness. The steaming buns are freshly baked. They have grown from small ones to full, plump, round and shiny, and the white balls look like clouds. That's incredible. Henry reached out to take it. Han Fei smiled and said, Be careful not to burn yourself. I'll pick it out for you. Henry stared at the chopsticks in Han Fei's hand and sighed again. I really admire the people of Long Country. They can pick up anything with just 2 thin sticks. When the heat of the steamed bun slowly dissipated, Henry carefully touched it. His eyes lit up when he touched it. It feels like marshmallows, Han, the dough is well risen. Henry took a bite and the broth leaked out immediately. He hurried to suck it up, but it was a little hot. He was reluctant to let go and let the delicious broth burn his lips and teeth. He slurped, enjoying it immensely, and couldn't wait to take the second bite. This one contained a large piece of meat, the sweet and soft yet chewy bun skin, and the delicious and springy meat. Everything was just right, a little more salty and it would be too salty, a little less and the freshness would not be brought out. Everything was just right to the point of being amazing. Han, these meat buns are so delicious. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Han, if you own a bun shop and use these buns in the Michelin selection, you will definitely get 3 stars. This is the best steamed bun I've ever eaten, bar none. I believe no one can surpass it. It has reached the pinnacle of steamed bun perfection. Henry ate the meat buns bite by bite almost religiously. After finishing the buns, he closed his eyes and savored the taste. He excitedly shook Han Fei's hand and said, Han, my good friend, I want to call you Big Brother. I admire you so much. I want to bring the meat buns back home so that my relatives and friends can also taste such delicious meat buns. Han Fei shook his head apologetically. Brother Henry, that's probably difficult. The journey is long, and unless it's transported quickly and frozen, it will spoil quickly. I came to Longwei this time with a mission. My partners and I want to invest in Longwei cuisine and develop an industry chain for quick frozen products, so that we can bring Longwei cuisine to the world faster and fresher. Brother Han, please help me. I want the whole world to taste this delicious food. Henry took out a stack of contracts and pleaded, Brother Han, if there's anything wrong with this contract, or if you have any requests, just let me know. I'll do my best to meet any of your requirements. If Yu Xuanting were here and saw this, he would be furious. The contract he had been seeking but couldn't get had fallen into Han Fei's hands. He adjusted his attitude and wanted to ask Henry to give him a chance, but Henry treated him coldly and even asked him to calculate the price of a cup of coffee. But when Henry came to Han Fei, he not only begged Han Fei, but also gave him generous treatment. Henry and Han Fei treated each other like brothers, which fully demonstrated the friendship between the two countries. Henry ate and took things, and in the end he was unwilling to leave. Brother Han, can I stay at your place? The hotel is so deserted. Han Fei's mouth twitched. This guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Of course I can, but I have a lot of kids at home and they're quite noisy. I have to go to school very early, and I'm afraid I'll disturb you and affect your sleep. It won't affect me. I get up at 4 a.m. every morning. Then don't disturb their sleep. Han Fei was very straightforward. After all, the 7 Gord brothers were woken up at 4 o'clock. If they started crying, he would be the one to comfort them. Brother Han, don't worry, I'll start meditating at 4 o'clock and continue until 6 o'clock.
I won't disturb anyone.
That's good. They're up at 6 o'clock. The next morning, Han Shengda was shocked to see a foreigner practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Old man Su smiled and said, "Little boss, don't be afraid.
That's your grandfather's guest." When did the old man get to know foreigners? Yesterday. You brought him back just after we met? Can he communicate with foreigners? Hey! Don't underestimate your grandfather, he's amazing.
Old man Su raised his thumb and lowered his voice. I suspect your grandfather worked illegally abroad when he was young.
His English is amazing. Has he ever been abroad? Han Shengda's eyes flashed.
Anyway, that English accent sounds very authentic, like someone who has spent a lot of time abroad. Han Shengda was skeptical until he saw the old man bringing out a sumptuous breakfast and communicating with the foreigner in fluent English. Only then did he believe it. While brushing his teeth, Han Shengsi moved closer to Han Shengda and said, "Brother, I'm right, the old man is not a simple man.
He is definitely not a garbage collector." Han Shengda's face was gloomy.
No matter what he did before, when we met him, he was very poor in picking up trash.
If he really had been successful, why didn't he come back to see Grandma? Maybe there's something unspeakable. Humph. Fourth brother, have you also been bewitched by him?
It hasn't been long since second sister, third brother, fifth brother, and seventh brother have all changed their ways and called him Grandpa.
Brother, I didn't call him Grandpa.
Don't worry, I will always be on the same side with you. During breakfast, Han Shangshan was most excited when he saw the foreigner and insisted on arm wrestling with him. I heard you foreigners are very strong.
I want to compete with you. Okay.
Amid Xiaoqi's cheers, her third brother lost miserably. Han Shangshan stamped his feet in anger. I will definitely beat you. When I grow up, I will participate in world-class sports competitions, and then the gold medal will definitely be mine.
Henry laughed. You have great ambitions. I can't wait to see how majestic you look standing on the podium. Han Shengda was puzzled. When did you have such an ambition? Han Shangshan was very proud.
I led our class to a grand slam in this school sports meet. My physical education teacher saw my good physical fitness and said he would recommend me to join the national team.
However, I have to go through some assessments.
This weekend, he will take me and athletes selected from our school and several other schools to a stadium for the assessment.
As long as I can pass the assessment, I can become a national athlete in the future.
Xiaoqi clapped her hands and cheered, "Third brother.
You're awesome."
Xiaowu held the SLR camera and smiled, "Third brother, I will help you take pictures of your style at the sports meeting."
Ha, Xiaowu will be my personal photographer in the future.
Han Shangshan ruffled Han Shengwu's hair, "Make sure you take pictures of me that make me look handsome." Everyone was happy, except Han Fei, who frowned.
Grandpa, why are you so stern? Aren't you happy that I can become a national athlete? Or do you have some plans for my future that don't want me to be an athlete? Grandpa, do you want me to go to college? But I'm really not cut out for studying.
I haven't said a word yet, but you're already thinking about it. Han Fei picked up a large meat bun and put it in his bowl. Future athletes, eat more, otherwise your physical fitness won't be able to keep up.
Han Shangshan took a big bite of the meat bun and smiled, Grandpa, don't worry, I'm in great shape.
I've been eating and drinking well recently, and I've gained weight.
After Han Shangshan and the others left for school, Old Man Su pulled Han Fei aside and lowered his voice to persuade him, Old Han, something seems to be wrong with you. Do you really not support the third child becoming an athlete?
I know you feel sorry for the third child. After all, being an athlete is hard, but the third child likes it.
Don't be foolish and try to stop him.
Han Fei shook his head. No, I'm worried that there might be some problems.
What could be the problem? Their school's physical education teacher will take them to take the test, so nothing will go wrong.
Besides, if he fails, he can still apply to a sports school in the future, right?
As long as he likes it, just let him do it. Han Fei suddenly asked, Isn't Fei Maotwei a former national sprinter? Do you have his contact information?
Yes, I have.
Give me his contact information. I have something to ask him.
Okay.
Han Fei called the old man, and the old man asked with a smile, "Old Han, why are you calling me? Did you come up with some new steamed buns and want to treat me to some? I have something to ask you. Can an elementary school student be selected for the national team? What kind of event do you want to watch? Track and field, yes. Are you 155 centimeters tall? No. That's unlikely. The basic requirement is 155, and age is secondary. Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Han Fei hurried out. Old Man Su chased after him and asked, "Old Han, why are you so anxious?" Henry saw it and chased after him. "Brother Han, what happened?" "I suspect something's happened to little Third. I have to go to his school to confirm the identity of the physical education teacher." At the same time, Han Shengshan was told as soon as he arrived at school that the assessment had been moved forward. The physical education teacher had already gathered the top sports students and was ready to take a bus to the stadium for selection. "Brother Shan, the physical education teacher said the stadium is not in our city, it has to go to another province or city." "Not here with us? Then where is it?" "I don't know either." "How many days will we be gone?" The physical education teacher said it might take 3 or 4 days. It was so sudden. I didn't bring any change of clothes, and I didn't even tell my grandfather. The PE teacher said that everything is available in the hotel and we should wear the uniform. I didn't tell my mom, but the PE teacher said he would ask the homeroom teacher to inform everyone. Why are you in such a hurry? It seems that if we go too late, we won't have a chance because people from other provinces will grab the spots. Then we have to hurry. We can't let them snatch it away. Chapter 42. Under the dazzling sunlight, he was as tall and majestic as a god, making people look up to him and worship him. "Third brother, why are you here at our school?" Han Shengxi was feeding stray cats at the school gate when he saw Han Shengshan on a bus. He walked up and knocked on the window to ask, "Xiaoxi, have we arrived at your school?" Han Shengshan looked out and saw that it was indeed the elementary school that Xiaoxi attended, so he hurriedly got off the car. Because Xiaoxi was smart since he was young, his second uncle wanted to help him become successful, so Xiaoxi attended the best local primary school. "Our school's PE teacher is taking us to the stadium for an assessment, and he said he's also going to pick up top PE students from several nearby elementary schools. I didn't expect your school would be included in the group." "Third brother, is the stadium far from here?" "It might be in another province, a 3 or 4 day journey." "It's so far, have you told the old man?" Han Shengshan spread his hands. "How can there be time to say it? The physical education teacher is very anxious. He said that if you arrive late, the spot will be taken." "I don't think this is right." Han Qingxi frowned. "It's okay. The PE teacher has already asked the homeroom teacher to notify the parents. Maybe Grandpa already knows about it." "Third brother, I'm a little worried. Can I go with you?" "Why are you going? There are limited seats on the bus. You should go back and study hard. I'm a sports student in the family." "You're smart. You can go to college and make your grandfather proud." Han Shengshan sighed. "I noticed Grandpa wasn't too happy when he heard I was going to be an athlete. He probably prefers kids who are good at studying, but there's nothing I can do." He scratched his head. "My brain isn't very bright. I memorize ancient poems and vocabulary, but I forget them the moment I turn around. Studying isn't for me." Han Qingxi still felt something was wrong and wanted to fight to go together, begging, "I see there are a lot of empty seats on the bus, can't I take one more?" "Take me with you, third brother. There are still several top sports students from several schools that haven't been accepted yet. There will definitely be no seats left when the time comes. Then I'll sit for a while. When they come, I'll stand up." "Hey, Xiaoxi, why don't you listen? What can you do there?" "Third brother, wouldn't it be nice to have someone cheer you on when you go to the stadium for the test? I'm going there as your support group." At this time, the physical education teacher had already picked up 3 of the school's top sports students. Seeing Han Shengshan outside, he waved, "Xiaoshan, get in the car quickly." It's time to leave.
Just as Han Shangshan was about to leave, Han Shengxi grabbed his sleeve forcefully.
Teacher, my brother insisted on following me and wouldn't let me go. Is that your brother?
The PE teacher said with a cheerful smile, then get in the car with us.
There's room.
Han Shengxi let go of Han Shangshan's hand and got into the car faster than Han Shangshan. Han Shangshan, the physical education teacher, smiled and asked, Shashan, how old is your brother?
1 year younger than me. Is sports good?
He's a complete idiot in sports, but he has a great memory.
He can easily memorize 100 English words a day. So amazing? Looks like you've got great grades.
Of course, he is the best student in our family. At this time, Han Fei had already rushed to the primary school where Han Shangshan studied.
The class teacher knew this old man.
After all, he was the big shot who was suspected of having the principal replaced.
Hello, Grandpa Han Shangshan, long time no see, you are still so energetic. Where's Han Shangshan? Grandpa Han Shangshan, I was just about to call everyone to let them know.
Our school's PE teacher was once a national team athlete and has some connections. This time, he's taking Han Shangshan and several other top PE students from other schools to the stadium in Lin Province for an assessment. If they perform well this time, they'll have the potential to become national sports talents.
I'm asking about Mr. Han Shangshan. Where is he now?
The old man suddenly raised his voice, startling the young teacher, who quickly replied, the children are already on the bus.
Han Fei's eyes were as sharp as knives. Where are they now? What's the PE teacher's phone number? Give it to me right now. The head teacher's hands trembled. I'll give it to you now.
Han Fei made several calls in a row, but the call was hung up every time the head teacher's voice trembled. Maybe the physical education teacher doesn't answer unfamiliar calls. Why not let me try? When the head teacher called, the call was hung up. The head teacher was dumbfounded and tried to make excuses for the PE teacher. Maybe he is busy. He has to go to other schools to pick up top PE students.
Where is he going to be picked up? List all the schools he's going to.
Under Han Fei's strong pressure, the head teacher obeyed. Han Fei took the list without stopping for a moment. When he ran out of the school gate, Old Man Su and Henry had just caught up to the school gate. Old Man Su panted heavily, Old Han, you are running too fast.
I don't have time to talk to you right now. I have to go to Little Fourth School. Lao Han, I just caught up with you, why are you running away again?
Henry said anxiously, Brother Han, I asked someone to drive here, please wait a moment, it will be faster to take the car.
Soon Assistant Henry drove over. Han Fei looked at the school names on the list and calculated the time. He thought that the physical education teachers of the schools at the top of the list should have already visited them and might have arrived at the school where Xiao Laosi was. When they arrived at Han Xingxi's school, Han Fei became even more anxious when they asked him questions, and blisters appeared on his mouth. The bus drove away, picking up not only 3 top sports students from the school, but also a student named Han Xingxi. Why did the 4th child go with us? Aren't we just taking the athletes away?
Old Man Su asked in confusion. The gatekeeper replied, it seems that Han Xingxi's brother was on the bus, and they went together. Han Fei urged Henry's assistant to drive faster, we must get there before they go to the next school location. They finally arrived before the bus arrived, but after waiting for a long time, no bus showed up. When they entered the school and asked, the elementary school principal sighed, one of our top athletes has a cold and is absent today.
He was supposed to take an exam.
Han Fei felt that this was simply fate playing tricks on him. He had a very ominous premonition that even if he changed a lot of things like the wings of a butterfly, it would still be difficult for the 7 children to escape from the danger they might have encountered. Han Fei clenched his fists and got into the car again to urge Henry's assistant to drive. After failing again and again, Han Fei called the senior executive.
Friend Han, are you sure he's a kidnapper? I'm not sure. If that's the case, I probably can't help you.
You can check whether the national team has an assessment to recruit elementary school track and field athletes.
Okay, please wait.
A few minutes after I hung up, the phone rang again. The other party's voice became serious. Friend Han, I have verified it, and there is no such thing as recruiting elementary school students.
Han Fei took a deep breath and said, I can tell you clearly now that he is a kidnapper. He is not a domestic human trafficker, but an international crime.
Please use your privileges and do not let them leave the territory of Dragon Country.
Okay, I'll give the order immediately.
After hanging up the phone, Han Fei's expression did not improve. If their experience repeats itself, according to Xiao Lao San's original experience, he will encounter a cruel selection from a Southeast Asian killer organization and eventually become a killer. The original plot of the book is that the third child was abandoned by his adoptive parents, thrown into an uninhabited area and encountered those people, and then taken to a place similar to an island for secret training. At that time, there were children from all over the world participating in this cruel selection with him. When reading the book, he wondered how those people found these physically excellent children from all over the world. Now he has found the answer: those people are all over the world. They sneak into elementary schools under another identity and become physical education teachers. They get first-hand physical examination reports and physical fitness scores of the children, and then select the most suitable children to train them to become athletes to participate in assessments. They take the children away from school and smuggle them out of the country. According to this calculation, Xiao Lao San met the same group of people. Although he took a turn, he still ended up with his original fate. At the same time, Han Shengshan and Han Shengxi, who were on the bus, smelled a fragrance. Han Shengshan took a few deep breaths and said, "It smells like flowers." "Hey, Xiaoxi, why do I feel a little dizzy?" Third brother. After supporting his unconscious third brother, Han Shengxi turned around and looked at the people around him. He saw that his peers had all fallen asleep. He also felt dizzy and had double images in front of his eyes. With his last bit of consciousness, he looked at the physical education teacher and saw that he was wearing a gas mask. Something flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to figure it out. He fell to the ground and fainted. At the dock, container trucks are carrying goods. The container was loaded onto the ship. The man, whose face was very similar to the physical education teacher, now looked more like a foreigner, with short blonde hair and blue-green eyes. He spoke fluent English. "How long until the ship leaves?" "I don't know what happened, but suddenly a lot of Navy officers came and are looking for someone." "Wait a moment, we will set sail soon." The crew member replied. The man narrowed his blue-green eyes and looked at the sailors who had boarded the ship to search. Seeing that they didn't find anyone and quickly went to search the next ship, he loosened his grip on the pistol handle. On a deserted island, a group of children were locked in a dark room. They had been hungry for 2 days, their lips were chapped due to dehydration, their faces were pale, and each one looked more miserable than the other. Han Shengshan and Han Shengxi had already woken up, also tied up, hungry and thirsty. Han Shengshan wanted to call for help, but the voice he made was extremely weak and hoarse. "Third brother, stop shouting and save some strength." Han Shengxi's voice was not much better, weak and feeble, like the cry of a poor kitten. "Xiaoxi, we have to hold on, Grandpa will definitely come to save us." "Third brother, didn't you hear what those people said? We are no longer in the territory of Dragon Country. It is impossible for him to find us. Grandpa is a godlike man, he will definitely find us. Even if he finds us, what can he do? He can't save us. Didn't you see those people have guns in their hands? I believe in Grandpa." Han Shengshan kept saying, "Grandpa will definitely save us. He is a godlike man." Han Shengxi smiled bitterly. "This is simply impossible. Xiaoxi, you have to believe him." Han Shengxi was helpless and perfunctory. Okay, then I will wait and see if this godlike man can save us. If Grandpa really saves us, you have to call him Grandpa from now on." Okay, if he can save us, from now on, I will worship him as a god just like you, and willingly call him master." Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out. "Is there a fight outside?" The dull eyes of the children in the house suddenly brightened. "Someone is here to rescue us. Help, we're here. Save us." Their throats were dry and painful, but the children shouted desperately. Bang! The door was slammed open with great force, and 2 not-so-strong door panels fell to the ground, raising dust. The children, who had not seen the sun for a long time, suddenly felt the sun outside, and were all forced to squint their eyes due to the dazzling sun. Through their squinting eyes, they saw the man standing in the sun. Oh, no, it was an old man. Han Shengxi's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. Regardless of the glare of the sunlight, he stared blankly at the old man carrying a Gatling machine gun at the door with his eyes as big as copper bells. Oh, no, it was his grandfather. At this moment, he finally understood why his third brother trusted him so much. Under the glaring sunlight, he was as tall and majestic as a god, making people look up to him and worship him. Han Shengxi tried his best and shouted heartbreakingly, "Grandpa." This was the first time Han Shengxi called his grandfather Grandpa, and it was also the beginning of his willingness to worship his grandfather as a god. Chapter 43, You Promise to Always Be on the Same Side with Me? Traitor. Another traitor. Han Fei walked towards Han Changshan and Han Shengxi. The children looked at him as if he were a god. Don't be afraid, the bad guys have been subdued by the soldiers. Han Fei helped the children untie the ropes and was immediately surrounded by many radish heads. Most of the people trapped in this room are children from Longhua. They cling to him, as if this can make them feel safe. Immediately, the children's eyes were filled with tears. Grandpa, we are almost starving to death, is there anything to eat? Han Fei laughed, put down the Gatling gun in his hand, and took off his backpack. The military backpack was full of scallion and pork rolls. The children cheered and shared the food. They couldn't tell whether they thought the steamed buns were so delicious because they were too hungry, or whether the steamed buns were delicious in themselves. They will always remember this taste. Later, one of the children became a centenarian and still clearly remembered the taste of the scallion and pork rolls today. Cough cough cough, a child choked because he ate too fast. Han Fei took off the water bag from his waist and handed it to the child. The child drank several sips before he recovered. The other children gathered around and asked for water. Although they were extremely thirsty, they only took a sip to relieve themselves and then passed it to the next child. During the 2 days they were imprisoned here without a drop of water, they had already developed a revolutionary friendship. Grandpa, I thought I would starve to death here. Thank you for saving me. A little girl came forward and held Han Fei's hand. She was probably only 7 or 8 years old and spoke in a baby voice. My grandpa passed away on a crane. I don't have a grandpa anymore. Can you be my grandpa? Han Shengxi became anxious and rudely pushed the little girl away, shouting, He is my grandfather. Han Changshan wolfed down the scallion and pork flour rolls, took a moment to glance at Xiaoxi, smirked, and continued eating the rolls, chuckling inwardly, Hey, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, now you believe it. Grandpa is a godlike man. When the special forces cleaned up the mess outside and came in, they saw a group of children surrounding Han Fei. Han Fei smiled gently and kindly as he distributed steamed buns to them and coaxed the little girl who was almost crying. The special forces soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't believe that the old man who had gone crazy and killed people on the battlefield just now had turned into a kind old grandfather. They still clearly remember that when they first arrived on the island, the kind old man asked the captain for a Gatling gun. The captain asked him if he knew how to use it, and the old man said confidently, yes. The moment the old man held the Gatling gun, his aura changed and his eyes were so sharp that even the captain didn't dare to look him in the eye. The old man was the first to rush onto the island. The guard pointed his gun at him, but the old man was faster than him. The old man killed a man and rushed in without stopping, shouting, I'm going to save the children, you guys take care of the small fish and shrimp. So they watched the old man killing his way forward, running fast and attacking ruthlessly, without any fear at all. You know, many young people present couldn't bear the recoil, but the old man seemed like nothing happened. If the old man had turned into a killing god just now, then at this moment, he was the kind Buddha. Look at his gentle appearance, kind smile, and compassionate eyes. Now that you're here, I'll ask you to take these children back. I'll take my 2 little ones back myself. As he spoke, Han Fei carried Han Changshan on his back, and the princess picked up Han Shengxi. Han Shengxi, lying in his grandfather's arms, had a red face and covered his face with his hands. Although he felt very embarrassed, he did not insist on walking by himself. His body had not recovered yet and his legs were weak. Insisting on walking by himself would only hold him back. After getting on the boat, Han Fei settled the 2 children down. A doctor on board came to check on them and found that the 2 children were just exhausted from hunger. He then left with peace of mind and told Han Fei not to let the 2 children eat too oily food, and at least abstain from fried food for 3 days. Han Changshan sighed, I'm going back to the days of recuperation. I love eating fried food the most. Han Shengxi remained silent throughout the whole process, only looking at Han Fei with sparkling eyes. Han Fei felt uncomfortable being stared at, and said helplessly, Xiaoxi, stop staring at Grandpa. Grandpa, how did you find us? Han Fei pointed at their shoes and said, There are trackers hidden in your insoles. This was what Han Fei bought last time to deal with scouts. As long as there is road surveillance, the tracker can locate it. Although the island was out of range, the two children could be found quickly by expanding the search to the location where the red positioning dot disappeared. This was his excuse to the outside world. In fact, the killer organization had been prepared for this. When they were transporting the children in containers, they had used jamming devices to block all possible GPS trackers. This is why it took Han Fei 2 days to find them, otherwise he would have found them long ago. The biggest reason why he was able to find the island successfully was that, according to the description in the book, after he went out to sea, he tried his best to find an isolated island similar to the description in the book based on his memory. He had already searched for several islands along the way. It was because there were sentries on this island that he was sure that the children were there. However, he naturally couldn't tell these to anyone else. His answers to the senior executive who helped him and the Special Forces soldier were all that the tracker he bought from Heike had worked. "When did you put it in our insoles?" Han Shengxi wondered. Did Grandpa know we would be arrested? In fact, not only the third and fourth children have trackers in their insoles, but each of the 7 children has one. Han Fei didn't know whether his coming to this world could change the future of the 7 children, but they were beautiful, strong and tragic villains, and they must have more or less bad luck. Maybe they would suddenly disappear when he wasn't paying attention. Because of this concern, Han Fei made a fuss about the insoles of the children. He never thought that it would come in handy one day. Although it was just an excuse to cover up, it was better than having no excuse to deal with that senior executive. Just in case, I didn't expect it would be useful. Hearing this, Han Shangshan finally burst into tears after holding back for so long. "Grandpa, I'm actually very scared." Han Shengxi snorted. "You are obviously not afraid at all." Han Shangshan wiped away his tears and said, "I'm your brother, so of course I have to pretend not to be afraid. I also want to encourage you, give you courage, and tell you that Grandpa will definitely come to save us. But I really don't have any confidence at all. You don't know how tormented and scared I have been these past 2 days." Han Fei patted Han Shangshan's head and said, "It's all in the past. Let's forget about this matter when we return to Longhua." "Can't we mention it?" Han Shengxi asked sharply. Han Fei nodded. "These people on the island are just small fry. The real boss behind the scenes hasn't been apprehended yet. Before they're all apprehended, you can't reveal your involvement in this matter. I'm afraid they'll be desperate and seek revenge on you." Han Shangshan nodded vigorously. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will never tell anyone. This is a matter of life and death. Even though I am a bit of a big mouth, you can definitely trust me on this matter." Han Shengxi complained, because the third brother is afraid of death, he will never say a word to anyone in order to save his life. Just be careful. Once those people are caught, it won't be a big deal. "Grandpa, my eldest brother asked me where I went these 2 days. Can't I tell him?" Han Shengxi frowned, looking quite distressed. "You can say it if you want, but it will only add to his worries. Forget it, I'd better keep it a secret from my eldest brother. Otherwise, he'll worry about me and my third brother, and he might even get so extreme that he won't even let us go to school. You also know that your elder brother is an extreme person." Han Fei smiled meaningfully. Han Shengxi touched his nose and said in a low voice, "No matter what Big Brother thinks, I am now Grandpa's little 4th child, and no one can change it." When Han Fei brought Han Shangshan and Han Shengxi back, Han Shengda looked at Han Shengxi in amazement. Han Shengxi called the old man Grandpa affectionately, and took the initiative to get slippers for the old man and pass him tea. He looked just as servile as the third and fifth brothers. Han Shengda's face was hurt, and the words Han Shangshan said 2 days ago still echoed in his ears. "Brother, I didn't call him Grandpa. Don't worry, I will always be on the same front with you." "Didn't you agree not to call him Grandpa? Didn't you promise to reassure me? Didn't you say you would always be on the same side with me, traitor?" Another traitor. Chapter 44, Mr. Han, I don't want a penny of the 500,000. I want to work with you. In the bun shop, Yu Shuanting sat on a throne chair with 4 bodyguards standing behind him. He was playing with a fruit knife in his hand, doing some fancy things with it. "What do you two think?" The boss looked at a loss as to what to choose. The proprietress gritted her teeth and slammed the table. "We can give you the recipe, but you have to pay us the compensation. It's just 1 million. Yu Shuanting wrote a check for 2 million on the spot and threw it over. Are you satisfied? The boss gave Yu Shuanting the fake prescription that Han Fei had given him.
From now on, you can no longer use this recipe. If I knew you were selling scallion pork rolls somewhere else, ha. He sneered and raised his eyebrows. The 4 bodyguards immediately understood, went out, and came back with a chicken in their hands, while the bun shop owner and his wife were wondering. Yu Shuanting stabbed the knife into the chicken's neck. When it was pulled out, chicken blood splattered all over his face and dripped down his chin. He smiled grimly, his eyes were fierce, and his voice was sinister. I won't let you off easily. The bodyguard behind him handed him a white handkerchief. He wiped his face with it, then wiped his hands clean, put away his knife and walked out. The bodyguard behind him whispered, Master Yu, what should we do with this chicken? Yu Shuanting said without even turning his head, leave it to these 2 to replenish their bodies. The bodyguard handed the chicken over and the boss took it blankly. The 2 bodyguards each carried one side of the armchair and headed out the door. When they all came over, the proprietress came back to her senses and asked, is he really the park manager? The boss nodded. The boss lady was incredulous. Why does he look like a gangster? Who knows? Anyway, the money has been collected and the recipe has been given to them. We probably won't meet again in the future. Is it really that easy to take his money? The proprietress was terrified. If he knew we gave him a fake recipe, would we end up like that chicken, stabbed in and out? Let's go find Mr. Han first and see what he says. The proprietress pulled up the store's surveillance video and said, take this with you and let Mr. Han take a look. When Han Fei saw the video, before he could complain, Old Man Su beside him had already started to complain. It's really hilarious. Who are they killing for? The boss subconsciously said, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The proprietress knocked him, we are not monkeys. The boss smiled awkwardly and took out a check for 2 million from his pocket. Mr. Han, look at this check, how should we divide it? Before Han Fei could speak, the spokesperson Old Man Su raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you want to divide it? The boss said shamelessly, look, half and half dash. Before he could finish his words, his wife hit him again. The lady boss smiled and said, how dare we split it in half? The 1 million is our compensation, and the remaining 1 million is the money we will split in half. Is that okay with you guys? Old Man Su looked at Han Fei's expression and said with a smile, boss, you're too polite. Since you said so, I'll divide it according to your wishes. The boss's wife and the boss went to the bank to withdraw money and transferred it all to the boss's account. The boss then transferred 1.5 million to Han Fei. Mr. Han, my husband and I plan to develop in another city. It's right to avoid it. We have absolutely no intention of running away. If Mr. Han looks for us, he can find us at any time. I don't have anything to ask you to. The boss and the boss's wife looked at each other. Although Han Fei had nothing to ask them, they had something to ask Han Fei. The boss rubbed his hands together and asked hesitantly, Mr. Han, you said before that the recipe for the meat buns was 300,000 yuan. Is it still that price now? The couple had already discussed that they needed to purchase the scallion and pork rolls from the old man, as it would be difficult to make them in other cities. However, meat buns were easier to make, as they were bun makers themselves. The recipe for meat buns should only be different in some ingredients from the original ones. As long as they got the recipe, it should not be difficult to make meat buns. Under the expectant gazes of the couple, Han Fei slowly shook his head and pointed at the foreigner playing with Shao Qi in the courtyard. You're too late. The meat bun recipe has been released to him, so I can't give it to you anymore. Also, the contract between you and me regarding the scallion pork rolls is void. The compensation has been paid, the contract is void, and you can no longer make scallion pork rolls. The boss smiled bitterly, old man, you didn't give us the recipe for the marinated bacon, but instead supplied us with it. You figured that out, didn't you? Or rather, when you approached us about your partnership, you knew the park manager would cause trouble for the bun shop. Everything was part of your calculations, and my husband and I were just a tool you exploited. The lady boss hit him, you were taken advantage of and got $500,000 in exchange, and you're still not satisfied? The boss was helpless. I know that the 500,000 yuan is the hard work fee that Mr. Han gave me, but after we leave this city, I don't know how long it will last. I have no means of making a living. How did you make a living? Just continue in another city. Old Man Su grumbled, do you still want to rely on us? Are you not satisfied with 500,000? The boss blushed, the proprietress wanted to pull him away. Don't embarrass yourself. The boss shook off the boss lady's hand and said, Mr. Han, I don't want a penny of the 500,000 yuan. I want to work with you. As he said that, he actually took out his cell phone and started transferring money. The boss lady grabbed his phone and asked, Are you crazy? Honey, I've thought about it. We're in an unfamiliar place, and if we invest 500,000 yuan to start a business, it's fine if it succeeds, but if it doesn't, it's all wasted, and our plans to have children will have to be postponed again. Actually, after this business venture, I also feel my own weakness. I'm not cut out to be a boss. I'm more suited to working for others. It's not that I don't have ambitions, but I'm afraid you'll have to live a hard life with me. Business is about changing, and I'm not a very smart person. I'm really afraid. I'll lose all the 500,000 yuan and be ashamed to face you. The man's voice became softer and softer, and the proprietress pursed her lips and remained silent. Han Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Han Fei looked down and saw that it was bank card information received, 50,000. The boss's mobile phone is now in the hands of the boss's wife. It turned out that it was the silent boss's wife who performed the mobile banking transfer operation. The proprietress looked up at Han Fei and said with a smile, Mr. Han, there is a limit. I can only transfer 50,000 to you first. I also think what my husband said is right. 500,000 is a burden in our hands. It is better to return it to Mr. Han. Han Fei returned the money to them and shook his head. The 500,000 is yours. Whether you are doing business or something else, you can't give the money to me. But I want to work with Mr. Han. Can this money be used as the joining fee for my husband and me? Han Fei looked at the couple, who had dark circles under their eyes from lack of sleep running the breakfast shop, and sighed, It's fine if you want to stay. I happen to be short of staff here. When I partner with Henry to start a frozen bun business, I will need someone to supervise the factory. Both of them own bun shops and are very experienced with buns. This cooperation to blackmail the park manager also shows that they are capable of taking on responsibilities and have good character, so I will use them for the time being. Really, the boss was overjoyed from the first moment he saw the old man. He felt that the old man was extraordinary. Later, when the old man took out the stack of professional contracts, he was already very impressed. In addition, this time he and the old man had cheated the park manager together, and his admiration for the old man was like a surging river. There was a voice in his heart telling him, in this life, as long as he follows the old man, he will definitely live a good life. Chapter 45, You old thing, how dare you ruin my good thing? Are you old and tired of living? Contact Xiao. 500,000. The proprietress still wanted to give it to Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, keep it for having children. With these savings, you can have children without worry, right? Han Fei pointed at the Calabash brothers in his yard and said with a smile, From now on, boss, Mr. Han, don't call me boss. My name is Zhang Jianguo and my wife is Chen Milan. Okay, I'll call you Jiangwo. From now on, both Jiangwo and you will be my assistants, and I'll have the little boss pay you both. Jiangwo will have to look after a lot of things regarding Baozi, so you can help out when he's busy. If you're not busy, you can prepare for pregnancy, and after the baby is born, you can let the child play with them, and you can also help me take care of Xiaoqi and the others. The proprietress nodded vigorously and smiled brightly. Okay, my husband will be with you, Mr. Han. I am 100% assured and can prepare for pregnancy with peace of mind. Old Su, the orchard has been officially opened as an agricultural product company. Has everything been sorted out? Yes, we have paid Social Security for the fruit farmers. We can't move forward with the buns yet. First, register Zhang Jianguo and Chen Milan under the name of the Agricultural Products Company to pay their Social Security, no problem. Han Fei called Han Chengda over and said, From now on, Uncle Zhang Jianguo and Aunt Chen Milan will be my assistants and help me with some things. When you pay them, you can transfer the money from the Bingtang Hulu account first. Han Chengda asked, How much salary? I'll leave it to you. Don't you use a computer to do your accounting? The commission from the candied Lu is all with you. You can give it as you see fit. Han Chengda frowned, looking distressed. I don't know how much to give. Han Fei said patiently, Let's start with a probationary salary of 5,000.
Once we've finalized the deal with the bun agency and see some progress, we'll increase their salary. If sales are good at the end of the year, we'll give them dividends. Look, what do you think? The boss was delighted. 5,000 per person? Old man, we run a bun shop and work hard all month, but our net income is not as much as 10,000. After deducting the rent, water bills and other miscellaneous expenses, a net income of 7,000 a month is considered good, and we are still carrying huge pressure. The proprietress smiled and said, "Why are you still calling me old man? From now on, you have to call me boss. Boss, you are our great benefactor." After Yushuanting got the recipe for scallion and pork rolls, he immediately went to the OEM factory and asked someone to make them according to the recipe. "Master Yu, the braised bacon in this recipe is not something you can make in a short time. How long will it take?" "From pickling to draining and drying the bacon, it takes at least a week." "Shorten it. I'll only give you 3 days. But the ingredient list is too complicated. It needs to be smoked for 24 hours using fruit wood and pine needles. It will take time for us to find a large amount of pine needles and fruit wood." "Don't give me any nonsense. As long as we have the money, it's not a problem. Just chop down the fruit trees and you'll have fruit trees. Cut down a few pine trees and you'll have plenty of pine needles." 3 days later, Yushuanting came to the OEM factory again. When the OEM factory owner saw him, he tried to run away but was caught by his 4 bodyguards. The factory owner was lifted up with his feet in the air, his face bitter. "Master Yu, the time is really too short. The smoked bacon will not have the taste you want. Where's the finished product?" "We made a batch of finished products, but, well, you'll know once you taste it." "Put him down." The 4 bodyguards threw the man to the ground. The factory owner stood up in a panic, not daring to get angry. He could only smile and say, "Master Yu, I'll lead the way for you." When he saw the scallion and pork rolls that looked exactly like the ones in the bun shop, Yushuanting nodded with satisfaction. He picked one up, smelled it closely, and could clearly feel the difference before he even ate it. He patiently opened his mouth and took a bite, and his face turned dark. "The problem isn't just with the bacon, even the onions don't taste right." Yushuanting threw a bite of the scallion and pork flour roll in the face of the OEM factory owner and flew into a rage. "I spent so much money, and you give me this kind of garbage." The factory owner covered the side of his face that had been hit and humbly said, "Master Yu, time is really too short. It's difficult to make the marinated bacon taste dry and fragrant." "Oh. Let's not talk about the bacon for now. Explain to me why the onions don't taste right. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Are you selling inferior goods as good ones? These onions are from the wholesale market and are the best quality. Then explain to me why the taste is different from the bun shop." "Master Yu once gave me the scallion and pork rolls from the bun shop, and I immediately thought the scallions might not be bought." "Didn't you buy it?" "I suspect they grow these green onions themselves, naturally without any pesticides. I ate this kind of green onion when I was a kid, and it was very fragrant. They were grown by my family. Only natural organic green onions grown by ourselves have such a good taste. They won't turn yellow even if steamed for too long, and they remain very green." "Huh, the bacon said there wasn't enough time, and the shallots said someone else grew them themselves. So let me ask you, I spent so much money, what can you give me?" "Master Yu, maybe we can find the owner of the bun shop to buy the goods." "Purchasing goods? Making braised bacon is actually a craft. If it's mass-produced by machines, the taste will definitely be bad. We can hire the couple who own the bun shop and have them make braised bacon specifically for us. We can also ask them where they get their green onions. If they really grow them themselves, we can buy them from them." "Asshole. This will only increase my costs. And the most important bacon and green onions are in someone else's hands. What am I going to do with Henry? If that couple stops providing bacon and green onions, should I switch to selling knife-cut steamed buns?" The OEM factory owner was scratching his head anxiously. "Master Yu, do you think they knew all along that we couldn't complete it independently? Otherwise, who would give up the recipe so easily?" Yushuanting's face turned even darker, and he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. When Yushuanting and 4 bodyguards arrived at the bun shop, the shop had already changed its sign.
Upon asking, they found out that the original owner and proprietress had already left and were unwilling to stay even after paying the deposit. One bodyguard asked, "Will they just take the money and run?" Another bodyguard lowered his voice, "That's nonsense. They must have taken the money and ran away. Are they still waiting for the young master to come and settle the score with them?" Yu Xuanting's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The fruit knife in his hand spun rapidly. Suddenly, the blade cut his fingertip. He didn't frown because of the pain. Instead, he laughed out loud because of the pain. "Okay? You want to trick me, right? Go find out where they've escaped to. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, I'll make them pay." The bodyguards were very efficient, or perhaps the two men had never fled the city at all, so they were not difficult to find at all. "Master, they are now working in an agricultural product company in this city and are assistants to the boss." "Huh? You took 2 million from me and are still working in this city?" "Master, I have another piece of news." The bodyguard hesitated to speak. "Explain." "The owner of the produce company is very close to Mr. Henry." "Are you trying to steal my business?" Yu Xuanting laughed bloodthirstily. "Investigate. Find out his background." Not long after, the bodyguard came again with the latest and most explosive news. "Boss, the owner of that agricultural product company is the old man with the breakfast cart. Mr. Henry has already signed a contract with him, and they are looking for a contract manufacturer." "What?" Yu Xuanting stabbed the fruit knife in his hand into the apple fiercely, his face gloomy. "Old man, how dare you ruin my good thing? Are you old and tired of living? Contact Xiao for me." The bodyguard's expression suddenly changed. "Master, Madam has instructed us not to contact Xiao anymore. The last time we got the dumpling recipe, it took a lot of our family's strength to erase it. It's hard to say what will happen next time." Chapter 46, 20% off the original price, and another 20% rebate given privately. Han Fei took Zhang Jianguo and Chen Milan to visit several factories, but either the hygiene did not meet Han Fei's requirements or they could not agree on the price. Han Fei was not tired yet, but Zhang Guojian already had back pain. Chen Milan took out a waist support and handed it to her husband. Zhang Jiangui immediately smiled. If the boss wasn't here, he would have wanted to kiss his wife. Chen Milan took another one and handed it to Han Fei. "Boss, this is what I made myself, I hope you don't mind." Han Fei took it and knew at a glance that Chen Milan had put in a lot of effort. She might have gotten his measurements from old Sue. "Thank you." Han Fei did not let Chen Milan down and put it on immediately. What's more, a small lumbar support can make the whole person stand taller and relieve the pressure on the waist. Han Fei practiced Baduan Jin, Wuqin Quan, Tai Chi, and Yi Jin Jing frequently, and he also secretly practiced Muay Thai and Sanda that he had learned in his previous life in his room. Muay Thai focuses on upper body training and fierce attacks, while Sanda focuses on leg strength and fast speed. However, after all, his body is old, and it is inevitable that he will have back pain after training for a long time. With this lumbar support, he can extend the training time. They arrived at their destination, a large-scale factory that specializes in labeling cold chain industries. All hygiene standards are met and it has an export license. It is currently the factory that Han Fei is most satisfied with. The boss of the OEM factory had a swollen face and looked plump, with a big nose, small eyes, and big earlobes. "Did your wife hit your face like this?" Zhang Jianguo asked jokingly. The factory owner covered his swollen face, his eyes flickering as he grinned. "That's right. My wife has a hot temper. When she heard I was entertaining foreign guests at karaoke, she thought I ordered a princess. Isn't she going to give me a slap on the wrist? So did you order the princess?" "Brother Zhang, how could I, such an honest person, have such a treacherous mind?" Zhang Jiangui didn't believe it. The factory boss looked shifty and a pervert. "Brother Zhang, is the old man over there looking after the factory really your boss?" "Yes, that's my boss, and the one following him is my wife." The OEM factory owner gave him a thumbs up and said, "I admire that, Brother Zhang. If my wife follows me everywhere, I'll be annoyed to death." "Big brother, I've also looked at the price list you gave me, but aren't the prices a bit too high?" "Brother Zhang, since you call me big brother, how could I be so unfair to you? This price is really a conscience price. Before you came to me, you must have visited many OEM factories, right? Zhang Jianguo nodded honestly. The reason you look down on those factories is probably because of hygiene issues, right? Yes, those workers don't even wear gloves when they work. I even saw a worker picking his nose and then touching the product the next moment. The factory has a lot of expenses, so the price I offer is not to rip you off. We have a full set of gloves and isolation gowns here, and we replace them every day. This all requires investment. Plus, there are always people coming to inspect. As you know, with a large factory, there are always people who want to cause trouble and find fault. I always have to treat them to good food and drinks. Think about it, doesn't all this cost money? Han Fei was wearing a Bluetooth headset, and Chen Jiangwo was on a call on his cell phone. Every word of the conversation fell into Han Fei's ears. Han Fei said calmly, "Tell him that if the price doesn't drop by half, there's no room for negotiation." Zhang Jianguo looked at the OEM factory owner and sighed helplessly. "I know Big Brother is having a hard time, but so are we. The company is just starting out and lacks capital. We don't have much money to spend. If Big Brother can't reduce the price by half, we may not be able to continue the negotiation." Half? The factory owner looked incredulous, his eyes hurt. "Brother Zhang, you're too cruel. Killing half of them in one go. I've never seen you talk business like this. Is this your boss's idea, or yours?" Han Fei, as for this matter, I have given you full authority. Zhang Jianguo said frankly, "This is the price I can offer. The boss has left all the negotiation of the price to me." The factory owner glanced at Han Fei secretly and lowered his voice. "Brother Zhang, how about I give you a kickback?" Han Fei, ask him how much he gave. Zhang Jianguo also lowered his voice. "Big brother, it depends on how much you give." The OEM factory owner smiled and said, "Tell your boss that we can give you a 20% discount on the original price. Then I'll give you 10% privately." Han Fei, ask him to give you 20%. Zhang Jianguo frowned. "Big brother, do you know how much the previous factory gave me privately?" "How many?" Zhang Jianguo raised two fingers. "A 20% kickback?" Zhang Jianguo nodded. "That won't work. I'm giving your boss a 20% discount on the price, and I'm giving you 20% privately. Doesn't that mean I'm only making 60% of the original price? We want a large quantity. Let me think about it." The factory owner paced back and forth. "I need to make a phone call. Aren't you the boss? Is there someone above you?" The factory owner pointed to the swollen side of his face and said, "I have to have a proper discussion with the person who hit me. This matter needs to be discussed carefully with my husband at home. I'll wait for you here." The OEM factory boss smiled awkwardly and quickly left. He felt uneasy. If young Master Yu knew that he was treated as his wife, the other side of his face would probably swell up too. "Hey, Master Yu, that old guy has really taken the bait and wants to do OEM in our factory." "Haha, keep them. If they can't deliver the goods, the cooperation with Henry will naturally fall through. Then we can give the goods to Henry, and the business will be ours. This time, you have to make the goods right for me." "But the price, what price did they offer?" "The old guy's followers take 20% of the price, so we may end up with 40% off." So, we're losing money. Loss? How could it be a loss? We never planned to give them the goods. Okay, then I'll do as Master Yu says. After hanging up the phone, the OEM factory owner returned to Zhang Jianguo, looking distressed. "My wife said, what we value is the future. We think the future of quick frozen buns cannot be underestimated. This year we are giving you a preferential price. Next year, when you make money, you have to raise the price for us." Of course. I like straightforward people like the boss. I will tell the old man the good news right away. He can give us a 20% discount. The boss is such a good person. Zhang Jianguo winked. The boss of the OEM factory smiled stiffly and cursed in his heart, "Greedy bastard, making 20% kickbacks without doing anything." Zhang Jianguo ran to invite Han Fei over. Han Fei looked affable and harmless, a kindly man at first glance. Boss, thank you for your support in getting my business off the ground. I didn't expect you to cut the price by 20%. Thank you so much.
Don't worry, as long as our business gets on track and we have money, I'll definitely raise your prices next year.
Grandpa, what are you talking about? If you make money, I make money. We will be partners in the future. I am waiting for your business to flourish so that I can make money with you. This is the contract I prepared. Boss, take a look. Shall we sign it now? Did the old man prepare the contract himself?
The factory owner smiled stiffly. I also had someone prepare a contract.
Since the boss hasn't prepared the contract yet, why not use mine? It's ready. Take a look. If there's no problem, we can sign it.
The boss of the OEM factory was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. The contract was prepared by someone sent by young Master Yu, who said that someone would send it over soon, but the contract has not been delivered yet, and the old man had already prepared it.
Old man, let's wait a little longer. Let's go eat something first.
It's dinner time now, so it won't be too late to sign the contract after dinner.
My stomach has been feeling bad lately, so I can't eat out.
It's just that I'm getting older, and all sorts of issues are coming up.
Boss, you won't look at my contract. Is there something wrong? Or do you not trust me and only want to use your own contract?
Boss, I've always heard of something called a yin-yang contract. I'm old, and I'm afraid of encountering this kind of thing, so I always carry my own contract with me when I go out.
If you insist on using your contract, I probably won't be able to sign it. I'm a timid person. Grandpa,
I'll make a phone call and ask. If the contract isn't ready, I'll tell them not to prepare it.
Yes, please.
The OEM factory owner hid in a corner and called Yu Xuanting. Yu Xuanting sneered on the other end of the phone, "It's just a contract. I'm not afraid of losing money when the time comes.
Sign it and get their formula first."
After hanging up the phone, the OEM factory boss came back, took the contract and signed it with a bright smile. "I have told my people not to prepare a contract.
We will just use the old man's contract. Don't you want to take a closer look? I believe in the old man.
He hated reading things with a lot of words the most. Plus, he only graduated from elementary school and couldn't understand many things, so it was better not to read them anyway. I have young Master Yu's support, so if anything goes wrong, go to young Master Yu." The contract was in duplicate. Han Fei put one of the copies away and said with a kind smile, "Boss, it's a pleasure to work with you. I hope your factory won't let me down."
"Don't worry, old man. As long as you give us technical guidance, our products will definitely satisfy you."
"Okay, I'll guide you personally."
Chapter 47. Even if Boss Han can't give me the goods, I will wait unconditionally. Leaving the factory, Zhang Jianguo was terrified. "Boss, what if he really wants to pay me that much money?"
Han Fei smiled and said, "Just give it to me."
"Isn't this a crime? It doesn't matter. The contract will fall through in the end anyway."
Boss, what are you talking about?
I don't understand."
Han Fei smiled mysteriously and said, "The Yu family invested in this factory, but the real boss behind it is the Yu family."
"Yu family?" Zhang Jianguo looked confused. His wife, Chen Milan, reacted, "The Yu family? The park manager's last name is also Yu?" "The same Yu, right."
"Boss, you know that the park manager is behind this factory, so why are you still cooperating?
Isn't this like sending a recipe into a tiger's mouth? I just want to send him the prescription. I'm completely confused." Chen Milan looked bewildered. Zhang Jianguo said with a bitter face, "I'm never not confused. What are you talking about?"
Han Fei raised the contract in his hand and said, "Remember this next time.
Read the contract carefully before signing it." Chen Milan was shocked. "Boss, you tampered with the contract?" Han Fei smiled and said, "You can say yes, and you can say no. As long as they don't have any bad intentions, there will be no problem with the contract. But if they do have bad intentions, then they can just wait and give the factory to me."
For several days in a row, Han Fei went out early and came back late, and he couldn't take care of the children for a while. Fortunately, he had his assistant Chen Milan to help, seeing Xiao Qi showing off with her beautiful braids. Han Fei also laughed and said gently, "Xiao Chun, you are my personal assistant. I will give you a raise." "Boss, this is what I should do." Han Fei looked at Zhang Jianguo with a smile. "Your wife's salary is higher than yours, do you have any objections?" "No. I'm only happy for my wife. I'm not a petty man. I have a bad stomach and I like to eat soft rice." Ha ha. Seeing Zhang Jianguo's heartless look, Han Fei shook his head and said, "Xiao Chun, I won't give you a big increase, just 20%. Xiao Qi ran to Han Changlu and showed off her beautiful braids. "Sixth brother, do you think Xiao Qi is pretty?" The little girl was very conceited and turned around in a circle. Han Changlu was secretly using Han Chengda's computer. He was startled when he saw someone coming in. He was relieved when he saw Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi came closer. "Sixth brother, who are you talking to?" Han Changlu quickly closed the dialog box. "I have a small business selling things online, and customers come to me." "Sixth brother, what are you selling?" "Sugar." "Candy?" Xiao Qi spread out his hands and huffed. "Why don't you give it to Xiao Qi? It's the rock sugar used to make candied haws. Xiao Lu has some free time every day because he washes dishes in the dishwasher. He also earns money every day." Xiao Lu is thinking about doing bigger business, but he has no supply channels. When he saw someone coming to Grandpa Su to buy goods, in addition to hawthorns and oranges, there was also rock sugar. It turned out that Grandpa Su was also in the rock sugar business, so Xiao Laolu came up with an idea. Xiao Qi lost interest and pouted. "Xiao Qi is tired of eating. I knew you were tired of it, so I didn't give it to you." "Sixth brother, is rock sugar profitable?" "I buy goods from Grandpa Su at low prices and then sell them online at high prices. It's quite profitable. How much money can I make?" Han Changlu hesitated and lowered his voice. "I sold it for 100 times the price." Xiao Qi's eyes widened as he counted on his fingers. "How much is 100 times?" "Sixth brother, is there really someone so stupid as to spend so much money on it?" Han Changlu nodded and said, "A lot of people bought it. I don't know why. I accidentally forgot to put a decimal point, and suddenly the price increased 100-fold and it was put on the shelves. But it was snapped up like crazy." Xiao Qi looked puzzled. "Are they stupid?" "I don't know either. Anyway, if they place an order, I will sell it." Han Shengshan passed by and heard what was said. He was completely shocked. What the hell? Xiao Lu accidentally omitted a decimal point, and the price of rock sugar increased 100 times. But it became a hot seller. Is there such a fool? Han Shengshan wanted to find Han Fei and secretly tell his grandfather about this matter, but found that his grandfather had gone out again. Han Shengshan sighed on the spot. Grandpa has been very busy recently. When the delivery time came, the boss of the OEM factory had a sad face. "Boss Han, something went wrong. There was a problem with our freezer. By the time we found out, all the buns in the refrigerator had gone bad." Han Fei said calmly, "You need to think it over carefully before you tell me." "Boss Han, what do you mean?" The factory owner looked at Zhang Jianguo, who was setting up a camera nearby. "Brother Zhang, put your things down." Zhang Jianguo smiled and said, "It's not a gun, don't be afraid, I will take a very clear picture of you. You have to think it over carefully, or rather, you have to take out the contract and take a closer look at it." Han Fei kindly reminded. The factory owner's head was buzzing. "No. Their reaction is wrong. Boss Han, I definitely won't be able to deliver the goods today. So when will you deliver the goods?" I'm afraid it will take a month. My shipment is in 2 days. If I can't ship it in 2 days, can you really afford the loss?" "Boss Han, there's a problem with the equipment. It's force majeure, you have to think carefully. Every word you say is being recorded and will be used as evidence in court in the future." The boss of the OEM factory froze for a moment, then changed his mind and realized that young master Yu would take care of everything, so what was there to be afraid of? He straightened his back and said, "Boss Han, I will compensate you for your losses. This time I really can't deliver the goods." Han Fei smiled meaningfully. "Okay, then we'll go. See you another day." "Just leaving like that?" After Han Fei and the others disappeared, the factory owner was stunned for a long time. He looked up at the sky. It was covered with dark clouds, and there was always a danger of a downpour. 2 days later, it was time for Han Fei to deliver the goods to Henry. Henry was waiting at the dock, and Yu Shuanting showed up.
Mr. Henry, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Would you be so kind as to buy me some coffee? Mr. Yu, I'm waiting for someone. I've also said that I don't like other people treating me. Mr. Henry is waiting for Boss Han?
Henry glanced at him and said, Mr. Yu is well informed. The business was originally mine, but someone took it away from me.
I have to find out who it was.
But, Mr. Henry, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for him today.
What's the meaning? I heard that the OEM factory that Boss Han hired ran into problems and can't deliver on time.
Mr. Henry, I think we can still collaborate on the scallion pork rolls and meat buns business.
Do you have any goods?
Yes, I have 100,000 boxes of bagged meat buns and 100,000 boxes of scallion pork rolls. As long as Mr. Henry cooperates with me, this batch of goods will be in place immediately. Mr. Yu, there's a problem with Boss Han's OEM factory, but you have the goods immediately.
I have to wonder if you're the one who's causing the trouble. Business warfare is like a battlefield. I just used a little trick.
As the saying goes, all is fair in war.
I wonder if Mr. Henry has ever heard of it.
I haven't heard of it, but I added a clause to the contract between me and Boss Han. There's no fixed delivery time.
Even if Boss Han can't give me the goods, I will wait unconditionally. What? You signed this kind of contract? Aren't you afraid of running out of stock? Don't you hate dishonest people the most?
I was the one who begged Boss Han to cooperate with me, so naturally I have to relax the conditions for cooperation.
As long as Boss Han supplies me with goods, I don't care about so many other things. So if he can't give you the goods today, you won't take my goods.
Even if you run off with an empty ship and suffer a loss, you won't terminate the contract with him, right?
Yu Shuanting was struck by lightning, gritting his teeth and saying, Great. Very good. I've come here for nothing today and have become a clown. Yu Shuanting left angrily.
Before getting into the car, he said to the bodyguard behind him, Contact Xiao.
No matter how much it costs, I want him to kill that old man.
Master Yu, something happened to Zhao's men, and they are being watched by the dragon government.
I'm afraid. Oh, isn't it just that he was caught kidnapping those kids? He just lost a few of his men. The killer organization's best fighters are all fine.
Tell him that I know he suffered heavy losses this time. I'll give him 10 million to kill one person. In the future, I will cooperate with Henry and give him dividends every year, which will be considered as his investment.
Chapter 48, Mr. Yu and the OEM factory boss received a subpoena.
Han Fei was shot and killed, and Zhang Jianguo took the blame. The killer also saw the future of the cold chain market, so he agreed to go against the wind and kill Han Fei. The OEM factory owner asked anxiously, Master Yu, what should we do if we can't ship this batch of goods? Or should we just give the goods to Boss Han?
This way we can recover the losses and know.
Yu Shuanting smashed the ashtray with force. Even if 100,000 boxes of steamed buns and 100,000 boxes of meat buns rotted, he would not sell the goods to that old man.
Master Yu, a box of goods contains 120 buns. Each bun costs 1 yuan, which is 120 yuan.
A total of 100,000 boxes of meat buns and 100,000 boxes of scallion and pork rolls. The loss is nearly 24 million.
How can I explain such a huge number to the old man?
Don't tell my grandfather a word about this.
But there's such a big vacancy. Wait, this business will definitely be mine.
As long as that old guy is killed by Xiao, Henry will lose his partner, and he will definitely turn around and come to find himself.
Let me ask you, have you got the recipe for the scallion pork buns?
Without that old man's guidance, can the factory produce the same meat buns and scallion pork buns? Don't hesitate, speak.
I still haven't gotten the recipe.
When burning pine needles and fruit wood, Boss Han spilled a few packets of powdered substance. I wanted to steal some to see what it was, but Boss Han had already started the fire. In the end, it was hard to tell what the ingredients were even after it burned to ashes. It must be a secret incense powder with a unique fruity aroma.
Asshole. The old man is really cunning. he actually has a trick up his sleeve. Where's the meat bun? There's no secret incense powder. Boss Han personally prepared the ingredients for the meat buns. He won't let me see, so there's nothing I can do. If I tell you not to look, you won't peek. Useless thing. Yu Shuanting kicked the OEM factory boss hard on the knee. The boss of the OEM factory felt pain in his knees and fell to his knees. He felt extremely humiliated. This young master Yu had hit his face and swollen it before, and now he was using violence against him. I am an old man who has followed the old man. If the old man hadn't loosened up and asked me to listen to him, why would I have suffered so much? If I wasn't afraid that the old man would pass the factory to me in the future, I wouldn't have kowtowed to this extent. Yu Shuanting stomped on the palm of the OEM factory owner's hand and roared, I know you have a group of people under you, known as the Golden Tongue, who specialize in studying other people's recipes. Originally, there weren't enough buns, but now there are 100,000 boxes. Even if they vomit, they have to eat them until they figure out the recipe. Do you understand? They are not my subordinates. They are people trained by the old man. If you want to use them, you must get the old man's consent. Ha, the old man has already handed you over to me, let alone those guys. I'm going to go find him and ask for you. Looking at Yu Shuanting's departing back, the OEM factory boss clenched his fists. Hiss. He grimaced in pain. He forgot that Yu Shuanting had just stepped hard on the back of his hand. When he clenched his fist, his fingers felt as if they were broken. If the old man hadn't told me to listen to you, with your violent temper, who would want to follow you? How could such a wise man like the old man have such a grandson? If you weren't his only grandson, I would have defected to someone else long ago. The OEM factory owner was getting angrier and angrier, but what could he do? The factory appeared to be under his name, and he was the legal representative, but the real boss behind the operation was the old man from the Yu family, who held 80% of the shares. The old man of the Yu family is drinking tea in the tea house. As he gets older, he doesn't want to care about anything. He just likes to listen to music and drink tea every day, enjoying his old age leisurely. Master Yu is here to see you. That little bastard never comes to visit unless there's something urgent. He wouldn't think of me, his grandfather, unless there's something urgent. You're not here? The tea house owner went and came back with a helpless look on his face. Mr. Yu, young Master Yu has booked the whole place and kicked everyone out. He said he is waiting for you in the hall. You will definitely come to the tea house for tea. This little bastard. The old man of the Yu family slammed the table. Send me to the back door, you have to put on a good show. Okay, Mr. Yu, please come this way. The old man of the Yu family left the tea house through the back door, turned around, and swaggered back in through the main entrance. The tea house owner stood at the gate to greet him. Old man Yu, you're finally here. Young Master Yu has been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Shuanting walked over quickly with a flattering smile on his face. Grandpa, I guessed you would definitely come to the tea house for tea. This is the best pour I got from outside, and I'm waiting for you to come and taste it. Are you so kind? I wouldn't dare drink your tea easily. Tell me, what do you want from me this time? Grandpa, I'm just showing my respect to you. I don't believe your nonsense. Just tell me what you want, or I won't drink this tea. Alright, I'm going to lay my cards on the table. Grandpa, didn't I ask you a few days ago to lend me the OEM factory to work with Henry? But Henry suddenly changed partners and valued the craftsmanship of another old man, saying their buns were delicious and devaluing ours. I'm so angry, I want you to send a few of your golden tongues with me to taste his buns and see what makes them so delicious. And make me admit defeat with conviction. No. The old man of the Yu family immediately refused. Those people are all well-known gourmets. Although they received my kindness when they were young, I have never thought of repaying the favor. Grandpa, if it weren't for you, how could they become gourmets and the industry's golden tongues? I'm just asking them for a small favor, and they're definitely going to get some benefits. Just give me a few phone calls and I'll talk to them myself. No means no. Grandpa, I'm your only grandson. Are you willing to watch me unable to sleep or eat every day because of this? Are you angry? Don't play the emotional card with me. You're just angry. It's you who's narrow-minded. You should change your temper. Grandpa, you really won't help me with this? No help. I knew it. You've disliked me since I was little because I don't have a family birthmark. You wouldn't even help me with such a small favor. I'll go find my grandfather, he'll definitely be willing to help me. Hey! Don't go. Yu Xuanting stopped and looked at the old man with a smile. Grandpa, are you willing to help me? Here, this is their phone number. Don't let anyone help you for nothing. I see. I will definitely thank them.
Yu Xuanting had just left the tea house when the Yu family's housekeeper hurried over. Old man, something bad has happened.
We have a court summons for you.
At the same time, the OEM factory owner also received a summons from the court. Han Fei took Zhang Jianguo shopping and bought some new clothes for the children. The children used to be thin, but Han Fei had grown stronger recently, so their original clothes were a bit tight. Zhang Jianguo followed Han Fei carrying a lot of bags, while Chen Milan helped Han Fei with ideas and helped him choose clothes and headwear suitable for the two little girls. As soon as he left the mall, Han Fei felt like he was being watched. It was hard to ignore that evil gaze. Han Fei looked around and became alert. Zhang Jianguo saw the boss suddenly stop and walked over to ask, "Boss, did you forget to buy something?" "I'll go back to the mall and buy it." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and Zhang Jianguo instinctively blocked Han Fei with his body. At the same time, another gunshot rang out. Fortunately, there was a special forces sniper who had been secretly protecting the old man. Fearing that the killer organization would find the old man and shoot him, the gunman was shot dead by a sniper, so the muzzle of the gun lost its aim and hit the bags in Zhang Jianguo's hand. It happened to be the bag of a black down jacket that was pierced, and the down in the jacket flew out and scattered. Chen Milan, who was standing by, screamed in fear, "Jianguo!" Zhang Jianguo came back to his senses, turned around and smiled at her. "Hey, wife, I'm fine." "I'm so lucky." In fact, Han Fei had already seen the killer and had already laid down to avoid the gun. Who would have thought that Zhang Jianguo would actually stand in front of him?
"Jianguo, don't do this again."
Zhang Jianguo smiled innocently. "I didn't expect that my body would instinctively want to protect the boss.
Next time, I won't be able to control myself." Chapter 49. I want that factory.
Give it to me and I will withdraw the lawsuit. Han Fei didn't know how to complain about him, but he was also touched in his heart. After all, there weren't many people who would risk their lives to protect him even though they had only known each other for a short time.
"Jianguo, let's go for a walk and see if there are any bulletproof vests."
"From now on, you are not allowed to follow me without a bulletproof vest."
"Okay, boss, I got it. I'll wear it every day."
Chen Milan muttered quietly, "One piece is not enough, I need to wear several pieces."
This incident also made Han Fei more vigilant.
He knew that someone was always by his side to protect him, but what if the sniper missed?
What if he was not alert and did not lie down?
No matter which link made the slightest mistake, his life would be gone. Not only does Jianguo need a bulletproof vest, but even his old bones need one.
It seems the children at home should each get one, too.
The Special Forces captain waved to Han Fei and took him to the fire room of the mall. He closed the door and lowered his voice. "Mr. Han, it is indeed a member of that killer organization.
The deceased has the killer organization's special tattoo. Did they find out that I was the one who destroyed their hideout?"
"Based on what we found on him, we didn't find that you were the one who destroyed the den, otherwise he wouldn't have acted alone."
"What's the reason?" "There's an extra 3 million in his personal account.
Based on our current understanding of this assassin organization, they take orders for killings and split the money with the organization's leader 30% and 70%. In other words, the person who paid to kill you paid 10 million.
I didn't expect that my life is actually worth a lot of money. Old man, you have to pay attention. Who have you offended recently?"
"Come to think of it, there is one person whom I have offended quite badly."
"Who is it?"
"Young Master Yu Xuanting."
"Old man, we will investigate him immediately."
"Perhaps he has connections with the leader of the assassin organization.
Following him should be able to completely uncover the remaining forces."
Xiao lost a capable subordinate and went to seek revenge on Yu Suntung. Yu Xuanting had just concluded a deal with a man with a golden tongue.
When he saw Xiao, he looked around nervously. How did you find your way here? It's best if we don't meet in private. I want to ask you, who is that old man and why does he have special forces protecting him? Impossible, he's just a peddler who made his fortune by selling candied haws. Yu Xuanting had already thoroughly investigated Han Fei's affairs and felt extremely disdainful. I didn't have many men left, and now I've lost another one. You have to compensate me for this loss right now. It's your people who are incompetent. I spent 10 million to buy that old man's life, and you didn't kill him. I'm already being kind by not asking you to return the 10 million. And you still have the nerve to ask me for compensation. Anyway, you have to pay the money today whether you want to or not. Xiao took out a gun and pointed it at Yu Xuanting. If you have the guts, just shoot. You won't get anything if you shoot, and you'll even attract the police. Xiao, we've worked together many times, and you know exactly who I am. I've always been generous. As long as you help me get something done, when have I ever treated you unfairly? What about the dividends from the frozen products you mentioned? I found out everything before I came here. Henry has never thought about cooperating with you. Even if that old man died, Henry would not cooperate with you. As long as that old man dies, Henry will definitely cooperate with me. Even if he doesn't like the buns I still have a dumpling recipe. Don't forget, it was you who helped me snatch it from that family. When the time comes and I make money, I won't give you a penny less. Even my most capable men couldn't kill that old man. I don't think you can make a deal with Henry. They can't kill him, but with your ability, can't you kill him? I won't do it myself. Think about it, once the old man died, Henry couldn't find a partner for a while. The overseas side urged him, so he had no choice but to cooperate with me in the dumpling business. Now that he values the bun business, he will ignore me. You can't convince me. I can't do it myself just for this little money. I'll give you another 20% profit, really? I can sign a contract with you. That's not necessary. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you myself. As soon as the two reached a cooperation, they were surrounded. Oh no! You and the special forces teamed up to set a trap for me. No, I didn't know they were ambushing you here. I won't believe you anymore. What good would it do me if I lied to you? You know, you have a lot of evidence against me. If you get caught, I won't benefit either. They must have discovered you paid to kill that old man, so they're targeting you. I have to go now, you better take care of yourself. No, take me with you. I've been targeted, and you're here again. If you leave, they won't let me go. I can't clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. Take you with you? You're a burden. Don't forget, I am the only heir of the Yu family. If I can escape this disaster, you will be my savior, and my grandfather will definitely repay you. Okay. Follow me. Yu Xuanting followed Xiao and rushed to the rescue. When they were at their wits' end, Zhao's men came to rescue them in a helicopter, and they escaped to a deserted island. The Special Forces captain was furious. He got away again. Captain, don't be angry. We have to apply for a helicopter from our superiors, otherwise we will lose them again next time we encounter something like this. As soon as Mr. Yu received the subpoena, he went to find out the situation. After figuring out the situation, he found Han Fei's home, hoping that he would withdraw the lawsuit and settle the matter privately. Master Yu, have some tea. Your tea is quite good. I grew it in my own orchard. Growing tea trees in an orchard? You're quite interesting. This is the farmer's own pleasure. After all, I feel it's a waste of money to buy tea. You are quite wealthy now, you wouldn't be so stingy as to buy even a little tea, would you? It seems that Mr. Yu has already done some research on my past before coming here. Of course, I never fight a battle I'm not sure of. You should also be very clear about what your grandson did. The old man of the Yu family was silent. He drank the tea in one gulp, as if he had finished a glass of wine. Master Yu, I am lucky to be able to sit here alive today. He's already gone. I know. He went overseas. Don't talk about him.
Okay, let's not talk about him. You should know clearly why I came here.
It seems that Mr. Yu has received a subpoena. You're really amazing. You sued us without saying a word. Mr. Yu, I understand the law and I hope you can abide by it.
You should have read the contract clearly, and the compensation you should be given should also be clear to you.
10 times the compensation for that batch of goods is nearly 300 million. Your appetite is really too big. But your chances of winning are slim. When the court decides, you still have to pay me. What would you like?
Oh, what can I ask for?
300 million, of course.
No, you don't want 300 million.
I just like smart people like Mr. Yu.
I really don't want the 300 million.
I want that factory.
Give it to me, and I'll drop the lawsuit. Chapter 50. When Mr. Yu saw the real young master, he recognized him as his grandson at first sight. Old Master Yu took a deep breath, exhaled through his nostrils, and his face turned red and his neck became thick. Han Fei smiled and filled a cup of tea for him. Have a cup of tea to calm down. Don't lose the big picture over the small. Compared to 300 million in cash, a factory is relatively smaller, isn't it? Mr. Yu took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. Han Fei glanced at it. Share transfer agreement. As expected, the old man is very shrewd and had already anticipated what he was planning.
There's still 20%, ask Big Ear for it.
Dare is the boss of the OEM factory and was once one of the old man's right-hand men. Han Fei smiled and took out another share transfer document from the drawer, which was exactly the other 20%. Old Master Yu laughed angrily. It seems that the heir has left me.
It's not his fault.
If he had gone to court, the old man would have lost at most 300 million yuan, and he would have likely been convicted of fraud and jailed. For everything, Yu Xuanting was the one who gave the orders and the OEM factory owner was the executor, but the OEM factory owner could not produce any evidence that Yu Xuanting was the mastermind behind the scenes, so all the blame would fall on him alone. The goods were suppressed and the golden tongue was invited to taste the flavor. No matter how you look at it, it seems that this was a setup from the beginning for the secret recipe. In addition, since he is the legal person, it is difficult for him to escape responsibility. Mr. You picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Your goal has been achieved, congratulations.
Han Fei kindly reminded, excessively high temperatures may cause a certain degree of thermal damage to the digestive tract mucosa.
The damaged surface of the digestive tract mucosa will fall off and be replaced. Repeated thermal damage will accelerate the rate of cell proliferation, thereby increasing the possibility of mutation, which may lead to cell cancer. The International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies very hot drinks above 65 degrees Celsius as a Class 2A carcinogen.
I remember the plot in the book.
When the real young master of the Yu family returned to the Yu family, the old man had already passed away. The cause of death was esophageal cancer. Mr. You disagreed. When I was young, I was known for drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
Now that I'm old, I'd become a drunkard if I couldn't live without wine. So I drink tea instead of wine and focus on health. If you don't drink tea hot, it loses its flavor.
At this time, Chen Milan brought afternoon tea, 2 cups of milk tea, a plate of meat buns and scallion meat rolls.
Boss, Xiao Qi wants to drink milk tea. The ones you buy outside are all non-dairy creamer.
I made it with your tea leaves and fresh milk, and put in sugar substitute.
Han Fei smiled and nodded. You are thoughtful.
Han Fei pushed the milk tea in front of Mr. Yu and said, try this.
I don't drink it.
It's something for children. Tea is good tea, and milk is calcium rich, which is good for us old people.
We are old now, aren't we just old children?
Mr. Yu thought it made sense and took a sip of the milk tea. The milk tea was not hot because it was for Xiaoqi. Chen Milan measured the temperature with a thermometer for fear of scalding the child. This was Mr. Yu's first time drinking milk tea.
As he drank, his frown relaxed. No wonder the kids like it. Meat buns and flour rolls are also good. Want to try them?
Han Fei took a meat bun and started eating. Old Master Yu originally wanted to refuse to eat it out of spite. After all, his grandson had fled the country just for these 2 crappy recipes. Old Man Yu smelled the fragrance of the meat buns and saw how happily Han Fei was eating them. He couldn't help but picked up the meat buns and started eating. As I get older, since I quit smoking and drinking, I become more prone to cravings. People get greedy as they get older. Mr. Yu didn't believe it before, but he realized from his own experience that it is really uncontrollable. Eat one after another until the plate is empty. Old Master Yu burped, looked at Han Fei, who was drinking tea with a smile, and asked, "Is that all?" Han Fei laughed, "Not full yet? Even though he's burping, this old man can still eat. I ate because I was full, and I wanted to take some back. Eating and taking, you are not polite to me." Mr. Yu was furious. "You took the factory away, and I can't ask for something back. It's gone today. Come back tomorrow if you want to eat." "I'm not coming." Mr. Yu left angrily. The next morning, Han Fei opened the gate and saw Old Man Yu standing in front of the door with a stern face. He asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Not yet, the buns are just out of the oven and I'm about to eat them." Mr. Yu's eyes lit up. "I didn't eat it either." Han Fei laughed out loud. "Come in, let's eat together." For several days in a row, every time Han Fei opened the gate to ventilate the courtyard early in the morning, he would always see Old Man Yu waiting at the door early. He didn't know when he came, but he didn't knock and just stood there waiting. Mr. Yu originally resented Han Fei, but after coming to Han Fei's place for breakfast and getting familiar with him, he felt relieved about the factory's affairs. Maybe it was because he was old and his heart had softened. Looking at Han Fei and the 7 children, he was glad that all his grandson's plans had failed. He found it hard to imagine what kind of life these 7 children would live after losing their only biological elder after Han Fei was killed. Grandpa Yu gradually felt guilty towards Han Fei, seeing that Mr. Yu was becoming more and more cheerful and no longer drinking tea as if it were wine. Han Fei knew that Mr. Yu had let go of the factory incident. So he found an opportunity and accidentally spilled the milk tea on Mr. Yu's clothes. It's okay. I'll just wipe it off." Han Fei insisted, "We should change our clothes. We are old and prone to catching cold and getting sick." Unable to persuade Han Fei, Mr. Yu could only find one of Han Fei's clothes to change into. When he was changing his clothes, Han Fei was surprised. "You also have a fish-shaped birthmark, which is almost the same as the birthmark on a friend I know." Mr. Yu froze while buttoning his shirt and stared at Han Fei blankly. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "I said, I once saw a person with a birthmark almost identical to yours. He is now a tutor to my eldest grandson, not much older than my youngest." "How old is he? What year was he born? Where is he now?" "You're bombarding me with questions like this, and I don't know which one to answer. My eldest grandson is going to visit him at his house in the suburbs today. Why don't we go meet him together and you can ask him in person?" "Go! I want to see him, now." Yu Shuanting always felt lost because he did not have the same birthmark as his grandfather and father. In fact, Grandpa Yu was also worried. He has thought about doing a paternity test many times, but was stopped by his daughter-in-law every time. His daughter-in-law said that she was afraid of hurting the child's feelings. The child is already very sensitive about this matter, and doing a paternity test would create a barrier in the child's heart, but this matter has been hidden in his heart, and it has long become a knot in his heart. He always feels that the child is nothing like himself when he was young. However, sometimes he looks a lot like his daughter-in-law's family, and he thinks that maybe it is because he looks more like his mother than his father, so he doesn't think about it anymore. But now, a child suddenly appeared, who had the same birthmark and was the same age as Yu Shuanting. This made people think more. Old Master Yu finally saw the real young master in the suburban house. At first glance, Old Master Yu determined that this was his grandson, even before he looked at the birthmark. Like. So much like. "Lao Yu, take a deep breath, don't be out of breath." Han Fei patted his back. Old Master Yu calmed down from his excitement. He looked deeply at the young man in front of him, remembering his deceased wife. This child looks very similar to his wife when she was young, especially that shy look, which is exactly the same. "Quick, let me see the birthmark." Old Master Yu started to unbutton his shirt. This frightened the shy young master, who immediately ran behind Han Fei and hid. "Grandpa Han, save me." He thought he had met a perverted old man. Chapter 51. Han Shengda, the transaction is abnormal. Someone reported you, please come with us. Han Fei almost laughed himself to death. "Old Yu, you scared him. I told you, this kid is introverted." Mr. Yu stood there in a panic. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. Mr. Yu was afraid of scaring the other person again, so he showed his birthmark first.
It's really the same.
Master Jin couldn't believe it and lowered his head to unbutton his clothes. Mr. Yu's breathing became rapid again, and Han Fei patted his back to calm him down. Old Yu, my house is in a remote area, and it's hard to find a hospital nearby.
Don't get too excited.
Old Han, he looks exactly like my wife when she was young, and he also has our family's birthmark.
I suspect he is my grandson.
Old Yu, be bolder and remove the word doubt.
Mr. Yu's eyes widened. Old Han, do you know something?
This child has suffered so much. I've always felt that he doesn't seem like the biological child of his current family. He seems to have been adopted. Plus, you said he has your family birthmark and looks like your wife.
You can imagine the result.
The real young master pursed his lips and was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Han Chengda hooked him and said, "Little teacher, you can finally escape from the sea of suffering. If he is really your grandfather, then those vampire relatives are not your relatives anymore, and you don't need to spoil them unconditionally."
I
don't know, maybe it's a mistake, just the birthmarks are similar. Old Master Yu said firmly, "You must be my grandson.
Let's go get a paternity test now."
At the same time, Yu Xuanting, who was hiding on the island, was lying on an extremely luxurious bed. This island was bought by Xiao, who built a very high-end hotel, but it only looks luxurious.
There is not even any internet, and it is completely cut off from the outside world. First, when you first arrive on the island, you may think that the sunshine, beaches, and fine wine are great, but after a while, you will start to feel uneasy. There were only him and Henry on the island now, no one else, and it was eerily quiet.
Every day someone dropped food off a helicopter with no communication at all. Yu Xuanting had dark circles under his eyes and asked gloomily, "What's the difference
between me hiding here and being in jail? I might even be freer in jail than here. Wait a little longer. Next month I'll take you to another island.
There are a lot of people there, and it's better than here, but things are a little more expensive. I just ran away with you temporarily, and I have no money."
What are you afraid of? Don't you still have your grandfather? You are his only grandson. As long as you call and ask for money, can he not give it to you?
He's been indifferent to me since I was a child, so I won't ask him for money.
The muzzle of the gun suddenly pointed at his temple.
Xiao sneered, "You eat my food and use my things.
Do you think it's all free? Do you know how much gold it costs to have a helicopter deliver food here?"
Yu Xuanting, when we get to the other island and have internet access, you must call your grandfather and ask for 100 million yuan and deposit it into my R-Class account. Yu Xuanting agreed reluctantly. On the day that the paternity test results for Mr. Yu and Mr. Jin came out, Han Fei invited them to his home for dinner. Both of them were very nervous and did not dare to open the envelope. Han Fei smiled and said, "If you trust me, I'll help you open it."
The two of them moved in unison and handed the envelope to Han Fei. When Han Fei opened the envelope and announced that the two were grandfather and grandson, there was a knock on the door. The policeman standing at the door said seriously, "We are looking for Han Chengda." Han Chengda was bewildered. "Looking for me?"
"You're selling rock sugar online, and the transactions are unusual.
Someone reported you. Come with us." "Wait a minute." Han Fei blocked Han Chengda behind him and said, "Are you mistaken? My eldest grandson is busy with the high school entrance exam and is not doing business online."
Xiaolu raised her hand and said, "I used my brother's account to sell rock sugar."
"What's wrong?" Everyone looked over, and the policeman looked down at a 5 or 6-year-old kid in disbelief and asked, "Are you selling rock candy?" The police came to look for Han Chengda.
Xiaolu knew that he could no longer hide the fact that he had used his brother's computer account to sell rock sugar, so he had no choice but to honestly stand up and admit it.
He didn't think it was a big deal and nodded frankly, "It was me."
The policeman found it hard to believe. The little kid was only 5 years old and had done such a big thing. In the end, Han Chengda and Han Changlu were both taken to the police station. Mr. Yu comforted Han Fei, "I have relatives in the bureau.
I'll ask someone to find out what's going on." "Don't worry."
Han Fei nodded, "Please." He knew that these 7 little guys were all unlucky. Not long after Xiaosan and Xiaoxi were rescued, Xiaoleida and Xiaolu got into trouble again. After asking around with Mr. Yu, we finally learned the truth. Xiaolu was selling rock sugar, but those customers thought they were selling rock sugar. After all, the price could not be that of ordinary rock sugar. As a result, the customer received ordinary rock sugar and had no way to complain. He wanted to call the police. This was just self-incrimination. Miraculously, this matter has never been exposed. Some people were deceived and felt angry, so when they saw their friends wanting to buy rock sugar, they maliciously recommended this store. They were fooled one by one, and they all had similar thoughts in their minds. As a result, the rock sugar shop's business became better and better. Finally, this time I met a fool. Because he bought real rock sugar, he called the police in anger and accused Xiaolu of fraud. Han Fei was surprisingly calm. It was surprisingly appropriate for this kind of thing to happen to Xiao Laolu. This kid is now selling real rock candy. You should know that in the book he made his fortune by selling fake rock candy. Anyway, they are all rock candy. Xiaolu is being held by the police now because he made so much money illegally. Old Han, did you know that your Xiaolu hid millions? Han Fei said expressionlessly, I know now. Inner complaints, awesome. Xiao Laolu is indeed born with wealth. He can make millions selling rock candy. The old man of the Yu family side, the money must be handed over, but Xiaolu refuses to do so and is being questioned by the police inside. Han Fei rubbed his temples and said, I'll pay for this first. He's a Pishio. The money he earns in his pocket is so great that even if the police come, even the Jade Emperor can't take it out. You really are his grandfather. The police are about to explode with anger. My relative said that paying the money is one thing, but another thing is to hand in the list of people who bought the rock sugar, which can be considered as making amends. Okay, we can ask Little Boss to hand this over. After all, Xiaolu used Little Boss's account. There's nothing else to do. I'll try to arrange for them to go home soon. Thank you, Lao Yu. I'm the one who should thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might have been kept in the dark my whole life. My own grandson is living a hard life out there, and I wouldn't even know it until I was in my grave. Old Han, Xiaolu is young, and the police don't want to make things difficult for him. If he were 64, they might handle him differently. You have to be more careful and guide him in the right direction. This kid, Mr. Yu lowered his voice and said, a little greedy. Is he more than just a little greedy for money? As his own grandfather, Han Fei, knowing the virtues of Xiao Laolu in the book, could not help but shake his head. I will guide him well. Chapter 52. Achieve a small goal. Open an entertainment company. Han Chengde should call me grandpa. Based on Xiaoliu's transaction records, the police arrested many Bingtang Junzi, and Xiaolu was considered to have made meritorious service for his crime. Because Xiaolu was young and it was an unintentional mistake, the matter was left unresolved. Xiaolu was unusually well behaved when he returned home. He glanced at Han Fei secretly, feeling a little worried that his grandfather would ask him for money. Han Fei glanced at him and laughed in anger. I won't call you Little Six anymore. Xiaolu blinked her big eyes and tilted her head to look at him. I'll give you a nickname, Pishio. What is a Pishio? Xiaoqi raised her little hand and said in a baby voice, Xiaoqi knows. The Pishio is a ferocious auspicious beast in mythology and legends. It is one of the 5 auspicious beasts along with the dragon, phoenix, turtle, and qilin. Xiaolu nodded. It has a good meaning, I like it. I am a Pishio auspicious beast. Yes, 6th brother is a good omen. Xiaoqi laughed. Han Chengde's face was gloomy, and he stared at Xiaolu unhappily. The Pishio has a mouth but no anus, so it can swallow everything without excreting. It takes food in from all directions but never lets it out, and it can attract wealth and treasure. Xiaoxi narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. Xiaolu, the key point is that there is a mouth but no anus, it only goes in and out. Be careful not to be able to poop in the future. Han Chengde snorted. The police asked you to take out the money, why didn't you take it out? If it weren't for the old man filling this hole, the 2 of us would have to spend the night in the police station. Xiaolu hung his head and muttered, I worked hard to earn this money selling rock sugar. Why should I give it to the police? What if they're trying to scam me? Why should I give it to them? Han Chengde, I surrender, I surrender. Xiaoxi laughed like crazy. Xiaolu, the title of Pishio belongs to you, you don't want your life, you only want money. Xiao Lu grumbled, "You have to let me out eventually."
I didn't commit any crime.
Xiao Si was stunned, Han Shengda was stunned, Xiao Qi nodded his head. Sixth brother has done nothing wrong, he should be released. Xiao Si exclaimed, Xiao Lu is sober, or rather.
He leaned closer to Xiao Lu and lowered his voice. Do you know what kind of rock sugar they want? Did you do it on purpose? Xiao Lu blinked his big eyes, looking innocent. I'm only 5 years old, what do I know? Xiao Si looked at him and sighed, okay. This time I'm convinced.
Han Fei remained silent throughout the whole process, constantly rubbing his temples. The latest sales news about quick frozen steamed buns and quick frozen scallion and pork rolls came from overseas through Henry's connections. The frozen products quickly entered major supermarkets, with free tasting stalls set up in front of the freezers. Any foreigner who tried them would buy a couple of bags to take home. It happened to be Christmas in foreign countries. When we took out the hot buns to entertain friends, they would praise us and they would go to the supermarket to buy some to take home. As a result, the product had a very good reputation and word of mouth spread, so the business was booming. The export volume was 100,000 boxes of flour rolls and 100,000 boxes of meat buns, which sold out in all major supermarkets within 100 days. There are 10 bags in a box, 12 pieces in a bag, for a total of 120 pieces. The cost is 120 yuan per box, so 200,000 boxes cost 24 million yuan export price, 10 meter gold per bag. 100 meter gold per box, based on the exchange rate of about 1 to 7, after deducting the cost, the net income per box is 580 Dragon Country currency. 200,000 boxes, this time you can earn 116 million Dragon Country coins. The factory and the formula are both owned by Han Fei.
Han Fei is responsible for the early production, and Henry is responsible for the subsequent sales.
The contract stipulates that both parties will bear the costs 50-50, and the net income will be divided 50-50. Han Fei's income in 100 days, 58,000,000. Based on the sales of this batch of goods, the overseas market has been completely opened up. Henry and Han Fei signed a new supply contract, with a monthly delivery schedule of 50,000 boxes of meat buns and 50,000 boxes of scallion and pork rolls. Han Fei's factory also produces some products every month for domestic sales. In this way, Han Fei's monthly income is about 30 million. When Han Shengda took the high school entrance exam, Han Fei's account finally reached the small goal of 100 million yuan, and he could start preparing to enter the entertainment industry. On the same day that Han Shengda received his high school admission letter, Han Fei also received his company's business license. When Han Shengda was in the best mood, Han Fei handed him the license with a smile and asked kindly, "You should call me Grandpa now." Han Shengda jumped up, "This is not true. It's fake, you had someone make it." Han Fei looked at him with dead eyes. "Pack up and follow me out." The entertainment company opened amid the little boss's incredible shock. He stood under the business building and looked up. The whole building? Han Fei's mouth twitched. "What are you thinking? I just rented the top 2 floors. How much is the rent? 300,000 a month. You're crazy." "I'm not crazy. You're burning money just to get me to call you Grandpa. Aren't you crazy? It's not for you, it's for Xiaowu." Han Shengda was silent. "Are you going to cheat?" Han Fei asked with a raised eyebrow. Han Shengda pursed his lips. "I need some time to prepare." Han Fei laughed angrily. "Is it so difficult to call me Grandpa?" "Difficult." Han Shengda looked at him with deep eyes and emphasized, "Very difficult." Han Fei didn't insist and shrugged. "Okay, follow me upstairs." Han Fei took Han Shengda to the finance department and said, "Take advantage of your vacation to learn some skills from the teachers here. Xiaopeng, Zhang De, I leave the child to you. Teach him well." "Yes, sir." "Boss." "No problem, don't worry, boss." Han Fei's entertainment company was developing across 3 areas: film, television, and music. He first interviewed people for the finance and legal departments, then interviewed agents and management. He then sent his staff to film schools, music academies, and dance schools to recruit artists, becoming a hands-off manager. It happened to be summer vacation, so Xiao Laolu and Xiao Laosi were arranged to study with the bigwigs in the legal department. Xiao Laosi was interested in these things, which saved him the money of hiring a teacher. After all, the company was just starting out, and the people in the legal department were idle, so whoever was free could be the teacher. and they would take turns. Little Laolu was the #1 target of attention. Han Fei didn't dare let him run wild any longer, or he'd never be able to get anything out of it. This little legal illiterate had to be taken seriously. Starting from the very beginning, there was no star-making program like the youth group in this world, so Han Fei asked someone to draw up a plan, focusing on arranging the star-making program first, cultivate top stars from an early age and let them become national cubs. Xiaowu was also selected. Xiaowu wanted to pretend to be a stranger to Han Fei in the company, and he was unaware of his flaws. Anyway, all the leaders had already seen that he was Han Fei's grandson. Han Fei's mouth twitched as he watched his little fifth son walk away from him as if he had met a stranger. He sighed. You can tell their grandfather and grandson just by looking at their faces. Don't I know you look the most like them? Little 5 was sent to a training camp, Little 4 and Little 6 were sent to the legal department, Little 1 was sent to the finance department, Little 2 wanted to learn street dance and be a cool girl. Little 7 was sent to learn dancing and singing with the pretty sisters. This summer vacation, the third child is the only one who has free time. When the third child saw that there was no one at home, he was completely devastated. Just when he was about to collapse, Han Fei found him and asked, "You are about to graduate from elementary school. What are your plans?" "What else can I plan?" With poor academic performance, he was lucky enough to have a school accepting him. What other options did he have? Should I apply to a sports school and become an athlete? Or should I go to a military-style middle school and join the army after graduation? The third child was shocked. Grandpa has this trick? In fact, after being captured and starved on the island last time, Xiao Lao San's dream has changed, and he no longer wants to be an athlete. Last time, seeing the handsome Special Forces soldiers who saved them, he wanted to be a Special Forces soldier more than an athlete. He also wanted to be a hero to others, to save people from danger, and to become someone's faith. Chapter 53, Single-Digit English Score? Principal, I can only say that this child is too patriotic. Han Fei took the third child to a military-managed middle school for an interview. Xiao Lao San met a Special Forces soldier who rescued people on the island. The Special Forces soldier retired this year and was assigned to this school as a teacher. Uncle Hero, please accept me. Han Shengshan almost knelt down in front of him. The Special Forces teacher frowned and said, "Stand up straight and talk." Yes. Han Shengshan stood at attention using the method he learned during military training. It looks quite good. The Special Forces teacher said seriously, "Whether the school will accept you depends on whether you can pass the interview." I will definitely perform well. The third child's physical fitness test results were all A+, his Chinese and math scores are above average, and his geography and history scores are surprisingly high, but when it comes to English, the score is really bad, only in the single digits. In the principal's office, the principal looked at Han Xingshan's report card without saying a word. Han Fei took a glance and sighed inwardly this time. It was old man Yu who was pulling the strings, and there was also a hidden line. The top management asked the Special Forces captain to give a few instructions to the retired Special Forces soldier. The principal put down the report card and sighed. Student Han Xingshan is excellent in all aspects, but his English is hard to describe. Principal, I can only say that this child is too patriotic. The principal glanced at him and said, "The child is ignorant. How can you, as a parent, be ignorant? We need diplomacy. Do you think the leaders don't know English? I tell you, they are all good. They always have an interpreter with them because they just don't want to speak English in front of foreigners. They can understand, and if they really speak, they might even speak better than the interpreter." Yes, the principal taught me that, and I also know the importance of English. Don't look at my age, but I speak good English. The principal didn't quite believe it and stared at him suspiciously. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you my skills. Han Fei then said in his authentic British accent, "Principal, I know Han Xingshan's English grades are poor, but no one is perfect. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. I hope that because of his excellent physical condition, the school will give him a chance. I will take him abroad this summer so that he can communicate more with foreigners and improve his spoken English. As long as he shows an interest in English, I believe his English grades will definitely improve." The principal looked at this old man in his 50s or 60s in shock. It was not easy for him to speak such a long paragraph in English, and he spoke with such an authentic British accent. It seemed that this old man had lived abroad in his youth.
He seemed to be quite a man, but then again, is it possible for an ordinary person to be on good terms with the old man of the Yu family? I also value talent and really want to recruit a student like Han Xiangshan who has excellent physical fitness, but his English scores are in the single digits, which really puts me in a difficult position. So, I'm not giving him a chance. After the summer vacation, he can take another English test. Our interview only requires oral and listening skills, and nothing else matters. If he can reach the passing score, I will make an exception and admit him. Principal, don't worry. When summer vacation is over, I will let you see a different Han Xiangshan. I hope so. Han Fei planned to take the third child to Henry's country to experience the importance of English. Since we were taking the third child abroad, we couldn't favor one over the other, so during this summer vacation, the children experienced their first overseas trip in their lives. Hey, Brother Han, what time does your plane arrive? Brother Henry, will be there around 10 o'clock. Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Then I'll trouble you. The flight from Long Country to Henry's country takes about 20 hours. They take off at 2 p.m. and arrive at 10 a.m. the next day. For 7 children who have never been on a plane, being able to spend the night on a plane is a very novel and interesting thing. They don't sleep at all. Han Fei and Lao Su were old and could not keep the children company all night. In the end, it was Zhang Jianguo and Chen Milan who stayed with them and helped them get through the entire night on the plane. After getting off the plane, the 7 children were listless. Little Seven hung her head, and the 2 dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious on her delicate face. She took small steps to Han Fei's feet. Before Han Fei could react, the little girl sat down on his shoes and said, "Grandpa, Xiaoqi can't walk anymore. I'm so tired." How could she not be tired? During the day, she looks at the sky, clouds, and see through the window, and at night she has to lie in front of the window. I don't know what she wants to see. She just won't sleep. I told you last night that if you don't sleep, you'll have to walk the whole day on your own. Han Fei stood on tiptoe, and the little girl moved her butt and continued to sit, holding Han Fei's calves with her 2 small hands, completely turning into leg pendants. Old Man Su wanted to hug the little girl, but she dodged. Hey! Xiaoqi, you still don't want Grandpa Su to hold you? No. Xiaoqi wants Grandpa to hold him. Xiaoqi shook Han Fei's calf, raised his head, and looked at Han Fei with a pair of big, round eyes as bright as glass. Han Fei, I accept my fate. I wanted to punish the disobedient little cub, but now it seems that there is a reason for the relationship between generations, and I can't be cruel. Han Fei squatted down, reached out his hands, and easily picked up the little girl. The 4-year-old girl was chubby and already very heavy. Seeing this, Xiao Wu with his head down was about to approach and act coquettishly, but Han Fei quickly dodged him. Han Fei's pace was so fast that Xiao Wu couldn't catch up at all. Xiao Wu was already very tired and sleepy. His legs were shaking, so he had to give up. He turned to look at the strong Zhang Jianguo. His eyes rolled, and he came closer, saying in a baby voice, "Uncle Jianguo, I heard that you and Aunt Milan are planning to have a baby?" He. Zhang Jianguo smiled foolishly. His plan to have a baby has been advanced recently, and he feels so happy. Uncle Jianguo, do you want a boy or a girl? As long as it's your Aunt Milan's baby, I like it whether it's a boy or a girl. Then hug me. Zhang Jianguo had a face full of question marks. Xiao Wu was surprised. You must know, right? I'm a famous fertility boy. In the past, when people in the village got married, they would take me to bed, and they would definitely have a big fat baby the next year. If you hug me more now, maybe you and Aunt Milan's big fat baby will be born soon. Real? Of course it's true. Zhang Jianguo couldn't wait to pick up Xiao Wu and exclaimed, "You're quite heavy." Uncle Jianguo, you have to hold on a little longer. The longer you hold me, the more sincere your heart will be. Then the fat baby will come. Han Shengxi couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Han Chengde shook his head. Xiao Wu was becoming more and more unreasonable. He is so grown up and still needs to be held. Han Chenglu snorted twice. He is still a few months older than me. How embarrassing. I won't call him fifth brother anymore. Brother Han. Here, I'm here. Henry's loud voice rang out. Han Fei held Xiao-Qi in one hand and waved with the other. He saw the huge group of people behind Henry holding up a big banner. The moment he waved, warmly welcomed the chairman of Han Group to visit us for guidance. It is a great pleasure to have friends from afar, Han Fei smiled. The last sentence must have been added by Henry. Henry has recently been very interested in Longwell literature. Grandpa Henry. Xiao-Qi called out softly, showing Henry a sweet smile, with two dimples sunken in, doubling the sweetness. Henry was touched by the cute little angel and cheered, "My little Princess Seven is here. Grandpa Henry must take you to the amusement park today to have fun. There is little Seven's favorite carousel there." Xiao-Qi loves Grandpa Henry the most. Xiao-Qi immediately reached out for Henry to hug him. Han Fei distanced himself from the two of them and said angrily, "You didn't sleep on the plane yesterday, and you still want to play today? Go to the hotel and rest." Xiao-Qi pouted, but yawned the next moment. Obviously he was really sleepy. "Brother Han, how can you stay in a hotel? Come on, stay at my place. Isn't it going to bother you?" "It doesn't matter if you bother me or not. I just love being with you and the kids. It's so lively. Ever since I returned home, my life alone has been so lonely. If I weren't so busy with work, I would have flown to Dragon Country to find you." Chapter 54 Hanro, "Grandpa, I am not wrong, I am just fighting back." Henry took them to an old castle, the former residence of Henry's grandfather. Hanro and Hanshi were overjoyed because the castle looked just like the one in the fairy tale. Henry was well prepared and had the maid clean the room and prepare 11 empty rooms according to the number of people coming. It can be seen that Henry really loves his daughters. The rooms he arranged for Shiro and Xiaoqi are full of the atmosphere of princess rooms: pink bedspread, pink and white lace, cute kitty cat, Stella Lu, and Lingna Bell plush toy dolls. Xiaoqi saw Lingna Bell, who was the same height as her, dancing with a stuffed toy in her arms. Chen Milan and Henry were like-minded and took out their phones to take pictures of the little cub. The little boy's room was quite ordinary, and it was obvious that not much thought had been put into it. The other children didn't take it seriously and fell asleep when they were exhausted. But Xiaowu came up to Henry and asked, "Grandpa Henry, you are biased. Don't you like Xiaowu?" Henry couldn't tell the truth. After all, when he was in Dragon Country, he had experienced the crying skills of this little fat boy. He was simply a crybaby. Henry touched his nose and said in broken Dragon Country language, "Actually, I have prepared a gift for you, which your brothers don't have." Xiaowu's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice, "Where?" Henry brought Xiaowu to his room and reluctantly gave Xiaowu his sports car model. "Shoo, don't tell him it was given by me." Xiaowu made an okay gesture and glanced at the glass collection cabinet in Henry's room, with a cunning glint in his lowered eyes. "There are so many more, how can I leave out my brothers when I have the benefits?" Henry was just about to talk to Han Fei about the recent business progress when he saw 1, 2, 3, and 4 boys staring at him with resentful eyes. Henry was stunned for a moment, then caught Xiaowu peeking around and instantly understood. Henry gritted his teeth and opened his glass cabinet again, letting the 4 children choose their favorite car models. Han Fei watched the show while holding back his laughter. The next day, Xiaoqi got up early and knocked on Henry's room. "Grandpa Henry, we want to go to the amusement park." Henry coaxed, "The carousel looks best at night, with the lights on. It's very dreamy." Xiaoqi tilted his head, "How long until evening?" Henry thought for a moment and said, "There's a beach near the amusement park. I'll take you to the beach first, and then to the amusement park in the afternoon." Xiaoqi nodded obediently and held up her little finger. "Promise, Xiaoqi, that you will go ride the carousel." Henry hooked his finger around hers and shook it. He was already very familiar with the dragon people's pinky pink ritual. The 7 little ones were left to the 3 young men, Henry, Jiangwo, and Milan. The 2 old men, Han Fei and Old Man Su, lay on the beach chairs, looking at the bikinis and feeling the sea breeze. It was so comfortable. Just when Han Fei was leisurely enjoying the sunshine, beach, and fine wine, his son got into trouble again. This time it's the unexpected Han Ro, the second one. The little boy pulled the foreign girl's hair and beat her up. She is such a violent girl. The adults pulled apart the 2 little girls who were fighting with each other. Han Fei found Xiaoqi crying beside them with her hair disheveled. Han Fei stood in front of the 2 girls like a mountain, looking gravely at the foreign couple opposite him. The woman cursed in English with foul language that was unbearable to the ear. The man did not check on the child's injuries, but kept asking for compensation. The woman sneered, "Just by looking at their attire, you can tell they're poor bastards from Dragon Country." Even the coins we drop on the ground could fetch them a pretty penny, and yet we expect them to compensate us? How much can they possibly compensate us?
Then let them kneel down and apologize.
Don't the people of Long always say that there is gold under the knees? Do they understand what we say?
Unexpectedly, the man spoke in the Dragon Kingdom language. Old man, make the kid who hit others kneel down and apologize. Han Fei ignored him and squatted down to ask Han Ro about the situation. It turned out that it was the foreign little girl who bullied Xiaoqi first and stole Xiaoqi's things. Xiaoqi's hair was messed up by the foreign girl, and the elastic band for her braids was stepped on by the foreign girl and fell into the sand. Xiaoqi dug in the sand to find it, and the foreign girl wanted to ride on her and beat her. Han Ro saw it, rushed over and beat the foreign girl up. Han Ro said confidently, "She pulled Xiaoqi's hair once, so I pulled it 10 times. She hit Xiaoqi on the head once, so I hit her 10 times. I asked, and Xiaoqi said she pulled it twice and hit her on the head once, so I pulled her 20 times and hit her on the head 10 times.
Grandpa, I'm not wrong, I'm fighting back."
Han Fei looked at the stubborn little girl at the moment, and finally believed that she would become a big sister in the future, carrying a gun and grabbing territory everywhere. Han Fei rubbed Han Ro's head and did not scold her. Instead, under Han Ro's incredulous gaze, he praised her. "Xiao Ro is really amazing.
She protected Xiaoqi and is a good sister. After things here are settled, Grandpa will take you to buy a beautiful dress. Your clothes are all dirty."
Han Ro's eyes widened. Grandpa didn't scold her or accuse her of hitting others.
Not only did he praise her, he also bought her a skirt as a reward? "Grandpa, I hit someone." "Well done. But hitting people is wrong.
Protect your family, protect your country, and hitting someone is not called hitting someone."
"What's that called?"
"Call for battle, call for courage against the enemy." Xiaoqi clapped her hands and cheered. "Second sister is a brave warrior." She threw herself into Han Ro's arms and rubbed her head. "Second sister helped me teach the little golden-haired monster a lesson. She is Xiaoqi's hero.
I like second sister the most. Did you listen to me? I told you to kneel down and apologize."
Han Fei sneered at the man and said, "Since you know that the dragon people have gold under their knees, you still want my granddaughter to kneel down and apologize.
Are you humiliating us? How about humiliating you? If you have the guts to pay me back, you beat up my daughter. Even $1 million wouldn't be enough."
"Okay, call the police." When they heard that the police were called, the couple became timid. Just as the situation was at a standoff, Henry, who had taken Xiaowu on a jet ski, returned with the child. He didn't notice anything was wrong at first and said with a smile, "Brother Han already knows the manager of our sales department number 3 before I even introduce him?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Are you saying that this man who can speak Longwa is the sales manager of our group?" Henry smiled and introduced, "George, this is the chairman of the group, my brother Han." George's face turned pale and he fell to his knees on the beach. Han Fei, Henry looked confused. "George, what are you doing?" George held his head and cried, "Chairman, I was wrong." Henry looked at Han Fei in confusion, and Han Fei shrugged. Xiaoqi pulled Henry's sleeve and told him what had just happened in a baby voice. Although the girl was young, her narration was very organized. The most amazing thing was that she even imitated the woman's curse word fuck. Han Fei immediately covered Xiaoqi's mouth. "Don't learn." Xiaoqi blinked his big eyes, looking innocent. "Grandpa, what does this mean? That foreigner just kept saying that." Henry looked at George angrily. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person in private. It turns out you have always looked down on the people of Long Country. You forgot that you were able to stay in the group because you can speak the Long Country language, and you said in your resume that you like Long Country very much and yearn for its civilization. George, you deceived me. You are not qualified to be an employee of the group. Before I sue you, you'd better submit your resignation." Xiaoqi came to Han Fei happily, holding the living giant clam in her hand. Han Fei then realized that the foreign girl had messed up Xiaoqi's hair just to grab the giant clam. Han Fei checked and was relieved to see that Xiaoqi was not injured. He gently and kindly helped him comb his hair again. He told Xiaoqi that the giant clam is a national first-class protected animal, as rare as the giant panda. Xiaoqi decided to release it. She stood in front of the sea, muttering to the giant clam in her hand, "You need to run away, don't go ashore again, it's too dangerous." This scene was captured by tourists, and Xiaoqi's release of the animal quickly became popular in foreign short video circles. They thought it was a little angel and wanted to find this little angel. Han Fei naturally didn't know that Xiaoqi had gone abroad and had charmed all the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters abroad. Someone had already photoshopped wings on her body and a halo on her head, making her look like a little angel. Han Fei planned to take his 2 daughters to buy clothes and jewelry. It would have been fine if he had no money before, but now that he had money, he must pamper the 2 girls like little princesses to prevent others from judging them by their appearance. Xiaowu came over and acted coquettishly. He didn't ask for a gift for himself, but wanted to bring a gift for Xiaomei in the training class. He liked a pearl necklace with a bow and thought it would look good on Xiaomei, and now Xiaowu and Xiaoqi no longer go to training classes, and they both take classes at their own entertainment company. I didn't expect that Xiaowu still cares about Xiaomei. As a grandfather, I must help him, so I waved my hand in and agreed. Little big, little third, little fourth, don't just stand there. Go pick out the gifts you like. Grandpa's paying today. Han Fei called out to Xiao Laolu, except you. Little Six was very frustrated. Why is there no share for me? You have millions in savings, and you still need me to spend money? I'm already giving you a bargain by not asking you to buy something to honor me. It was Han Fei who filled the hole and cleaned up the mess for this brat. Not only did he not get punished, he even got rich. Want a gift now? Don't dream. Chapter 55. Did Xiao Laolu become a capital tycoon because of this special ability? The villain's golden finger Xiaolio grumbled, but my money is always useful. What's the use? As a dowry for Xiaoqi. Mom and Dad actually have enough money to buy a house in the city. They saved a lot of money under the bed, but they said that it was all for my wife and Xiaoqi's dowry, so we can't spend it carelessly. Mom and Dad are gone, the house is gone, and the money is gone. I am Xiaoqi's older brother. An older brother is like a father. I want to save a dowry for Xiaoqi just like my father did, so that Xiaoqi can marry in style and not be looked down upon just because she is from the countryside. These were the words that Xiaolio's father used to nag in his ear when he was holding him in his arms. Xiaolu was very young at that time, and he thought that Xiaolu might not be able to understand. However, he didn't know that Xiaolu was precocious and heard and remembered many things. Han Fei felt depressed. The book records that Xiao Laolu collapsed when he learned of Xiaoqi's death. He cried heart-wrenchingly and killed all those who had bullied Xiaoqi. He did so by lynching, slicing, and then eviscerating their internal organs. The whole process was extremely cruel. In fact, among the 7 villains in the book, the one that really makes people's scalp tingle is probably Xiaolu. Han Fei knew very well that this child was difficult to teach, and he knew it from the beginning, but he also knew that with his weak spot, Xiaolu was just a big cat, but without it, he was just a ferocious and cold-blooded tiger. I'm not dead yet. Han Fei said angrily, you little brat, Xiaoqi's dowry is saved by me, her grandfather, so you better take care of yourself. So, you will also save money for me to marry a wife? Won't. Why? How much is that hole? Will you give it to me? I won't give it to you, I earned it myself. I don't want it either. Just think of it as finding you a wife. I earned it myself. Xiaolu emphasized with his neck stiff. Han Fei stared at him with dead eyes. Sometimes I really want to beat you up. Xiaolu stiffened his neck and said, this is a foreign country. If you hit a child, you'll go to jail. So you're so presumptuous? Fine, I'll remember this beating and deal with you when we get back to Dragon Country. I'm not going back. Okay. I want to see Xiaoqi going back to Dragon Country. Will you follow? Xiaolu said sullenly, I can write you an IOU. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. So, what are you going to do with this money? How many truths can you say? I think saving up a dowry for Xiaoqi is a lie. I'm not lying to you. I make money just to save up a dowry for Xiaoqi, but I have other uses for this money now. It's still too early for Xiaoqi to get married. What's the use? Don't worry about it. Han Fei was so angry that he lifted his sleeves. You kid. Xiaolu stood there, not afraid at all. He looked up at him and reminded him, this is a shopping mall. There are a lot of people here. If you hit me, you will be taken away immediately.
Han Fei, I won't hide it from you. I want to use money to make money. I had a dream. In the dream, I was very powerful and had a lot of money.
I also made a lot of money selling rock candy, so I thought of selling rock candy. But the rock candy in the dream was different.
Han Fei felt uneasy.
This was the second child to have the same dream after Xiaowu had it. The key is that Xiaowu treats it as a nightmare, but Xiaolu is different.
He seems to regard the dream as a precognitive dream and is practicing everything in the dream. In my dream, I made a lot of money selling rock sugar, and then I went to gamble on rocks, and I seemed to be allergic to it. Allergy?
Yes, in my dream, if I picked up a stone containing jade, I would get small bumps.
I am allergic to jade.
The better the jade, the more red bumps I would get, and they would itch a lot. So I can use very little money to accurately find very valuable stones and mine good jade.
I want to give it a try.
With that money, I want to gamble on stones. Maybe it will be just like in my dream. Han Fei's heart was also bewildered. This was something that was not mentioned in the book. Could it be that Xiao Laolu was able to become a capital tycoon because of this special ability?
Was it the villain's golden finger?
Tomorrow, I'll ask Henry if there's a place to gamble on stones here, and I'll take you there.
Are you willing to believe me and go crazy with me?
Han Fei reached out and ruffled Xiao Lalio's hair. Seeing that his hair looked like a chicken coop, he stopped with satisfaction.
If this is true, then my Xiao Laolu has the ability to predict the future. Isn't that a good thing?
Han Fei pointed at Han Shengda and the others who were picking out gifts not far away and said, "Go ahead and pick out something you like.
Grandpa will give it to you. Aren't you going to send me off? But I've changed my mind now."
Why?
You don't want it?
Xiaolu was afraid that he would change his mind again, so he ran to find his brothers and join them in choosing gifts. When paying the bill, Han Fei pushed Xiao Lao-san and said, "You go and pay."
Grandpa, I don't dare.
It's just talking to foreigners, you're usually fearless.
I'm not sure.
Han Shengshan said shyly, "You know my English is in the single digits."
Xiao Qi pricked up his ears and widened his eyes. Third brother, is the full score 10?
Han Shengxi smiled and said, "The full score is 100 points, but some people only scored in the single digits."
Little third, if you don't pay the bill today, no one will be able to take their things away. Brother San, come on.
Xiao Qi's star hat is in your hands.
Third brother, come on, my dress is in your hands.
Han Shengshan, I will try my best. The third child stood in front of the counter. At first he gestured with his hands, then he stammered a few words, and finally he could speak them fluently. His face turned red all the way to his neck. He was afraid that the foreigner opposite him would make fun of him, or shake her head and say she didn't understand. The other party understood, and despite being nervous, he concentrated fully on what the other party said and understood it. After he paid the bill and received all the items he bought, he was still a little dazed. The third child found it incredible. Whenever he spoke before, the teacher always said that he had a bad accent and asked him to change it again and again until he lost confidence in himself and felt that he would never be able to learn it. He gradually became impatient and later he didn't want to speak anymore, thinking that he was born unable to learn English. But when he is abroad, he communicates with foreigners in English with an accent, and they can understand him. Moreover, when he listened to the foreigners speaking, he didn't hear them enunciating each word clearly as the teacher had said. "Little boy, today is our store's 8th anniversary. You are the 888th lucky winner of this mall. This is your gift, please keep it."
There are gifts?
Han Shengshan was very excited. "Grandpa, I'm possessed by a koi."
"See what it is?"
"A shopping voucher worth 10,000 million yuan, but it can only be redeemed within 10 days and can only be used in this mall." In the next 10 days, Han Shengshan came to the mall familiarly. He has become familiar with the lady who works at the checkout counter and can even chat about family matters, all in English. If he occasionally can't pronounce a word, he will take the initiative to learn it using his handheld English electronic dictionary. Coming back with bags full of stuff again, Han Shengshan sighed, "I still have 2,000 yuan in shopping vouchers, I can spend them all."
It's amazing. Back in school, the teacher would teach me a word over and over again, and I would memorize it over and over again, even doing dictation and writing it down.
If I got it wrong, I would rewrite it 100 times, and then I'd forget it the moment I turned around. But here, when I'm chatting with the saleswoman and can't figure out how to say a word, I look it up on the spot and say it, and I remember it instantly. I can't forget it even if I try. Grandpa, do you think it's easier to learn English here because we're in a foreign country? Han Shangshan didn't realize that he had slowly begun to like English and started to take the initiative to learn more words just to be able to chat more with foreigners and regain his confidence in learning. To turn children from being tired of studying to being eager to study, we only need to build their confidence and interest, rather than the Longwa-style suppressive teaching method that requires a standard answer for everything and constantly asks children to imitate again and again until they become bored, lose confidence, and kill their eagerness to study. Maybe local conditions and environments influence local language. Since you can learn faster here, let's stay here for a while. When summer is over and we return, I believe your English will have improved significantly. Han Shangshan raised his head confidently. Grandpa, I feel like I have divine help here. Don't worry, the next time they interview me, I will be able to speak fluent English with the interviewer. It's good to be confident. I look forward to seeing you shock the interviewer with your transformation. Han Fei followed Henry to inspect the group, which was like a half-boss visiting his own business. In the evening, there was a dinner party hosted by Henry, who wanted all the major partners and channel partners from the supermarket to come and meet the other boss of the company. Han Fei attended the event in his best attire and received compliments from everyone present. However, there were inevitably one or two thorns who made sarcastic remarks. Things from Dragon Country are cheap. They only cost 1 million yuan. Only poor people will buy them because they want a bargain. They can never be bought by the rich. Our bread burgers are very expensive in Dragon Country. As far as I know, the Long people themselves don't really eat cheap things like steamed buns. They prefer our bread and hamburgers. Don't think that just because it's selling well now, your business will always be good. People just haven't seen it before and are looking for something new. Once the hype wears off, they won't eat it anymore. I advise you to produce less, so that the goods don't rot in your hands, and the shelf life is so short. Our supermarket plans to terminate the cooperation next month. The shelf life is too short. Once the hype wears off, we won't be able to sell it. It's better not to put it in the shelves.